61. The two brothers stopped messing around and stood up. The person in front of them had a very dignified temperament. Shuemeng was stunned for a while before he reacted. He nodded and said, "Yen. That's right. Who are you?" He was used to being willful since he was young. Although Madame Wang had repeatedly taught him etiquette, he did not take it to heart. Thus, when he asked for someone's name, he did not use honorifics, and he did not use his own name first. It was very impolite. However, Mo Ran knew that this person would not lower himself to Shuemeng's level. After all, this one is a disciple of the scholarly Wind sect, Yi Wangxi. The youth was indeed calm and did not get angry. Under his jet-black eyebrows, his eyes seemed to be quenched with the light of stars, exceptionally bright and sharp. "May I ask what your name is?" "Yi Wangxi." Shuemeng frowned and muttered, "Never heard of him. Not famous." Although his muttering was not loud, if the other person's hearing was not bad, they would definitely hear it. Because of this, Mo Ran secretly pulled on Shuemeng's sleeve, making him restrain himself. Then, he restrained the emotions in his eyes and said with a slight smile, "This one is Mo Ran, the pinnacle of life and death. The one beside me is my younger brother, Shuemeng." Shuemeng broke free from his grasp and angrily glared at him. "Don't touch me. Who's your younger brother?" "I, Shuemeng, you." Mo Ran sighed. Then, his eyes curved as he smiled at Yi Wangxi and said, "My younger brother is naughty and mischievous. Brother Yi has seen a joke." It was not that he suddenly changed his temperament and became polite to Shuemeng. It was because this Yi Wangxi was an outstanding person. Although he was not famous right now, in his previous life, he was the second most powerful expert in the entire cultivation world after Chu Waning. Only the heavens knew how much Mo Ran had suffered at the hands of Yi Wangxi in his previous life. In this life, Mo Ran didn't want to be enemies with this hero who was as sharp as a blade and as noble as a bamboo. He didn't want to curry favor with him, but at the very least, he didn't want to be enemies with him. Just one Chu Waning was enough to put him in a terrible fix. If there was another Yi Wangxi, how could he still live comfortably? Yi Wangxi was a man of few words. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to his room. As soon as he left, Mo Ran resumed his annoying grin. He elbowed Shuemeng and asked with a smile, "How was it?" "What do you mean?" "This person." Mo Ran asked, "Do you like her? Is she good looking?" Shuemeng looked at him strangely and scolded, "You're crazy." Mo Ran laughed and said, "The four of us are staying in the same courtyard. In the future, we won't be able to see each other. You should be glad that he's the one staying with us." Shuemeng asked curiously, "Judging from your tone, you know him?" Mo Ran obviously couldn't tell the truth, so he joked, "I don't know him. However, I only look at people's faces. I think he's good looking, so I like him very much." Shuemeng cursed, "Disgusting." Mo Ran laughed, turned around, and waved his hand. With his back facing Shuemeng, he made a cursing gesture. Then, he lazily returned to his own stone hut. With a click, he unlatched the door and shut Shuemeng's cursing outside. The next morning, Mo Ran woke up early. In order to let them familiarize themselves with the life in paradise, the Feathermen specially delayed their cultivation for 3 days. After Mo Ran finished washing up, he saw that Yi Wangxi had already left. The other two had not woken up yet, so he went to stroll on the streets. In the early morning mist, many swordsmen from the immortal sects walked past with light steps, rushing to their respective cultivation places. Mo ran past by a breakfast stall and saw a new pot of water pancakes. He remembered that his junior brother was still sick, so he walked over and said, "Lady boss, I want 8 pancakes and a bowl of sweet porridge. Take them away." The featherman who set up the stall said without raising her head, "Give me 6 feathers." Mo Ran was stunned. 6 what? 6 feathers. Then should I go find a chicken and pluck a few feathers? The featherman looked up and rolled her eyes. You want to eat without feathers? Go, go, go. Mo Ran was angry and amused at the same time. When he was about to ask in detail, a familiar voice came from behind. A bandaged hand stretched out, holding 6 golden feathers. Lady boss, get the porridge. I'll pay for him. The featherman took the feathers and was too lazy to talk to them. She turned around and packed her breakfast. Mo Ran turned his head to the side and saw Wuxia standing beside him. He was handsome, with a natural air of elegance. Thank you very much. Carrying the piping hot pancakes and sweet porridge, Mo Ran and Wuxia walked and said, if we didn't meet you today, I'm afraid we would have gone hungry. It's okay, Wuxia said, Miss 18 has a bad memory. She always forgets to give the newcomers some feathers. I just happened to pass by. It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite. Mo Ran asked, do we have to exchange feathers to do business in paradise? That's right. Then where do the feathers come from? Wuxia said, plucked from the ground. Pluck, pluck. Mo Ran was stunned. Did they really pluck the feathers from the birds? Then wouldn't all the birds here be plucked by them? Seeing his shocked expression, Wuxia glanced at him in amusement. What are you thinking about? There's an ancestral abyss in paradise. It's said that it's the place where the vermilion bird high god ascended. The bottom of the abyss is filled with red true fire. It's unbearably hot. Thus, not a single blade of grass grows around it. None of the beasts can live there. When Mo Ran heard his description, he immediately thought of the blood-red sky when he passed by the outskirts of the city yesterday. He said, is that abyss near the north of the city? You're right. Then what does it have to do with feathers? Wuxia said, it's like this. Although there are no other living creatures near the ancestral abyss, there's a group of angry owls living in the abyss. They use true fire as their nests and come out at night. Their feathers can help the feathermen improve their cultivation. I see. Mo Ran smiled. No wonder you want to use feathers to exchange for things. Yes. But you have to be careful. When they're active at night, their feathers will become the same as those of ordinary owls. Even if you catch them, they'll be useless. Only when the sun rises in the east every day will the thousands of angry owls return to the ancestral abyss. When they're about to enter the abyss, their feathers will turn back to gold. It'll be useful to pluck them then. Ha ha, doesn't that mean you'll be cultivating qigong? If you're not good enough, you'll become barbecued meat if you fall. If you don't pluck them, you'll starve to death. Mo Ran couldn't help but click his tongue. This is really troublesome. Wuxia asked, are you not good at qigong? Mo Ran smiled, I'm just SOSO. That won't do. Wuxia said, angry owls move fast and are not inferior to falcons. If you don't cultivate diligently, you'll starve in a few days. Seeing that Mo Ran was still in a daze, Wuxia sighed and said, I've collected a lot of feathers. I don't lack them for now. If the 3 of you need them, you can ask me first. Mo Ran waved his hand and said with a smile, how can I do that? I'll just take these 6 feathers as a loan. I'll go back to eat first. If I pick the feathers tomorrow, I'll return them to you. Many thanks. After bidding farewell to Wuxia, Mo Ran returned to the side courtyard with the porridge. Shui Meng's room was empty. He probably had nothing to do after waking up, so he wandered around. Mo Ran then went to Chu Waning's bamboo house. Chu Waning had not woken up yet. Mo Ran put the porridge and fried buns on the table. He went to his bedside and lowered his head to look at him. Suddenly, a familiar feeling floated to his heart. The way this little martial brother slept, why did he look a little like someone? But he couldn't remember who he was thinking of. He only had a vague impression of someone who also looked like this. When lying on the bed, he would always curl up into a ball and use his hand as a pillow. Who was it? While he was in a daze, Chu Wanning woke up. Oh. Chu Wanning turned over and saw the person beside the bed. His eyes suddenly widened. Mo Ran? How many times have I told you to call me senior marshal brother? Mo Ran rubbed his hair and then put his hand on his forehead to check his temperature. Your fever has subsided. Come, get up and eat something. Eat. The child on the bed repeated in a daze. His hair was messy, which made his face look even more lovely. Look at how much your senior marshal brother dotes on you. I woke up early to buy breakfast. Eat it while it's still hot. Chu Wanning got off the bed in his white underwear and walked to the dining table. There was a fresh lotus leaf on the table. Inside were fried buns with thin skin and crispy bottom. They were sprinkled with green onions and black sesame seeds. There was also a small bowl of longan and osmanthus porridge. It was cooked until it was soft and thick, and it was steaming hot. Elder Yuheng, who had always been strong, was actually a little uncertain. Is this for me? Huh? Is this all for me? Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. Yes. He looked at Chu Wanning's hesitant expression and thought for a moment. He smiled and said, hurry up and eat. Otherwise, it will get cold. Chu Wanning had been at the peak of life and death for so many years. Although everyone respected him, because of his stubborn and cold personality, almost no one was willing to eat with him, let alone get breakfast for him. Sometimes, when he saw his disciples taking care of each other, although he was unwilling to admit it, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Therefore, facing this bowl of porridge and a few buns, he was silent for a long time. He couldn't bear to eat them. Mo Ran saw him sitting on the stool and staring at the food in front of him without eating. He thought that it was not to his taste, so he asked, what's wrong? Is it a little oily? Chu Wanning looked back at him and shook his head. He picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of porridge. He blew on it to cool it down and carefully drank a mouthful. If he was the handsome and cold Grandmaster Chu of the past, eating porridge like this would only show that he had good self-restraint and was elegant. But when it was done by a child, it was actually a little clumsy and pitiful. Mo Ran misunderstood and said to him, you don't like longan? Then you can pick it out and throw it aside. It's not a problem. No. Little junior brother's face didn't have much expression, but when he looked at Mo Ran again, his dark eyes were gentle. I like it. Oh, ha, that's good. I thought you didn't like it. Chu Wanning lowered his thick eyelashes and repeated softly, I like it. No one has ever treated me like this before. As he spoke, he raised his eyes to look at Mo Ran and said seriously, don't worry. Thank you, senior brother. Mo Ran didn't expect him to say this and couldn't help but be stunned. He wasn't a kind person, and he didn't like children. The reason why he was so nice to Shiasini was because he felt that he had extraordinary skills at such a young age, and was a young man worth befriending. But he had a utilitarian heart, and the other party treated him with sincerity. Mo Ran couldn't help but be a little surprised, but when he heard this little junior brother's words, he felt that it was strange, so he waved his hand to stop Chu Wanning from thanking him. He asked, has no one ever bought you breakfast before? Chu Wanning was expressionless and nodded. Don't the people under Elder Xuanji know how to take care of each other? Chu Wanning said, I don't often get together with them. Then what about before you entered the sect? When you were in the secular world, your parents? Mo Ran stopped halfway through his sentence. His little junior brother was born as pure as snow. Which parent would have the heart to throw him into the mountain to cultivate, and never come to the sect to see him? Presumably, his experience was the same as Shamai's and his own. As expected, Chu Wanning said calmly, "My parents abandoned me, and I didn't have any other relatives, so no one took me in." Mo Ran didn't say anything. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. He thought to himself, "I originally wanted to get along well with this child, first because of his high cultivation level, and second because he's quite calm, different from the usual kids who make noises. But I didn't expect him to have the same experience as me." Looking at the Shidi in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the bitter years when he was young. A surge of hot blood surged in his chest, and gradually he felt pity and intimacy. Suddenly he said, "In the past, no one took you in, but now there will be. Since you call me Shixiang, from now on I'll take good care of you." Chu Wanning didn't seem to expect him to say this, and was a bit surprised. After a while, he slowly smiled and said, "You want to take care of me?" "Yes. From now on you follow me, I'll teach you heart sutras and sword practice." Chu Wanning's smile deepened. "You want to teach me heart sutras and sword practice?" Mo Ran misunderstood his expression, scratched his head and said, "Don't laugh at me, I know your cultivation level is very good, but you're still young, there are a lot of things you still need to learn. Xuanji Elder has a lot of disciples, he definitely won't take care of you. What's wrong with you learning from me? At least I'm a person with a divine martial art." Chu Wanning was silent for a long time, and then said, "I've never laughed at you. I think you're very good." If it was before, he would never say such words, but after his body became smaller, it seemed that his temperament also became gentler, as if hiding in the dark, he could finally take off his hard face. Mo Ran, on the other hand, had lived for 2 lifetimes, and this was the first time he was praised as, "You're very good." Even though the other person was only a child, it made him feel at a loss and very surprised. He stammered for a long time, and his face, which was always as thick as a city wall, actually turned red. He muttered and repeated, I'm very good, am I very good?" Suddenly, he vaguely remembered that when he was young, he really wanted to be a good person. But, at that time, his humble but gentle wish was the same as, "When I grow up, I want to ask Sister Lee from the rouge shop to be my wife. When I earn enough money, I want to buy sesame seed cakes to eat every day. If in the future I can have 2 pieces of red braised pork in one meal, I won't change it even if I'm an immortal." Later on, it became a memory that was blown away by the wind and scattered snow. 62. Mo Ran and the others started their cultivation very quickly. Of course, collecting feathers was what he was most passionate about. After all, he didn't really expect to learn too much from these losers from his previous life. Living a good life was the most important thing. Every day at dawn, they went to the abyss of ancestors to snatch the golden feathers, then went to Zhurong Cave to meditate. They used the spiritual energy in their bodies to resist the burning sun of Zhurong Cave and improve their own cultivation. 4 hours later, they followed the Feathermen to learn the ghost balance method. Another 4 hours later, they fought against each other in the Azura field. Before nightfall, they went to the Peach Blossom Spring to listen to Miss 18 explain the 100 Ghosts spectrum and the art of exorcism. Of course, Mo Ran liked to listen to scriptures at night the most, because that was the only class that gathered the cultivators of the 3 major specializations. He knew that Shamai's lightness kung fu was not good, and worried that he didn't eat enough, so he would give half of the feathers he plucked to Shamai every day. But other than that, it was hard for him to have much interaction with Shamai. On the contrary, he spent every day with Chu Wanning, and the two gradually became inseparable. During this time, Chu Wanning would often sit on the railing of the bridge and blow the leaves, while Mo Ran would sit beside him and listen to the sun rise and set, the clouds rise and fall. Or Chu Wanning would stand by the river and feed the fish, while Mo Ran would stand beside him with an umbrella and watch the koi fish jump around, the blue waves and golden scales. When it rained in the Peach Blossom Spring, Mo Ran would hold Chu Wanning's hand and walk with him along the old cracked bluestone path. An oil paper umbrella was open above the two of them. If the water was deep, Mo Ran would carry his junior brother on his back. With the rain falling, the little guy was very quiet on his shoulder and didn't talk much. But sometimes, when his back was hot and there were small beads of sweat on his forehead, his quiet junior brother would take a handkerchief and silently wipe them for him. The handkerchief was white and plain, with a begonia flower embroidered on the corner. Mo Ran felt that the handkerchief looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But the thought was like a drizzle falling into a deep pool, never to be found again. One day, Chu Wanning was resting in the courtyard. Mo Ran had a sudden impulse to untie his braids and tie them into a high ponytail. Just as she was combing her hair, she suddenly saw Yi Wangxi walking into the courtyard with a hand on his left shoulder. Mo Ran's eyes were sharp. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "Brother Yi is injured." "Yes," Yi Wangxi paused for a moment, then said with a frown, "It's just a small injury from sparring, so it's no big deal. It's just that person is really frivolous and despicable." "How despicable?" Mo Ran stammered in disbelief. "Someone molested you." Yi Wangxi glared at him with a sharp gaze and said coldly, "What are you thinking?" "Ha ha ha, I was just kidding." Mo Ran laughed awkwardly, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who is that person you're talking about?" Yi Wangxi said, "Who else could it be? It's that playboy from Kunlun's Treading in Snow Palace." Upon hearing this description, Mo Ran let out an "ah," thinking, could it be him? These days, he often heard some female disciples whispering to each other in the peach blossom spring. They kept saying, "eldest senior brother" and "eldest senior brother." It was fine if they were young, but just yesterday, he saw a female cultivator in her 40s or 50s standing by the flowers and muttering hysterically, "There is no man in this world who can stand shoulder to shoulder with eldest senior brother. If he can look at me sincerely and talk to me, even if I fall into hell, I will have no resentment." Such an infatuated state made Mo Ran burst out laughing at that time, and he suspected that the eldest senior brother she was talking about was the person he was thinking of. However, there were many cultivators in the peach blossom spring, and they didn't have much contact with each other. He had always only heard of this person's name, but had never seen him in person. He was also embarrassed to gossip with the female disciples, so he couldn't be sure. "Today, I was drinking at the Spirit Lake restaurant in West City," Yi Wangxi said. "That bastard happened to be there too. I saw that he was holding two women in his arms, and he was already very licentious, but other people were willing, and it had nothing to do with me, so I couldn't say anything." Mo Ran agreed. "That's true." But later, a female disciple of Lone Moon Knight rushed in from outside. She looked anxious and looked around. Obviously, she was looking for someone. Mo Ran smiled and said, "She's looking for that eldest senior brother, right? You've heard of eldest senior brother too? Ha ha, then look, even a gentleman like you knows about his dissolute affairs. How can I, a member of the Zhong family and Li family, not know?" Yi Wangxi looked at him silently and said, "That eldest senior brother is really a good-for-nothing. The female cultivator of Lone Moon Knight came to look for him because he exchanged tokens with her a few days ago. He said that he wanted to become Dao companions and never leave each other again." Mo Ran smiled again. "That's something that can't be heard. I guess that eldest senior brother has 17 or 18 tokens of love, all of them the same. Giving a token once to a girl when he's chasing her, I'm afraid it's no different from a pledge of eternal love." Chu Wanning, who had been quietly listening, finally opened his mouth. He glanced at Mo Ran and said, seemingly dissatisfied, "You know about it again." Unexpectedly, Yi Wangxi stood on Mo Ran's side. "Brother Mo is right, that's the truth. That female cultivator secretly admired eldest senior brother, and after hearing what he said, she believed it and gave herself to him that night." Mo Ran said, "Ouch." He hurriedly covered Chu Wanning's ears. Chu Wanning said calmly, "What are you doing?" Children shouldn't listen to this, it's not good for cultivation. Chu Warning. After Mo Ran covered Chu Warning's ears, his eyes immediately lit up and he asked impatiently, and then? Yu Wangshi was a gentleman, but he didn't expect that a despicable person like Mo Ran would simply listen to his indignant narration as if it was a love story. He said righteously, and then what? Eldest senior brother naturally didn't want to admit it, and also didn't want to be entangled with that female cultivator. That female cultivator took out a sword tassel as a token, but unexpectedly, eldest senior brother also had a sword tassel in each of his arms. He said that as long as they were his friends, he would give a sword tassel to accompany them, not to give them to his Dao companion. TSK, that's really shameless. That's right. Yu Wangshi said, I couldn't stand it, so I argued with him. When he said this, his expression changed slightly. After a while, he said, we argued about something unpleasant, so we fought. Mo Ran smiled. That's how it is. But in his heart, he thought, I'm afraid not. If eldest senior brother was really the person he guessed, then with that person's personality, he definitely wouldn't fight over something like this. Yu Wangshi was probably hiding something from him out of awkwardness. However, since Yu Wangshi wasn't willing to say, Mo Ran naturally wouldn't expose him, so he changed the topic. Then eldest senior brother's skills must be pretty good. If it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to hurt brother Yi. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but once he did, Yu Wangshi seemed to become even angrier. His pair of pitch-black eyes blazed with anger. Good. What's good about it? Yu Wangshi said angrily, your own magic is mediocre, but you rely on a woman to fight, you're a bastard. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Hearing him say this, Mo Ran took a closer look. He saw that besides the sword wound on Yu Wangshi's shoulder, there were also 3 or 4 bloody scratches on his cheek. It was obvious that he had been scratched by a woman's fingernails. He couldn't help but laugh. Eldest senior brother really lives up to his name, ha 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 ha. Chu Warning didn't say anything. Ever since Yu Wangshi said, we argued about something unpleasant, so we fought. He seemed to be deep in thought. After Yu Wangshi returned to his room to bandage his wounds, Chu Warning said, Mo Ran. Mo Ran patted his head. Call me senior brother. Chu Warning said, the eldest senior brother he's talking about is my Hanshue, right? Mo Ran smiled. I guessed so. Chu Warning didn't say anything again. He pondered. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes widened. This Yu Wangshi, could it be that he was, sure? Be quiet. Mo Ran put his finger to his lips, stopping him from speaking. Then he crouched down, keeping his face level with Chu Warning. He laughed. You're so young, what are you thinking about? I've heard that my Hanshue is especially unreliable. He's done all kinds of absurd things. I didn't expect that he would even dare to do Confucian Wind Sect's disciples. Mo Ran laughed casually. Ha ha ha, he's quite unreliable. But we don't care about other people's business. Come, senior brother will continue to tie your hair. I saw a pretty hairpin on West Street before. It wasn't expensive, so I bought it. I'll put it on for you to see. Just like how Mo Ran didn't like Chu Warning's taste, Chu Warning didn't dare to compliment Mo Ran's taste. Chu Warning looked at the dazzling golden butterfly hairpin and fell silent. Are you sure this is for me to wear? Yes. Children should use gold and red. Look at how lively they are. Chu Warning. He was really reluctant, but when he thought about it carefully, this seemed to be the first time Mo Ran had given him a gift. Thus, he kept quiet and let Mo Ran fasten the hairpin to the top of his ponytail with a sullen expression. Golden orchids and butterflies glowed brilliantly on the inky hair. Chu Warning lowered his eyelashes. Suddenly, he felt that this was also very good. This kind of color, this kind of Mo Ran, this kind of himself, if his body recovered, he would definitely not have this kind of appearance again. This butterfly seemed to have flown in from a dream. White clouds and grey dogs, the sun and moon are like shuttles. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. According to Miss 18, half a year later, everyone would have to take the Featherman's test one by one to test their cultivation progress. This is everyone's first trial since arriving here. At the gathering, Miss 18 said, the content of the trial is divided into 3 major dangers according to the cultivation method that each of you cultivates. The guards will enter the Blood River realm, the healers will enter the Great Sorrow realm, and the attackers will enter the Ashura realm. The above 3 major dangers are the Void realm restored according to the memories left behind when the Ghost realm invaded the human world hundreds of years ago. Everyone will not be in any danger. After solving the crisis of the Void realm, you will return to the Peach Garden. Only 2 people can enter the Void realm trial at a time. In other words, the cultivator can challenge alone. If they want to invite a companion, they can only invite one. The order of the trial is based on the Immortal Envoy's announcement. After the gathering, the trial slowly began. Mo Ran did not know the situation of the guards and healers, but the attackers had tested 6 or 7 people in succession. Fortunately, those people did well. It seemed that this trial was not too difficult. After 10 minutes, it was Mo Ran's turn. The one in charge of the attackers was Miss 18. She smiled and asked, "Does Immortal Monarch Mo need a companion to go with you?" Mo Ran thought for a moment. If I choose a person to go with me, does that mean that he won't have to go through the trial again? Of course. Then I'll take junior brother. Mo Ran pointed at Chu Warning. He's still young. I'll be worried if he's alone. The bright moon hung in the sky. They followed Miss 18 to a dark cave. The entrance of the cave was shrouded in a thin layer of golden red smoke. Miss 18 said, "Immortal monarchs, please listen carefully. The scene restored by the Ashura realm is the first tragedy of the Ghost realm 200 years ago. At that time, because the barrier was not repaired in time, a large number of ghosts escaped to the human world, killing countless living creatures. This Void realm is based on the memories of a survivor in Lin. The moment you step into the cave, you will arrive at the war-torn Lin city 200 years ago. Kill the Ghost King leading the army, and the Void realm will be broken." Mo Ran glanced at Chu Warning, then turned to Miss 18 and said with a smile, "Sister Fairy, it doesn't matter if my skin is rough and my flesh is thick, but my junior brother is only 6 years old. Say, this sword is heartless. What if it hurts him? You don't have to worry. All the weapons in the Void realm won't really hurt the 2 of you." Miss 18 said, "If the 2 of you are injured, there will be a spiritual mark. If the mark hits the vital parts, it means that the 2 of you are seriously injured and die, and the challenge will fail." Only then did Mo Ran feel relieved. He clapped and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. Sister Fairy, you're really thoughtful. Thank you very much." Since the worry was eliminated, Mo Ran and Chu Warning went to the cave to train together. The cave was dark. As soon as they stepped in, their bodies suddenly felt suspended. Then, a blurry scene of colorful lights flashed in front of them. Countless distorted faces converged into a river and floated under them. When the 2 of them fell to the ground and steadied their feet, they found that they had been teleported to Jiulin, standing at the entrance of the old road on the outskirts of the city. At this time, it was noon. The sun was shining brightly, and the air was filled with a strong fishy smell. 200 years ago, the ancient city of Lin was filled with the thick stench of blood. It was like a yellowed scroll that had been burned in the flames of war. It slowly unfolded before Mo Ran and Chu Warning's eyes. 63. At that time, Lin city was in the midst of war. Everywhere one looked, there was blood everywhere, and there were broken walls everywhere. Under the corrosive miasma of evil spirits, all the grass in the suburbs withered, and all the trees withered. Before Mo Ran could come back to his senses, he heard a strange noise. He looked up and saw a fresh intestine hanging on the branch of an old pagoda tree not far away. More than 10 black crows were pecking at it. Drops of blood and meat were constantly splashing down. Under the tree, a middle-aged man's body was lying on the ground. His abdomen was torn open by claws. Dirty blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. No one knew whether his eyes were open or closed when he died. His eyeballs had been pecked out. Mo Ran was not unfamiliar with this kind of scene. In his previous life, he moved unhindered in the human world. He had once slaughtered 72 cities of the Confucian Wind School. At that time, blood flowed and corpses were everywhere. It was also a tragic scene. But for some reason, the blood of his previous life made him very happy. Every piece of bone and flesh in his body was screaming wantonly. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a similar tragic scene. A layer of coldness rose in his heart. He felt half an inch of pity. Could it be that he had been pretending to be well-behaved for so long that he had unconsciously changed his nature? While he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves. A cloud of dust rose up in front of him. In this kind of chaotic world, those who could ride horses quickly were most likely not good people. Mo Ran immediately pulled Chuaning behind him. However, the old road of Lin An was empty and there was no place to hide. In the blink of an eye, a group of light cavalry appeared in the vast cloud of dust. When he looked closer, he found that the horses were not strong. Some of them were so hungry that even their ribs could be seen. There were more than 10 people sitting on the backs of the horses, pressing on their heads. Those people were wearing the same white robes with red and white feathers on their heads. Their eyebrows were tied with the double dragon strangulation headband. Although their clothes were not very clean, they were very neat. Although their faces were very thin, they were still hale and hearty. What was even rarer was that each of them had a strong bow and a full quiver of arrows on their backs. In this chaotic world, the two most valuable things were food and weapons. They were obviously not ordinary people. Mo Ran didn't know whether the visitor was good or bad, friend or foe. One of the teenagers, who was about 14 or 15 years old, screamed, "Father! Father!" The young man tumbled down from the horse's back and fell into the mud. He scrambled to his feet and ran towards the tree. He threw himself on the body of the dead middle-aged man and cried, "Father! Father!" The others also showed a pitiful expression, but they had obviously seen too many deaths, so much so that they were somewhat numb. Therefore, other than the youth who was holding the corpse and crying bitterly, there was no one else who dismounted from their horses to console him. Someone noticed Mo Ran and Chuaning not far away. He was stunned for a moment and asked in Lin An dialect, "You're not locals, are you?" Mo Ran said, "Yes, we are from Shu." "So far?" The man was shocked. "In this world, there are ghosts everywhere at night. How did you survive?" "I know some magic." Mo Ran knew that the more he spoke, the more likely he would make mistakes. Seeing that these people didn't mean any harm, he pulled Chuaning out and said, "This is my brother. We passed by here and couldn't walk anymore, so we want to take a break." When the riders saw Chuaning, some of them seemed to be stunned for a moment. Two of them even whispered a few words to each other. Mo Ran was alert and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The leading young man said, seriously. "If you want to rest, you can rest in the city. Although there are no monsters here now, when night comes, there will be ghosts everywhere." Young man's foster father went out to look for food in the daytime, but there was a rainstorm yesterday, so he didn't have time to come back before dark. "You see." He sighed heavily and didn't continue. It turned out that young man was the crying boy, and the dead man under the tree was his foster father. Such things always happened in troubled times. A family member would go out in search of food in the morning and never come back at night. Although this had happened 200 years ago, the boy cried so hard that he almost cried blood. Mo Ran saw it and couldn't help but feel a little bitter in his heart. However, after the slight bitterness, there was a sudden surge of fear in his heart. In his previous life, he killed people without spilling blood. Why did he gradually become soft-hearted? He immediately pulled Chu Warning and said goodbye to the young riders. The leading man said, "When you enter the city of Lin En, find a place to stay first. Lin En is about to move the whole city to Putuo. There is abundant spiritual chi there, and it hasn't been attacked by the ghost for the time being. You are alone, so it's better to go with us. Move the whole city." "Yes." Speaking of this, the man's eyes were shining, and his face seemed to be shining. Thanks to Child Chu's good strategy, all the people in the city can survive. Let's not talk about it. We have to search the suburbs before dark to see if there are any survivors who can be brought back to the city. Alas, young man, let's go. Let's go. He called young man, but young man was still holding the body of her foster father and crying. She didn't look back. Mo Ran sighed, pulled Chu Warning, and whispered, "Let's go. Let's go to the city first." Chu Warning nodded and suddenly asked, "You said they moved the whole city. Did they succeed?" Mo Ran held his cold little hand and said, "Do you want to hear the truth or the lie?" "Of course, the truth. It's better for children to listen to lies." Chu Warning said, "They didn't succeed." "Yes." Mo Ran said, "You see, you know what the truth is, but you still ask again. It's as if you can change the result by asking me again." Chu Warning ignored him and continued to ask, "Do you know why they didn't succeed?" "You ask me again. I'm not an old demon who has lived for 200 years. How can I know?" Chu Warning didn't say anything. After a while, he said gloomily, "Almost all the people in Lin En City have died in the past 200 years. Mo Ran," Chu Warning said, "not many escaped." "No, junior brother, you are so young. How do you know all this?" Chu Warning rolled his eyes at him. "Elder Yu Heng has talked about it more than once in the old history books. You don't listen in class and instead ask me why I know so much. It's really hateful." Mo Ran was a little speechless. He thought to himself, "I was absent-minded in my Shizun's class. He hasn't even scolded me yet. Why are you scolding me?" But after thinking about it, he didn't want to lower himself to the child's level and let him be happy. The two talked as they walked. Unknowingly, they passed the city gate and came to the main city of Lin En. This ancient city, which stood on one side of the Qiantang River, was already fortified and deserted. Exorcism fortifications were all over the walls and the edges of the city. Outside the city, countless corpses were piled up. They were all full of evil ghost curse marks. If these corpses were not dealt with, they would rise at night. The Taoist priests took advantage of the noon sun to come out and spread incense ashes. For those with particularly deep curses, they dipped cinnabar in wine and drew talismans to dispel them. There were 2 guards standing in front of the city gate. They were dressed exactly the same as the group of young people they had just seen outside the city. They were also dressed in white with red edges. They had a double dragon strangulation ring on their foreheads. They had bows on their arms and a quiver full of arrows on their backs. "Stop, who are you?" Mo Ran explained again according to what he had just said. The 2 guards didn't mean to stop people from entering. They just wanted to register. So after recording the 2 of them, they let them in. Before leaving, Mo Ran remembered the Master Chu that the young man on the horse had just mentioned. Since that person said that the migration of Lin and was a good idea of Master Chu, then the key to breaking the virtual array should be this Master Chu. Sorry, I want to ask you about a person. Mo Ran said. The guard raised his eyes. You came from Shu. Do you know anyone? Mo Ran said with a smile, no, a few soldiers we met on the road just now mentioned a Master Chu. They said that he would take the whole city to Putor in 2 days. May I know who this Master Chu is? I know a little about magic. If it's possible, I'd like to help. The guard looked him up and down. Perhaps he felt that Mo Ran should be quite capable since he was able to bring a child all the way here unscathed, so he said, young Master Chu is the eldest son of the governor. A month ago, the Ghost King came and the governor unfortunately died. Since then, Master Chu has been leading us to fight against the enemy. The governor's son. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning looked at each other. Mo Ran said, it's strange. Does the governor's son also know magic? What's so strange about it? The guard glanced at Mo Ran. Only big sects are allowed to cultivate, but not ordinary people. There were independent cultivators, but they never made a difference. Mo Ran thought to himself, could it be that Master Chu was stupid enough to come up with ideas that harmed the lives of the people in Lin and City? However, as Mo Ran followed the guard's instructions and walked towards the governor's mansion, he immediately realized that he was wrong. That Master Chu, who happened to have the same surname as his master, was obviously not a person with mediocre skills. Because he saw the Shongqing barrier. The Shongqing barrier was a very strong barrier of purifying air. It could block all evil aura within the barrier. As long as this barrier was open, not to mention ordinary ghosts, even a 1,000-year-old malicious spirit would find it difficult to step in. However, the barrier's protective range required the caster to be inside and be the eye of the array. Moreover, the barrier covered a very small area. Even a great master like Chu Wanning could only use the Shongqing barrier to cover half of the peak of life and death. But at this moment, this Master Chu from 200 years ago created a Shongqing barrier that covered a radius of 10 miles around the governor's office. Although it was far inferior to Chu Wanning's, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare to. The two of them walked towards the gate of the governor's office. Mo Ran originally wanted to try his luck and let someone report that there was a cultivator asking for help. He wanted to see if the governor's son would be willing to give him face. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned a corner, he saw 3 long lines in front of the governor's office. 6 female attendants dressed in the same clothes as the guards placed large wooden buckets on the ground. Several hundred old and weak women and children gathered in front of the government office and were receiving porridge as alms. After receiving the porridge, the people came to a begonia tree in front of the office. Under the flowering tree stood a white-clothed man. His long black hair was loosely tied into a bundle. He was distributing talisman paper after talisman paper to everyone and carefully warning them about the things they needed to pay attention to. His back was facing Mo Ran, so his face could not be seen clearly. However, those who received the talisman paper all thanked him gratefully. Thank you Master Chu for your kindness, thank you Master Chu for your kindness. After that, they left. So this is the governor's son. Mo Ran was curious and pulled his junior over to take a look. With just one look, Mo Ran's eyes widened as if he was struck by lightning. Isn't this Chu Wanning? Not only Mo Ran, but even Chu Wanning himself was stunned. Looking from afar, the governor's son had a thin face, sword-like eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, and the curve of his nose was very gentle. Even his white clothes were very similar to his own. Chu Wanning, Mo Ran, after being stunned for a long time, Mo Ran said with a trembling voice, "Junior martial brother." Yes. Don't you think, this Master Chu looks very similar to someone? Chu Wanning said dryly, he looks like Elder Yuheng. Mo Ran slapped his thigh, of course. What's going on? Who is this person? What's his relationship with Master? How would I know if you ask me? Weren't you paying attention in class? Mo Ran was very anxious. I won't talk about this in class. Chu Wanning was very angry. The two of them stopped talking and lined up in the queue. They slowly moved forward and stared at the young master without blinking. When they took a closer look, they realized that Master Chu and Chu Wanning did not look the same. This young master's face was more gentle and elegant. His eyes were not as long and narrow and his pupils were gentler. His gaze was also much gentler than Chu Wanning's. Mo Ran looked at them and suddenly made a sound of surprise. He lowered his head and looked at his junior martial brother. Let me take a good look. What? Chu Wanning couldn't help but feel guilty and turned his face away. When Mo Ran saw that he was dodging, he became even more persistent and reached out to pinch his face, forcing him to turn around. After a while, he suddenly realized something and muttered, "Aya." Chu Wanning forced himself to remain calm. What's wrong? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. No wonder those people whispered to each other when they saw you outside the city. I suddenly realized that you look a little like Master. Chu Wanning hurriedly shook him off, but the tips of his ears turned red. Nonsense. But it's so strange. Why were those guards able to tell at a glance, but I couldn't for a long time? Chu Wanning, just as he was puzzled, a crisp sound was suddenly heard. A child's voice called out, "Father." 64. Mo Ran looked in the direction of the sound and saw the answer suddenly appear. The answer was stumbling over the stone steps of the government office. It was a child of 3 or 4 years old. He was holding a small bamboo windmill in his hand and was jumping towards young Master Chu. He was wearing a plain little shirt with a jade collar, a fulu name lock, and a red silk amulet hanging on his chest. He looked like a little junior brother who had shrunk a size. Mo Ran finally knew the reason why those cavalrymen were whispering to each other. He couldn't help but murmur, "Junior brother, you and Master are both from Lin, and Master's surname is Chu. Do you think the Chu family more than 200 years ago was your ancestral family? Are you two distant relatives? I think it's very possible." Chu Wanning didn't say anything and stared at the two people. He didn't know his background and couldn't remember clearly what happened when he was young. Could it be that this young Master Chu was really one of his ancestors? While he was thinking, it was Mo Ran's turn in the queue. Young Master Chu raised his eyes and was about to give Mo Ran a talisman. However, when he saw that it was a stranger, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, he smiled gently, "Stranger, is this your first time here?" His voice was mellow and elegant, which was different from Chu Wanning's cold and stern voice. Yes, yes. Suddenly, there was a person who looked so much like Master and spoke to him so kindly. Mo Ran really couldn't describe how he felt and was at a loss for a moment. Young Master Prefect smiled slightly, "I'm Shizun, may I ask your name?" My surname is Mo, my name is Mo Ran." Where did young Master Mo come from? Far, far away, in the middle of Shu. Even if young Master Shizun was gentle, Mo Ran still felt that he would be seen through by this person at a glance. Shizun was slightly startled and then smiled modestly, "It's really far away." He paused and looked down a few inches. When he saw Chu Wanning standing next to him, a trace of surprise appeared on his elegant face. My name is Xia Xianai," said Chu Wanning. Mo Ran brought him to his side and rubbed his head. He laughed dryly and said, "This is my little brother. He doesn't look like me. He looks like you." Perhaps it was because of the impending battle, and the urgency of the situation, Shizun had no time to think too much. Or perhaps it was because he was just a character in an illusion, so it was difficult for him to react too strongly to things that did not belong to this illusion. In short, He furrowed his brows and looked at Chu Wanning for a while. Then, he handed the 2 talismans to them with both hands. You're a guest from afar. Besides, the people don't have any means to make a living. Please accept these 2 talismans. If you don't have any other arrangements, why don't you stay in the city for 2 more days? I have heard, Mo Ran said, is Gongzi going to take the citizens and move to Putor? What is this talisman for? This talisman paper is a soul annihilation talisman. Chuzun explained, when worn, it can conceal the aura of a living person. Mo Ran immediately understood, I know. If the aura of a living person is sealed, the ghosts will not be able to detect whether the other party is dead or alive. In this way, even if we walk in front of the ghosts, they will be confused and won't know what to do. Chuzun smiled, exactly. Seeing that he was busy, Mo Ran did not ask more, so he thanked Chuzun and took his little brother to the side. The 2 sat by the wall. Mo Ran turned his face and saw that his little brother was holding the talisman paper in a daze. He asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I am thinking that this is indeed a good idea." Chu Wanning thought quietly, "But I don't know why they didn't succeed in the end." "It's not written in the book." Chu Wanning said, "The disaster 200 years ago was recorded in the most detail in Lin and collection of annotations. But there are only a few lines." "What does the book say?" Mo Ran asked. Lin was besieged, and the scene in the city was unknown. When the rebel army broke out of the siege, they saw corpses lying on the road, and 9 out of 10 houses were empty. The governor's office had 100 people and 740 families, all dead. Mo Ran said, "The cause of death was not written. There is no record." At that time, Lin city was besieged, and very few people survived. Later, a few lucky survivors were rescued by the Feathermen, but the Feathermen are usually not involved in the affairs of the world, and their thoughts are different from that of mortals. In their eyes, the truth is not important. Even if they know, they will not tell the world for no reason. Chu Wanning paused and continued, "However, since they are going to leave in 2 days, we will see what happened at that time very soon. Why don't we walk around, maybe we can find some clues." The 2 put away the soul annihilation talisman and were about to leave. Suddenly, they heard a series of footsteps, and then Chu Wanning's sleeve was pulled. "Little brother." Chu Wanning turned around, and it turned out to be the little boy who looked like him. The little boy was very young, and said in a childish voice, "Little brother, father said that you have no place to stay here. If you don't mind, you can stay in our house tonight." This, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran looked at each other. Mo Ran asked, "Is it convenient?" "Your father is already so busy." "It's okay." The little boy showed a warm smile. "There are already many people who have no place to stay at home, and we all live together. With father here, there is no need to be afraid at night, there are no ghosts." His words were not coherent, but they were simple and warm, which made people feel sorry for him. Mo Ran said, "Okay, then we will disturb you tonight, thank you, little brother." He, "You don't have to thank me, you don't have to thank me." Seeing him skip and run away, Mo Ran pulled Chu Wanning's hand and said, "Hey, I'm serious. I know what you want to say, so shut up." "Ha ha ha. How do you know?" Mo Ran smiled and rubbed his hair. "When we return to the mountain, I will ask Shizun. One of you looks like the older one, and the other looks like the younger one. I won't believe that you are not related to Prefect Chu." Chu Wanning said. "So what if we are related by blood?" "Ah." Chu Wanning looked at the father and son under the tree, and then said calmly, "Anyway, it was 200 years ago. They are all dead." After saying this, he turned and left. Mo Ran stayed in place for a while, and then ran after him, muttering, "Hey, you are such a child, how can you be so vicious at such a young age? So what if they are dead, they are still ancestors." If it were me, I would definitely go back and build a shrine for them, make a 9-foot-tall golden statue, and wear incense and jewelry, so that the incense will not stop every year. I am still counting on the ancestors to protect me. Hey, don't walk so fast. The two of them walked around the city and found that every family was collecting rice straw and making scarecrows. After asking, they found out that this was what young Master Shizun ordered the citizens to do. Regardless of age, every citizen in the city needed a scarecrow. The scarecrow was wrapped in paper and dripped with the person's blood. It was made into a so-called fake puppet. This principle was like the river god wanting to eat human heads, so someone made steamed buns, wrapped them with meat stuffing, and threw them into the river to worship the river god. Some ghosts and deities were not smart because of their roots. Just a little trick could fool them. For example, the ghost MC that Chu Wanning and the others had come into contact with before had a brain of mud and was extremely easy to fool. It seemed that Shizun had made at least 2 preparations for the citizens. The first was the soul destruction talisman, so that they would not be discovered by the ghosts during the escape. The second was the scarecrow puppets, because once the ghosts and deities found out that the citizens in the city had suddenly disappeared, they would be extremely agitated. Leaving behind the puppets as cover could temporarily stabilize them and buy time for the migration. But the more it was like this, the more doubts Mo Ran and Chu Wanning had. Why did young Master Shizun's arrangements go to waste when he had already made such detailed arrangements? With such doubts in mind, they returned to the governor's office. At this time, the sky was already dark. Many people who lived far away were unwilling to go home, so they brought their families and blankets to the Shongqing barrier to spend the night. The governor's office did not close the doors at night, only the white-clothed guards that they saw during the day were left to patrol the surroundings. When Mo Ran and the rest arrived, there were no empty rooms in the manor. Everywhere was crowded with people. At least 3 or 4 families were huddled in a wing. There was no place to stand. In the end, the two of them could only choose a corridor to rest. There was definitely no bedding, so Mo Ran asked the guards for some straw, laid it on the ground, and carried Chu Wanning up. "I'll have to trouble you to sleep here tonight." Chu Wanning said, "It's pretty good." "Is it?" Mo Ran laughed, "I think so too." He lay down beside Chu Wanning, stretched, and then put his arms behind his head, looking at the clear ceiling of the corridor. "Shidi, look at those birds, their ability to create dreams is not bad. Although this dream is based on the memories of the lucky survivors, it can be so detailed that even the wood grains on the ceiling are so clear, it's also rare." Chu Wanning said, "Feathermen are half immortals after all. Although their mana has not reached the peak, they still have some abilities that mortals cannot achieve." "That's true." Mo Ran blinked, turned around, supported his head with his hand and looked at Chu Wanning. "I can't sleep." Chu Wanning glanced at him, "Then I'll tell you a story to cheer you up." He was just joking. Who knew that Mo Ran's skin was so thick? He laughed. All right. "Shidi, tell me the story of the 7 fairies and Dong-yong." Chu Wanning did not expect him to take it seriously. He was stunned, then turned his face away resentfully. "You're dreaming. You're already so old, don't you think it's embarrassing?" Mo Ran laughed. "Then you see, actually, people will always think about what they can't get. This has nothing to do with age. When I was young, no one told me stories to cheer me up, so I kept thinking, how good it would be if there was someone who could cheer me up. After that, no one appeared, and I grew up, so I stopped thinking about it. But I still think about it in my heart." Chu Wanning, "No one told you stories when you were young, right?" "Yes." "Haha, so you actually don't know how to tell the story of Dong-yong and the 7 fairies, right?" Chu Wanning, "What's there to say about this kind of decadent story? You don't know how to tell it, don't say anything decadent. When you grow up like this, you'll definitely be like my Shizun, a very boring person, no one will want to talk to you." Chu Wanning said angrily, "Fine, don't talk to me, I'm going to sleep." After saying that, he lay down and closed his eyes. Mo Ran rolled around in laughter until he reached Chu Wanning's side. He looked at his little junior brother's closed eyes. His long, black eyelashes were very cute, so he reached out and pinched his face. "You're really asleep?" "I'm asleep." "Ha ha." Mo Ran laughed, "Then go to sleep, I'll tell you a story." "You can tell stories?" "Yes, just like how you can talk in your sleep." Chu Wanning shut up. Mo Ran lay down beside him, the two of them using the straw as pillows, their heads very close together. Mo Ran laughed for a while, but when he saw that his junior brother was ignoring him, he gradually stopped laughing so exaggeratedly, but his eyes were still curved, looking at the corridor ceiling, the rough smell of rice at the tip of his nose from time to time, and his voice was calm and peaceful. "The story I'm going to tell you is made up by myself. In the past, no one told me a story to cheer me up, so I was very envious, but I had no choice. Every day when I lay in bed, I would tell myself a story to listen to. The one I'm going to tell you is my favorite. I gave it a name, Cows Eat Grass." 65. Mo Ran smiled and continued, "A long, long time ago, there was a child." Chu Wanning closed his eyes. "Wasn't it a cow eating grass?" "How could it be a child?" "Let me finish first," Mo Ran said with a smile. "There was once a child who was very poor. He didn't have parents and worked as a child laborer in a landlord's house. He had to wash dishes, wash clothes, and mop the floor. He also had to herd cows. The landlord gave him 3 pancakes to eat every day. The child was very satisfied with being able to fill his stomach. One day, as usual, he went out to herd cows. On the way, he encountered a vicious dog that bit the cow's leg. Because of this, the child was beaten by the landlord. After the landlord beat him, he told him to kill the vicious dog to vent his anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't give the child any pancakes to eat. The child was very scared and could only follow the instructions and kill the dog and bring it back. However, when he returned home, the landlord discovered that the dog that had bitten his own cow was actually the county magistrate's beloved dog. Chu Wanning opened his eyes. Then what should he do? What else could he do? That dog was the county magistrate's favorite dog. It was used to throwing its weight around because of its master's influence. Who would have thought that it would be beaten to death so carelessly? If the county magistrate found out, he definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Thus, the more the landlord thought about it, the angrier he became. He still didn't give the child any pancakes to eat and even threatened to send him away if the county magistrate came looking for him. Chu Wanning. What kind of nonsense is this? It's not reasonable at all. I'm not listening anymore. There are many things that are unreasonable to begin with. Mo Ran smiled. It's just a competition of who has more money, who has harder fists, and who has a higher position. The next day, the county magistrate came looking for the child. The child was sent away. Because he was too young, the county magistrate didn't want to lock him up. He ruthlessly beat him 10 times with the rod and then let him out. Chu Wanning asked, "Did the child run away after he was released?" Mo Ran said, "Ha ha, he didn't run away. The child went back to the landlord's house. After he recovered, he continued to herd cows for them. He still ate 3 pancakes every day. Isn't he angry?" "He won't be angry as long as he's full," Mo Ran said. "So what if he gets beaten up? Let bygones be bygones." They lived together peacefully for more than 10 years. Eventually, the cowherd boy grew up. The landlord's son was of the same age as him. One day, the landlord had several distinguished guests. The landlord's son saw that one of the guests had a very beautiful agate snuff bottle. He liked it very much, so he stole it. That snuff bottle was passed down from generation to generation and is very precious. The guest panicked and looked for his things all over the house. When the landlord's son saw that he could not conceal it any longer, he put the snuff box in the hands of the cowherd, and told him that if he dared to tell the truth, he would not be given any more food, and would starve to death. When Chuaning heard this, he was speechless. He thought that although Mo Ran had led a wandering life since he was young and lost his only child, he still grew up in the Yufu. His mother was also the housekeeper of the Yufu. Although his life was not happy, it was not miserable. Why did he have to make up such a gloomy and dark story? Mo Ran said with relish. The snuff box was quickly found. In order to eat, the cowherd boy could only brace himself and confess. What awaited him was naturally another round of beating. This time, they beat him until he couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. When the landlord's son escaped, he secretly gave the cowherd a steamed bun with streaky pork. The child wolfed it down and no longer hated the person who harmed him. Because he had never tasted such delicious food before, he held the steamed bun and kept saying to the landlord's son, "Thank you, thank you. I don't want to hear it anymore." Chuaning was really angry this time. "Why don't you hate? You don't hate a steamed bun. Thank you, what is there to thank?" "No." Mo Ran blinked innocently. "You didn't hear it carefully." "How did I not hear it carefully?" Mo Ran said seriously, "That was a steamed bun with streaky pork." Chuaning, "Ha, look at your expression. You don't understand. That child usually only eats 1 or 2 pieces of fatty meat on New Year's Eve. He originally thought that he would never know the taste of 5-flour sandwiched pork until he died, so of course he had to thank him." Seeing that his junior brother was speechless, Mo Ran smiled brilliantly and continued, "Anyway, this matter is over." He still took his 3 steamed buns and lived his life day by day. One day, Chuaning finally understood Mo Ran's way of telling stories. As long as "one day" appeared, it was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, Mo Ran said, one day, the landlord's son committed another crime. This time, he molested a girl next door in the mill, and it was coincidentally seen by that unlucky cowherd boy. Chuaning, "Don't tell me that child is going to be the scapegoat again." "Oh." Mo Ran smiled. "That's how it is. Congratulations, you can tell stories too. I'm going to sleep." "Don't, it'll be over soon." Mo Ran said, "This is the first time I'm telling a story to someone. Just do me the honor." Chuaning, "This time, the cowherd boy is definitely going to be the scapegoat. Because the girl couldn't bear the humiliation, she committed suicide by hitting the wall. But the cowherd boy isn't stupid. If someone dies, they have to pay with their life. He can't pay with his life for the landlord's son." Mo Ran said he wasn't willing, so the landlord's son locked him and the dead girl in the mill, and then ran to report it to the authorities. This cowherd boy has a bad record. When he was young, he killed the county magistrate's dog for no reason. Then, he stole a guest's snuff bottle. This time, he even molested a girl. Of course, his crime was unforgivable. No one was willing to listen to his excuses. He was caught red-handed. Chuaning's eyes widened. And then? Then, he stayed in prison for a few months. In the autumn, he was sentenced to death and sent to the execution platform in the suburbs to be hanged. He followed the execution team and walked in the fields. Suddenly, he saw someone killing a cow not far from him. He could tell at a glance that the cow was the one he had released when he was young. It was already old and didn't have the strength to work in the fields. But even an old cow needs to eat grass. If it only eats grass and doesn't work, how could the landlord be willing to raise it? It had worked for them all its life. In the end, they had to kill it and eat its meat. Saying such a cruel thing, Mo Ran didn't feel sad. He smiled and said, but the cowherd boy grew up riding on the cow's back. He whispered to it a lot, fed it cow grass, hugged its neck and cried when he felt wronged. He treated it as his only family in the world. So, he knelt down and begged the jailer to let him say goodbye to the old cow. But the jailer naturally didn't believe that there would be any feelings between humans and animals. He thought that he was being crafty and didn't allow it. And then the cowherd boy was hanged to death. The cow was also killed. The blood flowed all over the ground. The people who were watching the show coldly dispersed. The landlord ate beef that night, but the beef was too tough and always got stuck between his teeth. They ate a little, but didn't like it, so they threw it away. Chu Wanning, Mo Ran turned over and looked at him with a smile. I'm done. Was it good? Chu Wanning said, get lost. The first time I made it up for myself, I cried. You're so hard-hearted, you don't even cry. It's your bad storytelling. Mo Ran laughed and put an arm around his junior brother's shoulder. He stroked his hair. That can't be helped. Your senior brother only has this much ability. All right, the story is over. Let's go to sleep. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. After a long time, he suddenly asked, Mo Ran. Call me senior brother. Why do you call it a cow eating grass? Because people and cows are the same. They all need to eat. In order to eat, they have to do many things. If one day you can't do them, no one will want you to live. Chu Wanning didn't say anything again. The courtyard was filled with the soft sounds of people seeking refuge. Occasionally, one or two ominous ghost howls could be heard from outside the barrier. Mo Ran. Aya, you don't know anything. Call me senior brother. Chu Wanning ignored him and asked, is there really such a child? No. Mo Ran was silent for a while, then suddenly smiled. His deep dimples were very pretty. He rubbed the little fellow into his arms and said gently, of course it's just a story to fool you. Be good, go to sleep. Who knew that after a while, they suddenly heard a commotion in the courtyard. Someone shouted angrily, look for the young master, look for the young master. The young master is busy. How can he have time to care about you? Get that corpse out of here. Do you know that people with blue spots on their bodies need to be revived? Do you want to kill us? This voice was like a clap of thunder in the dark night. As soon as they heard the words, raise the corpse, everyone suddenly exploded. For a moment, those who were asleep all sat up with a grunt and looked in the direction of the noise. Mo Ran hid his junior brother behind him. He looked and frowned. He whispered, HM? Is it that person from noon? The one who was kneeling on the ground and being scolded was the young man named Young Man from Noon. He was still wearing the clothes he wore during the day, but his spirit was completely different. His entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. He only hugged his foster father's corpse tightly. The corpse's fingernails had grown a lot, which was a sign that a corpse was about to be revived. When the others saw this, they all retreated. The steward of the administration office was scolding him sternly. Your father is my colleague. I also feel bad that he was killed. But what can I do? You were the one who said you were hungry last night, so he ran out to find food for you. You tired your father to death, and now you want to tire us out. Young Man knelt on the ground. His hair was messy and his eyes were red. No, I'm not. Father. I beg you, let me see the young master. The young master has a way to prevent my father from being revived. I want to bury my father properly. Please don't dismember him. Woo. When he said the word, dismember, he was choked with sobs. He buried his face in his palms and rubbed his hands. His lips trembled. I beg you, let me wait for the young master to come back, It's almost midnight. The young master is outside. How can he take care of you? You know that normal corpses can be purified, but your father's blue spot and fingernails have changed. How can he survive until the young master comes back? No. It's okay, Uncle Liu. I beg you, I'll be your slave. I'll find a way to repay you in the future. Please, don't touch my father. I beg you. I beg you. Seeing him begging like this, the middle-aged steward sighed. His eyes were red, but he still said, "Sai, do you know that you're killing all of us?" Guards. No. No. But it was too late. No one would help him. Everyone knew that if this corpse was left, it would become an evil spirit at midnight. Young man's foster father's corpse was forcibly dragged away to be dismembered outside. Young man was restrained by several people on her left and right. Blood and tears ran down her cheeks. Her face was dirty, and she kept making beast-like roars. In the end, she was half dragged and half carried away. After such a disturbance, the yard gradually calmed down after a small discussion. Chu Wanning didn't sleep. He lowered his head and pondered. Mo Ran looked at his junior brother and asked, "What are you thinking about? This man lost his family and did such a foolish thing. His foster father's body was taken away, so it's inevitable that he resents others. I have an uncertain guess. I wonder if the failure of Lin An's migration is because of him." Mo Ran clapped his hands and said, "I think so too." Chu Wanning shook his head. "But it's too early to jump to conclusions. Pay attention to him first." 66. The next day, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Shizun had already sent people to count the number of scarecrows in the city to see if there were enough scarecrows. Every household had also begun to pack some of the meager belongings, preparing to leave the city for Mount Putuo the next morning under Shizun's arrangement to take refuge. Mo Ran sat at the entrance of the government office, looking at the people coming and going. He sighed and said, Shizun's arrangement was very thorough. If no one leaked the information, with the intelligence of a normal ghost, it would be difficult to quickly distinguish that the people left in the city were all puppets. It seems that there really was a leak. Shidi, what do you think? No one responded. Hey? Shidi? Mo Ran turned his head. Unknowingly, his youngest Shidi had walked to the side to look at the cavalry that was ready to set off. Instead, it was young Master Chu's son who silently came to his side and sat with his chin resting on his hand. Big brother, Mo Ran was startled by his sudden appearance. What's wrong? The little guy pointed at an old tree next to him, on which a kite was hanging. He said with a lisp, Mother left it for me. It flew up and I can't get it down. Big brother, can you help me? Of course, of course. Mo Ran floated to the top of the tree with his lightness skill. He picked up the butterfly kite and steadily landed back on the ground. He handed the kite to the little guy and said with a smile, Hold it well, don't lose it again. The little guy nodded in confusion. Mo Ran saw him wandering around alone and thought that Shizun didn't have time to take care of his son. He asked him, Where's your mother? There are a lot of people here, I'll take you to your mother. Mother? Mother is at the back of the mountain. Mo Ran asked curiously, What are you doing at the back of the mountain? Sleeping. The little guy opened his round eyes and said softly, Mother always sleeps there. She blossoms in the spring, so father often takes me to see her. Mo Ran let out a soft, and was speechless for a moment. On the other hand, the little girl didn't seem to care at all. It seemed that because she was still young, she didn't understand the so-called life and death. She happily played with the kite in her hand. Then, she raised her head and looked at Mo Ran. Suddenly, she moved closer and said in a crisp voice, Big brother, thank you. I'll give you. I have something to give you. As he spoke, he began to rummage in his pocket. He rummaged and rummaged until he pulled out a small piece of pastry wrapped in a reed leaf. These days, everyone in Lin and City was starving and could not eat their fill. He wondered how this little thing could save such a snack. He broke the pastry into 2 halves, keeping the big one and giving the small one to Moran. "Big brother, you eat." "Sure, don't tell anyone, I don't have more." Just as Moran was about to reach out to take it, the little guy suddenly changed his mind. After thinking for a while, he took back the small piece and handed the big one to him. "It's delicious. There's red bean paste." This small action made Moran's heart suddenly feel warm and sour. He had always been used to others treating him badly, so he didn't know how to deal with sudden good things. He reached out to take the flour cake and murmured thanks. The little guy seemed very happy because of this. He raised his face and smiled brightly. His black eyelashes curled gently. Moran took the flour cake. He was reluctant to eat it, so he went to the side and picked a piece of pine leaf. He wrapped the flour cake and put it in his clothes. He wanted to say a few more words to the little guy, but after all, a child was a child. He couldn't stay in one place for too long. He had already turned around and jumped away. At this time, Chu Warning came over. Seeing Moran standing there in a daze, he slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" Moran looked at the back of the little guy and sighed, "I'm thinking, why did so many people suddenly die?" At night, the sky was covered with dark clouds. From time to time, blue and purple thunder tore the sky. In the second half of the night, the wind was blowing, and the rain was coming. The rain was of the yin attribute, which would make the power of the ghosts stronger. So that night, Shizun asked all the survivors of Lin and to gather near the governor's office and not to step out of the enchantment of Shongqing. Because of the heavy rain, many places where people could barely sleep were ruined. At first, Moran could keep track of young man's whereabouts, but as more and more people crowded in to take shelter from the rain, young man disappeared. Moran whispered, "Not good." Chu Warning was small, so he immediately said, "I'll go and see." After saying that, he hid in the crowd. He was immediately squeezed by the dense crowd and couldn't see his back. After a while, Chu Warning came back. His eyes were gloomy, and he said coldly, "She escaped." "Out of the enchantment?" "Yes." Moran didn't speak. He looked at the pouring rain outside and the people of the governor's office who were busy in the rain. These were just illusions from 200 years ago. Everything had become a fact. But suddenly he felt a little sad. The women and children around him were full of hope, thinking that after dawn, Shizun would take them away from this ghost town and take refuge in Putuo. In the heavy rain, the guards in white and red hoods were wholeheartedly making the last defense for the migration when dawn came. They didn't know that they wouldn't live long. It was late at night, and the noisy people were sleeping on each other's pillows. However, Chu Warning and Moran were not sleepy at all. What they needed to do was to kill the Ghost King as soon as it appeared. Since young man had run out of the enchantment, the change must be tonight. Moran looked at Chu Warning and said, "You sleep. I'll wake you up if something happens." Chu Warning said, "I'm not sleepy." Moran stroked his hair. "Then eat something. You haven't eaten since you came here." The word, "not hungry," was replaced by the action of swallowing silently when he saw the flour cake Moran took out. Moran handed the cake to him. "You eat it." Chu Warning took the cake and broke it in half. He gave the big one to Moran and held the small one himself. Moran looked at his actions blankly. No one knew what he was thinking. After taking a bite of the cake, Chu Warning suddenly murmured, and then asked, "Did you buy this in the Peach Blossom Spring? Why is the taste different from before? What's wrong? The Osman thus fragrance is so strong." Mo Ran smiled bitterly. Really? Chuzun's son gave it to me. It's probably the flavor of Lin En. It's indeed the flavor of Lin En. Chu Wanning silently took a second bite, but when he opened his mouth a little, he suddenly froze, as if he suddenly realized something. The blood on his face suddenly faded. Something's wrong. Chu Wanning suddenly got up. His eyes were wide open, and his face was extremely ugly. Mo Ran didn't know what was wrong. What's wrong? Chu Wan Ning did not reply. Instead, she stood up and walked into the courtyard. Braving the heavy rain, she looked around. Then, she picked up a sharp stone and made a deep cut on her arm. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Mo Ran hurriedly pulled him. Are you crazy? Chu Wanning stared at the meandering bloodstains on his arm for a while. Then, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with lightning and were extremely fierce. Don't you know what happened? He said sternly. Someone wants to harm us. Blood kept flowing down his arm, and was washed into a light pink by the rain. In the pouring rain, Chu Wanning's face was pale and stern. His dark eyebrows were deeply furrowed. The raindrops closed tightly, making him wet all over. With a boom, thunder broke through the sky. In an instant, the dark night was illuminated as if it was daytime. Mo Ran also suddenly reacted in this thunder and couldn't help but take a step back. He also knew what was wrong. The so-called virtual world, no matter how real the things inside were all fake. Pastries couldn't really have taste, and sharp weapons couldn't really hurt people. In a word, the things in the virtual world couldn't have any effect on them. Someone made the virtual world real, Chu Wanning said softly. The virtual world was a very difficult spell to perform. It was also called the Way of Illusion and Reality. The one who was best at this spell was the Lone Moon Knight of the 10 Great Sects. This sect's motto was, to help the world, to heal the heart with divine hands. The latter part of the sentence meant that some of them specialized in the way of illusion and reality, and made a virtual world real. There were many people in the world who couldn't accept the death of their relatives, but through the way of illusion and reality, they could make a virtual world where the dead lived and accompanied the living. However, because this kind of virtual world was very difficult to control, usually, only a short scene could be made. For example, drinking with an old friend, sleeping together, and so on, at most one thing. However, this virtual world made by the Feathermen was huge and vast. It lasted for a long time and involved a lot of things. To make all of this real, even the sect leader of the Lone Moon Knight might not be able to do it. Mo Ran immediately thought of a person. He thought to himself, could it be the fake North Star at Jinqinghu? However, before he could think further, he suddenly heard a strange explosion in the sky. Those who were sleeping woke up like frightened birds. They opened their frightened and haggard eyes and looked around. Then, they saw the sky. After a moment of dead silence, the screams exploded like water splashing in boiling oil. Everyone ran in all directions, but they realized that there was nowhere to go. There were screams everywhere. A crack appeared in the sky, and a huge blood-red ghost's eye was glaring at the top of the barrier. The eye was so close that it was almost touching the opening of the barrier. A murky and cold voice rumbled, "Chuzun, how dare you? You're just a mortal and you want to fool me." Mo Ran muttered, "It's the Ghost King." There were 9 kings in the ghost world, and their mana was very different. At this time, he had not appeared, so it was unknown which king it was. There was only that bloody eyeball in the sky, staring at the mansion below. "You're overestimating yourself, ridiculous. Ridiculous mortals, you want to save them. I might not have killed everyone in the city, but since you want to go against me, I'll kill everyone in the city. Not even a chicken or dog will be left alive." Following a scream, a blinding red light burst out from the center of the ghost's eye, slashing towards the Shongqing barrier. In an instant, the sky changed color, and gold and red met. Sand and stones flew in the storm, and the trees in the courtyard were destroyed. The people under the barrier were in a mess, crying and wailing. The Shongqing enchantment withstood the first attack, but then another ray of red light struck down, striking the same spot again. The enchantment withstood the heavy machine again, but this time, there were cracks appearing. You're overestimating yourself, how hateful. Beams of red light hit the barrier one after another, bursting into clusters of sparks. Seeing that the barrier was about to crack, Chu Wanning knew that it was not good. Since this virtual world had been solidified, the opponent's attack was no different from the attack in the real world. If the attack landed, he and Mo Ran would most likely die in the emptiness realm. Chu Wanning thought, and the golden light was already shining between his fingers. If he used his big move now, his identity would be seen through by Mo Ran, but there was no other way. He was about to summon Tianwen to end the battle quickly. Suddenly, a colorful light pierced through the sky like a sharp arrow, piercing through the clouds and piercing the gap of the barrier. Everyone looked back and saw Shizun walking in the rain from the roof beam. He held a phoenix-headed Konghu in his arm, and his fingertips plucked the strings of the Konghu. The sound of the zither was sharp, like the cracking of metal and stone. Beams of light were drawn out and gathered in the sky. In an instant, the Shongqing barrier that was in danger was re-strengthened. It's the young master. Young master. The people below shouted, and some were crying with joy. Shizun fought against the Ghost King's eye technique, and he was not at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves, and the Ghost King could not even get close to the barrier. The cold voice in the air became gloomier. Shizun, with your ability, no one can hurt you if you run for your life. Why are you meddling in other people's business and making an enemy of the ghost world? You want to hurt the people of Lin and City, how is that meddling in other people's business? Ridiculous. Ghosts usually eat the souls of living people. My clan eats souls, just like you eat meat and vegetables. What's the difference? When you're dead, you'll see it clearly. Shizun answered naturally, and the sound of the zither did not stop. Then let's see if you have the ability to take my head. As he spoke, the sound of the zither became more urgent and louder. In the end, it was a dragon light that shone through the sky and pierced the ferocious bloody eye in the rainy night. Ah! The mournful and terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. The eye was burned by Shizun's technique, and smelly blood splashed everywhere. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood, and the ghosts were crying. Under the anger of the other party, a beam of light that was several times stronger than before slashed horizontally in the bloody rain. Shizun shook his sleeve to block, but this blow was the Ghost King's violent attack. Under the confrontation between the two sides, Shizun was shaken by the wave of air and stagnated. Young master. Crack. There's a crack. The barrier is going to break. Mother, everyone in the porridge was in a state of panic. Some relatives cried and hugged each other, while others curled up in a corner and shivered. Shizun gritted his teeth, and his eyes were like torches, but he was unwilling to give up so easily. In the difficult stalemate, a ray of light suddenly lit up on his left and right. He glanced sideways, and saw that Mo Ran and Chu Wanning had already moved forward. The golden light and the red light surged and merged with him, sealing the barrier again. A ferocious roar came from the sky. The ghost eye disappeared. The three of them landed on the ground. The smelly blood in the sky continued to fall for a while, and then slowly turned back into transparent rain. Shizun's face was pale, and he bowed to Mo Ran and Chu Wanning. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Mo Ran waved his hand. You should rest, you don't look good. Shizun nodded. He had indeed used up a lot of his mana, so Mo Ran helped him to the corridor to rest. The panicked people saw that young Master Chu had repaired the hole and saved them. They were all very grateful. They all gathered around, and some even handed him water and put on his clothes. Someone said, "Young Master Chu, your clothes are soaked, why don't you go to the fire and dry yourself?" Shizun thanked them one by one, but because he was too tired, he didn't want to move anymore, so he politely declined their invitation. Those people weren't discouraged, and simply brought some pine branches over, and built a fire pit next to Shizun. The surroundings gradually quieted down, and only the crackling of the fire could be heard. Suddenly, a citizen asked him, "Young master, we arranged it so carefully, how did the Ghost King see through it? Sai, what should we do?" Yes. How did he know we were going to move?" Young master clearly said that this ghost couldn't tell the difference between a puppet and a living person. What's going on? Could it be? The speaker's voice gradually trailed off as he turned to steal a glance at Shizun. He clearly wanted to ask if Shizun had made a mistake, if Shizun hadn't figured it out. This gaze was seen by the white-clothed guards of the governor's office, and one of them immediately said angrily, "What are you thinking? Someone must have leaked the news and let the Ghost King know." That person muttered, "Who would leak information to ghosts and monsters? It won't do any good." But when he saw that the people around him were glaring at him, he resentfully stopped talking. After a moment of silence, another person asked, "Young master, that ghost old man definitely won't let this go. What should we do next?" Shizun was very tired, so he didn't open his eyes, but he still said in a gentle voice, "It'll be fine as long as we can hold on until dawn. After that, we'll leave the city and hurry on our way. They won't be able to do anything during the day. But there are so many of us, old and young, and some are even injured. Can we make it to Mount Putuo in one day?" Shizun said warmly, "Don't worry, all of you should rest. Tomorrow, you just need to hurry on your way, I'll think of a way." It had always been the young master who protected them, and since he said so, everyone obediently agreed. A child came over, holding a small piece of sesame candy, and wanted to give it to Shizun. Shizun slightly opened his eyes, smiled and touched the child's hair, and was about to say something, when suddenly a guard ran over in panic and shouted, "Young master! Young master, something bad happened." "What happened?" "Young master, young master. Young man. Outside the city god temple." That person was obviously greatly affected, and couldn't say a complete sentence. He stuttered, and suddenly knelt on the ground with a thump, and cried loudly. Shizun suddenly got up, and the last trace of blood on his face disappeared, and he ran into the rain. 67. The Xingwang Temple was at the edge of Shizun's power. The steps of the Xingwang Temple could still be protected by the enchantment, but the temple itself could no longer be covered by the enchantment. In the temple, the lights were dim. More than 10 ghosts who had rebuilt their bodies stood on both sides. A woman in red was tied up with her back to the crowd. She was looking up at the statue on the table. Beside her, young man stood with her eyes down. She was restraining a young child. Shizun shouted, "Lan-er!" This child was none other than Shizun's son, Chulan. Mo Ran's heart tightened. The taste of half a piece of cake was still in his mouth. He saw that the young master was restrained and wanted to go forward, but he was stopped by Chu Warning. "Don't go." "Why?" Chu Warning looked at him and said softly, "They're all people who died 200 years ago. Now that this illusion has become reality, I'm afraid you'll be hurt." Only then did Mo Ran realize that this was indeed the case. No matter what he did, a dead person was still dead. Nothing could change it. The young master cried outside the enchantment. He shouted vaguely, "Father! Father, save me! Father, save Lan-er!" Shizun's lips trembled slightly. He shouted at young man, "What are you doing? I didn't treat you badly. Let go of him. Young man turned a deaf ear to him. She lowered her head as if she didn't hear anything. But the hesitation in his heart could be seen from his hands that were holding Chulan. There was a mole between his thumb and index finger on his left hand. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging and trembling. At this time, the people who had gathered to take refuge in the government also came. When they saw the scene in the temple, they couldn't help but be shocked and angry. They whispered, "That's the young master's son. How could this be?" Young man raised the knife in her hand and released the rope of the woman in red. That woman came back to her senses and slowly turned her head. She was extremely beautiful, as pure as a lotus flower, with a long and delicate neck. It was just that her face was as pale as paper, but her lips were as red as blood. The way she smiled at Shizun was more frightening than charming. The illusory candlelight illuminated her beautiful face. The moment they saw her face, Shizun and some of the older people in the crowd behind him all froze. The woman's smile was tinged with sadness. She said softly, "Husband." Mo ran. Chu warning, this woman was none other than Shizun's deceased wife. Mrs. Chu's eyes moved, she wanted to take her son from young man. At first, young man was unwilling, but Mrs. Chu, as a member of the ghost clan, was much stronger than him after breaking free from the shackles. With a little effort, she snatched the child away. Unfortunately, she died of an epidemic disease before the child was a month old. Therefore, the young master had never seen his mother. For a time, he cried and shouted for his father, asking Shizun to save him. "Good child, don't cry. Mother will take you to find your father." Madame Chu's slender arms picked up the child and carried him out of the temple. She walked along the rain-soaked bluestone steps all the way to the enchantment of Shongqing. She stood in front of Shizun, her eyebrows showing both joy and sorrow, sadness and joy. "Husband, we haven't seen each other for years. How have you been?" Shizun, however, couldn't say a single word. His drooping fingertips couldn't stop trembling. His pair of phoenix eyes stared at the woman behind the barrier, and his eyes gradually turned red. Mrs. Chu said softly, "Lan, is so big now. You are much calmer. You are a little different from what I thought. Let me take a good look at you." As she said, she reached out and put her hand on the enchantment. However, because of her ghostly body, she couldn't cross it. She could only look at the people behind her silently. Shizun closed his eyes, but his eyelashes were already wet. He also raised his hand. Separated by the enchantment, he pressed his palm against Mrs. Chu's. He opened his eyes again. The two looked at each other in life and death. It was like yesterday. Shizun choked with sobs. "Madam, the family had been separated by life and death for many years. The days they spent together could be counted with fingers. Did the begonia flowers I planted in the courtyard that year survive?" Shizun smiled, but his eyes were full of tears. "They are all as beautiful as a pavilion." Mrs. Chu seemed to be happy. She said warmly, "That's really good." Shizun also tried his best to smile, saying, "Lan, I liked that begonia tree the most. In spring, he always played under the tree. He liked begonia flowers as much as you. Every year, every Qingming festival." He said until here, but he couldn't make a happy face anymore. His forehead touched the edge of the enchantment. Tears kept rolling down his face. He was already sobbing. Every Qingming festival, he would pick the most beautiful one and put it in front of mother's grave. Wan, did you see it? Every year. Every year, did you see it? In the end, his sobs broke. Every word was sobbing. He didn't look like a gentleman anymore. Mrs. Chu's eyes were also red. However, because she was a ghost, she couldn't cry. Her expression was sad, but it made people feel sad. For a moment, there was silence. No one said anything. They all looked at the scene in front of them silently. Some people were sobbing. However, at this time, a cold voice came from the sky. Of course she knows, but soon, she won't. Mo Ran's expression changed. It's the Ghost King. Chu Wanning was also very gloomy. Shameless villain, you don't dare to show yourself. The Ghost King laughed. It was like his sharp nails were tearing at the bottom of a pot. It made people's hair stand on end. Lin Wan is already part of the Ghost Clan. Originally, I didn't want to hurt her. However, you want to go against me and destroy one of my eyes. I will dig out your heart and liver and make you feel more pain than I do. As the Ghost King finished speaking, the dozen or so ghosts in the temple opened their mouths and chanted spells. The mundane heart is dead, the past is gone. Mrs. Chu suddenly opened her eyes wide and said in a trembling voice, "Husband, Lan, take Lan, The mundane heart is dead, the past is gone, Lan, Quickly go to your father." Mrs. Chu pushed the child, wanting to pass him through the barrier. However, the young master was blocked outside by the barrier like a ghost. He couldn't return. Young man stood in front of the temple railings and looked down at them. Her face seemed sad and happy. Her originally handsome face was almost twisted. It's useless. I followed the Ghost King's instructions and put the Ghost Clan's mark on him. He is now like a ghost and can't enter Shongqing's barrier. The chanting behind her was like a tide, rising and falling continuously. The mundane heart is dead, the wisdom is gone. Husband. Madame Chu was already panicking to the extreme. She hugged the child in her arms and knocked on the outside of the barrier. Husband, remove the barrier and let Lan in. You protect him. I'm almost. The mundane heart is dead, the compassion is gone, husband. Mrs. Chu knelt down with a thud. Her eyes were wide open and she couldn't stop trembling. A blood-red curse mark was gradually climbing up her face. Child, Lan, you promised me to take good care of him, remove. I beg you, remove, husband. Chuzun's heart was already broken. He raised his hand several times to cast a spell, but in the end, he dropped it again. Outside, Chulan was bawling her eyes out. Her face was full of tears as she raised her head. She reached out her small hands and cried, "Father, don't you want Lan anymore? Father, hug Lan Father, hug." Mrs. Chu couldn't stop hugging him and kissing the child's cheeks. One of them was kneeling while the other was crying. They were both begging Chuzun to remove the barrier and let the child pass. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Master! You can't. If you can't remove the barrier, the remaining hundreds of people in Lin and will die. This is the Ghost Clan scheme. Master! You can't remove it." Yes, the barrier can't be removed. The desire to live made the commoners kneel down and kowtow to Chuzun one after another. They all stammered, "Master, I beg you, the barrier can't be removed. If it's removed, everyone will die. Madam, I beg of you." Someone even knelt down and kowtowed to Madame Chu. "Madam, you are benevolent, you have the heart of a bodhisattva. We will be deeply grateful for your kindness for the rest of our lives. I beg of you, don't let the young master remove the barrier." In an instant, except for the guards of the governor's office and a few commoners who didn't kneel down and beg, the rest of the people cried and shouted. The momentum instantly overshadowed the pleas of Mrs. Chu and the little master outside the barrier. Chuzun felt as if he was standing on a sharp awl, and as if his lungs were being pierced by tens of thousands of sharp knives. The blades grew thorns in his flesh, crushing his internal organs. In front of him were his wife and children, behind him were the lives of 100 people. In this kind of torture, he seemed to have died, engulfed by fire, and his bones turned to ashes. However, The ghost's chanting didn't stop, but became sharper. The mortal heart is dead, the 7 emotions are annihilated, the mortal heart is dead, the 6 desires are annihilated. There were more and more runes on Mrs. Chu's face, climbing all the way up from her white neck, almost covering her entire face. They soaked into her eyes. It seemed that it was difficult for her to make a complete sound in her throat. She only looked at her husband in despair and murmured broken words. If you. I will hate you, you. Lan, I hate. The runes soaked into her eyes. Her weak body suddenly trembled, as if she was in severe pain, and she closed her eyes tightly. I hate. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream, but the ending sound became a beast-like roar. Mrs. Chu suddenly opened her eyes, and there was blood in her eyes. There were 4 pupils in her originally soft almond eyes, and they were close to each other, squeezing out all the white of her eyes. Shizun was in extreme grief. For a moment, he forgot that the Shongqing enchantment must be in the middle of the enchantment to be effective. He only wanted to reunite with his beloved wife. However, the moment he was about to step out of the enchantment, an arrow suddenly pierced through the air. With a whoosh, it accurately and fiercely pierced into his shoulder, stopping him from reaching out his hand. It was a young man from the governor's office, still in the posture of drawing his bow and shooting. The young man's hood fluttered, and he said to Shizun righteously, "Young master. Wake up. You usually teach us that there is a Tao, that all living things are the leader, and that we are the last. Are all these empty words? Once the matter falls on your shoulders, you want to pay for the life of one person with the lives of hundreds of people." An old woman beside the young man trembled and said, You put down the bow. How can you hurt the young master? Everything is the young master's choice. The young master has already done everything he can. How can you? You are ungrateful. However, before they finished arguing, they suddenly heard a scream in front of them. Madame Chu had completely gone berserk. She was originally hugging her child so lovingly, but now she was no different from a wild beast. She howled at the sky, saliva dripping from her mouth, and her teeth suddenly grew. Chulan, who was in her arms, had cried herself hoarse. However, between her broken sobs, she still called out intermittently, "Mother." What answered him was Madame Chu's blood-red claws piercing through his throat. Between heaven and earth, there was no sound. Flowers of blood were flying one by one. It was as if that year, the begonia flowers had bloomed. Madame Chu stood in front of the window with her newborn child in her arms, looking at the gentle fragrance in the courtyard, and the bright red flowers scattered everywhere. The mother gently rocked the child in her arms, and softly hummed, "Red begonia, Huang Haitang, how melodious is the morning breeze. Little Tongxianghe is far away, making one miss father and mother. Red begonia." Huang Haitang, years ago, she lovingly stroked Chulan's hand, but now she was tearing apart Chulan's head, limbs, and flesh. How melodious is the morning breeze. The heavy rain poured, and blood flowed. The mother ate the child's intestines. Little Tongxianghe is far away. The eaves of the city god temple were majestic, solemn, and compassionate. That year, the child was reborn. The mother knelt in front of the city god temple, and put her warm and slender hands together. The bell rang, and the birds scattered. Amidst the incense and candles, she stood up and kowtowed, wishing her child good fortune and good health, a long life, and a peaceful life, making one miss father and mother. Chulan's flesh was crushed. Chulan's heart was dug out, and was greedily chewed by Madame Chu. Fresh blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. Shizun finally broke down. He knelt on the ground, held his head, and kowtowed continuously. Blood flowed out. He cried heartbreakingly. He knelt in the rain, in the blood, in front of his wife and children, in front of the people of Lin and city. He knelt in front of the god statue, and knelt in the mud. He knelt in sin, and knelt in holiness. He knelt in gratitude, and knelt in hatred. He stooped into the dust, and his soul was torn apart and destroyed. He grieved for Wangu Chen. After a long time, someone finally spoke with a trembling voice. Young master, please restrain your grief. Young master's great kindness will never be forgotten. Young master Chu is a righteous man. What a good man! What a good man! Some people hugged their children tightly and covered their children's eyes to prevent them from seeing this hideous scene. At this moment, he finally dared to let go of his hand. With a pale face, he said to Shizun, "Young master, our lives are all saved by you. Madam and young master will definitely ascend to paradise." Another person scolded, "Take your child and get lost. Why don't you ascend to paradise with your child?" The man then timidly retreated far away. However, these quarrels were so far away that Shizun felt that he was already dead. Listening to their voices, it was as if they were coming from the ocean of the past. In the rainstorm, the man was covered in filth. That layer of transparent film separated him from his wife and children. White bones were exposed, and tears and snot were everywhere. Mo Ran looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly thought of his previous life. When he killed the innocent, did he give birth to more than one Shizun, more than one Chulan, and more than one Madam Chu? He suddenly lowered his head and looked at his hands. For a moment, he vaguely saw that his hands were covered in blood. However, in the blink of an eye, he realized that it was still cold rain. Dripping on his palm, it gathered into a stream. He trembled slightly. However, in the next moment, his hand was held. He seemed to have suddenly awakened from a nightmare. He turned his eyes and saw that his junior brother was looking at him with concern. That child looked so similar to the dead Chulan. Mo Ran slowly knelt down until they were at the same level. Like a sinner asking for forgiveness in front of a returnee, he looked at him with a pair of eyes stained with rain and tears. Chu Wanning did not speak. He raised his tender little hand and patted his head. "It's all in the past," Chu Wanning said softly, "it's all in the past." Yes, after a while, Mo Ran smiled sadly and lowered his eyes. He muttered, "It's all in the past." However, even if it was all in the past, it was all in the past. However, these were all things that he had done. Although he had never killed Chulan, how many people like Chulan had died because of him? The more Mo Ran thought about it, the more frightened and pained he felt. Why was he so cruel and merciless? Why was he so stubborn? 68. The young Chulan has died. But the virtual realm is not over yet. Dawn is still far away, and the nightmarish night is still not over. The citizens who were lucky enough to survive return to their residences, preparing to depart for Mount Putor after daybreak. It's hard to believe that someone can still persevere and carry on with the previous matter after such pain. In fact, Shizun seems to be walking with only his body left, and his soul is no longer there. Mo Ran walks around the city and hears many people worried. After all, Shizun suffered such torture. Not to mention whether he will resent, even if he is still willing to lead everyone out of the encirclement. With this kind of mind, he is afraid that it will be disastrous. However, not everyone only has themselves in their eyes. Although there are not many who sincerely feel sorry for Shizun, at least there are some. Everyone is waiting for daybreak in this kind of anxiety. However, what comes earlier than the sun is that familiar cold voice. It explodes in the heavy night, reverberating above the barrier. This time, the Ghost King is not talking to Shizun, but to the people in the city. The sky will be bright soon. I know that you want to take advantage of the day to leave the city. However, have you really thought it through? Mount Putor is very far away from here, it is impossible to reach within a day. When it is dark, you will have to rely on Shizun's power to protect you. But can Shizun really protect you? Mother, a child hears this terrible voice and cries in fright, curling up in his mother's arms. Everyone looks up at the sky. Shizun stands in front of the residence, but as if he didn't hear, he leans against the begonia tree with his eyes closed. His wife and child died because of you. Do you think he will sincerely protect you? I am afraid he has other plans, to make you live a life worse than death, so that he can avenge his wife and child. This is human nature. I have also lived, I was also once a human. Although there are benevolent people in the world, it is only for the sake of a good reputation. Human nature is evil, the so-called good people all have their own motives. If they are forced to a dead end, why should they care about the life and death of others? The Ghost King's eerie voice continues to echo. I have said before, I originally did not want to take the lives of your entire city. One must know that even if you are alive, you can still serve the Ghost Clan. If you don't believe me, take a look at him. As his voice fell, a black cloud rolled and surged outside the bounded domain. It was a young man standing on the top. Beside him stood a man in his 40s or 50s. He looked kind and honest. Someone exclaimed, "It's young man's father. It's young man's father. Isn't his father dead?" The corpse was dismembered. Everyone saw it. How could this be? The Ghost King said, I am one of the 9 kings of the ghost race. Although I can't control life and death like the Yama Emperor, I can still restore the appearance of the dead. Serve me, and you will be able to accompany your loved ones who have passed away. As for those who disobey me, they will end up like your young master Chu. Seeing his wife kill his child with his own eyes, he will be heartbroken, but he will be powerless to reverse the situation. There was dead silence inside the barrier. Do you really want to believe him? Do you believe that he won't harm you and avenge your wives and children? Do you really believe that he can help you escape to Putor? Someone looked at Shizun. His eyes began to flicker with a gloomy light. Shizun finally raised his head. He stood alone under the tree and looked at them quietly. He really didn't know what to say. After a long time, he said, things have already come to this. What's the use of me harming you? Ha 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 ha. The Ghost King's hair-raising roar echoed in the air above the barrier. Great, great. He won't harm you. If you believe him, then let him do as he pleases. But if you believe me, his voice became louder and louder. It almost tore people's eardrums and pierced their hearts. If you believe me, you will immediately be rewarded. I can let your dead loved ones return to your side. As long as you hand over Shizun, as long as you hand him over to me. I have a deep grudge with him. It has nothing to do with you. Hand over Shizun, and you don't have to leave your home. Hand over Shizun, and you can reunite with your family. Call him out, and everything will be over. The Ghost King said faintly. Before dawn, I will wait at the city god pavilion. His voice disappeared. The dead silence in the crowd slowly turned into a strange noise. Everyone looked in Shizun's direction. Shizun also looked at them. His expression was calm. It could even be said that he was at peace. Someone began to helplessly murmur, what to do, husband, I'm so scared, mother, I'm scared. I don't want to be eaten. There were even people who lowered their voice and said, the Ghost King is right. The so-called good people all have their own motives. We have seen many disgusting officials like this before. Although young Master Chu hasn't done anything right now, but look at his appearance. His spirit has left his body. Who knows what kind of crazy things he will do in the future? Someone heard his words and didn't refute. Instead, they whispered in agreement, you're right. When the time comes, he will take revenge and harm all of us. Betraying at the last minute, this kind of thing has happened before in the past. Suddenly, a man rushed out and shouted, "Catch him! Catch him and we can live!" No one made a sound. After a long time, a young woman stood out and blocked him. Her voice was soft but firm. "How can a man repay kindness with enmity? Get lost!" That man kicked the girl to the ground and spat on her face. "You're a smelly whore who sleeps with men. You don't have anything to worry about. What right do you have to speak? I have old and young at home. I can't let my family be wronged. Young Master Chu, I'm sorry." After saying that, she went to catch Shizun. Unexpectedly, before she could take a step, her leg was firmly held by someone. That man lowered his head and flew into a rage. "Smelly whore, you dare to stop me? Do you want everyone to die with you?" The girl angrily said, "Although I'm a brothel girl, I can distinguish right from wrong. Even cats and dogs know how to repay kindness, let alone people. Go to your mother." The man kicked her face a few more times, until her face was bruised. At this time, other people also surrounded Shizun. Although there were a few people in the crowd who wanted to stop like this brothel girl, they were powerless in the end. Like a floating leaf in a torrent, they were quickly washed away. Young master, quickly leave." There was also an old woman trembling as she shouted to Shizun, "Young Master Chu, go. Go. Don't stay for this group of animals anymore. Go." There was also a young child's voice, "Don't beat him, mother, father, don't hurt young master, don't hurt young master." The crowd was bustling with noise and excitement. Shizun stood alone in the rain. It was as if he saw a lot of ghosts crawling out from the depths of hell. For a moment, he wanted to leave. But his gaze fell on the living people who were crying and shouting. He looked at the children who were wailing and persuading their parents. He looked at the girl who stood out first and was already bruised and swollen. He looked at the old woman whose white hair was trembling in the wind and rain. There were also a dozen or so people who had their backs to him, trying to stop him. He wanted to leave, but his footsteps stopped. They were not wrong. If the barrier was removed, these people would also die. It turned out that the most disgusting thing in the world was not the devil, but those cowardly animals. They did not have the ability, but in order to live, they put on human skin and mixed in with the crowd. As long as they could live, they would do anything, say anything. In the end, they would say, "I also just want to live. I am also very pitiful, very helpless. What did I do wrong?" He used to think that the people he protected were all weak and kind people. But he was wrong. Only today did those beasts take off their human skins, revealing scarlet, ugly, and hideous faces that were grinning ferociously, one after another. They hid so well, they hid so well. He didn't want to shed blood and tears for those animals dressed in human clothing, but they were so cunning, hiding among the good people. Each of their faces laughed freely and happily, laughing at Shizun's helplessness. "You have to save us. If you remove the barrier, we will pull the people you want to save, pull the people who are grateful to you, to go to hell together. You can't do anything even if you are disgusted to death. It was you who wanted to be a gentleman, it was you who wanted to be a good person. Since you have made such a choice, then sacrificing your life to save everyone is what you should do. If you don't do it, you are a hypocrite, a liar, you are pretending to be noble, you are worse than pigs and dogs." He seemed to hear the shrieks of the men, the shrieks of their laughter. "You have no choice. You have no choice." Shizun slowly raised his head in the tide-like chaotic quarrel. He looked at the sky in the wind and rain. The sky was finally going to be bright. A night of heavy rain had washed away the blood on the stone steps of the city god pavilion. Shizun and the people who were protecting him were all tied up and brought to the temple. This scene was really sad and ridiculous. Those people tied Shizun so tightly, and they were complacent that they had captured such a powerful person. But they did not know that Shizun only needed to cast a spell to destroy these ropes. But he did not do that. In the end, he did not remove the Shongqing barrier. Enough blood had been shed in Linton. He did not want to cause innocent people to lose their lives in order to take revenge. So that layer of thin film protected those who repaid kindness with enmity and those who treated him sincerely. He came to the front of the temple. The Ghost King did not appear. There was only a candle emitting rolling black smoke, twisting into an empty human figure. Why not remove the barrier? The moment he saw Shizun, the voice was furious. Remove the barrier. Shizun calmly said, unless I die. The black smoke let out a shrill scream and said hoarsely, Shizun, you are crazy. You, kill him for me, otherwise, when night falls, I will take all of your lives. Dawn came. Layer after layer of light of day weakly lit up the endless night. The Ghost King could not support himself in the light. He fled into the darkness. The burning candle suddenly trembled and went out. Shizun came back to his senses. The city god pavilion was built quite high. Looking from afar, the mountains and rivers were shrouded in the misty rain. He could not see the scars clearly. Master Chu, I am sorry. It's not that we are ruthless. It's because you destroyed one of the Ghost King's eyes. He has a deep grudge with you, we had no choice, why are you still talking so much? My whole family is waiting to live. Is his life more important, or is everyone's life more important? The one with the Tao is the leader of all living things. He said it himself. Chu Wanning stood in the distance and looked at the man who he did not know what relationship he had with him. He felt complicated. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered his eyes. Chu Wanning asked in a low voice, what are you doing? Don't let you see. Why? You will feel uncomfortable. Chu Wanning was silent for a while. His eyelashes trembled in Mo Rant's hands. No, I said it was 200 years ago. Mo Rant's voice came from behind. He sighed softly. Little fool, then why is my palm wet? After an unknown amount of time, an incense's time, 2 hours, or a blink of an eye. Time was blurred in this madness and chaos. When Chu Wanning opened his eyes, the enchantment of Shongqing had disappeared. Shizun fell in a pool of blood. Around him were people and ghosts. There were demons and monsters in human skin, sniffing the fresh blood. Joy, guilt, surviving a disaster, pain, evil, people's hearts are like beasts. The air was filled with the smell of death. The human world, or hell. It was not so clear anymore. The crowd slowly dispersed. There were no ghosts during the day. They were in a hurry to fill their stomachs and rest. They were in a hurry to wait for the Ghost King to descend again at night. He would examine the dead men in the temple and then reward them for the return of their loved ones. Gradually, only a dozen or so people were left in the temple, sobbing and crying. There was the woman from the brothel, the old woman with a head full of white hair, the couple who were persuaded by their child, a beggar, a scholar, a storyteller, a former rich young master, a widow with a young child in her arms, a teacher, and a farmer. There was nothing else. However, just as they were hugging the corpse and crying, the eyelashes of the dead man in the pool of blood trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Young Master. Young Master Chu. Mo Rant's heart trembled. He could not help but say, it's useless, this incantation had been lost in the present world. He did not expect to see it again in this virtual realm. This is the voice incantation. He is already dead. Before he died, he cast this incantation on himself. Chu Wanning paused and said, he had things to do. He still has things to worry about in this world. Shizun's eyes were empty and unfocused. He said lightly, the ghost race is sinister. Their words cannot be trusted. After the enchantment of Shongqing is lost at night, demons will come out and kill everywhere. I hope everyone can escape from here and go to Putuo. Young master, I am already dead. I have no fate to accompany you. However, I have gathered all my spiritual power and cast the incantation in my spirit core. Everyone, take my spirit core. The demons will not be able to get close. The crying became louder. It was almost crying blood. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning were even more frightened. Spirit core, that was a crystal that was born with the heart. The dead Chuzun slowly raised his hand that had not yet stiffened. According to the incantation he set before his death, he grasped the blade buried in his chest and pulled it out. Then, young master. The surrounding people cried out. Their voices were distorted and hoarse. They were soaked in blood and tears. Young master, what are you doing? The dead man's fingers tore open the wound in his chest and pierced into his flesh. He grabbed the heart that was no longer beating and slowly, inch by inch, pulled it out. That heart was bleeding and beating with golden red flames. That was the power of Chuzun's spirit core. It was the last light of a candle. Take it, he raised the burning heart and held it straight in front of him. He kept repeating, take it. Drops of blood rolled down, but they all turned into red begonia flowers. Those flowers were burning and dazzling. The road is long and dangerous. Chuzun's life is short. I can no longer contribute my meager strength. I hope everyone can take care of it. Mo Ran looked at everything in front of him in horror. He suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back and cold sweat drip down. Scar, this scar. He suddenly remembered that Chu Waning's chest was close to his heart. There was also a scar. That was Chu Waning's most sensitive part. How could he forget? Every time they were on the bed, when he licked that faint scar, Chu Waning's usually cold and indifferent face would reveal a hidden desire. Mo Ran felt that this expression looked very exciting, so he was always willing to humiliate the person under him. But at that time, he never cared about Chu Waning's past. As for where this scar came from, he never asked until his death. And in this life, even if he wanted to ask, he did not have the qualifications. 69. Was it a coincidence? Or, now his master's chest was not something he could see whenever he wanted to. He could only recall the wound based on his memory. It was a faint crescent moon color, which should be a pure cut made by a blade. It was not like Chuzun's, who stabbed with 5 fingers and left a hideous bloody hole. After all, it was not the same. Thinking of this, Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief. Although Chuzun and Chu Wanning were very different people, there were too many similarities between them. From their looks to the scar on their chests, it was really suspicious that they were coincidentally stacked together. But he didn't know why. Maybe it was because Chuzun was too gentle, completely different from Chu Waning's violent and unrestrained, or maybe it was because Chuzun was a man with a wife and children. So if Chuzun was the reincarnation of Chu Wanning, or Chu Wanning, Mo Ran felt that he couldn't bear it and would collapse. Fortunately, it was not like this. It was needless to say what kind of disaster Lin and city would face without Chuzun's protection. Of course, the Ghost King would not keep his promise. After nightfall, there was a rain of blood and wind, and the world was dark. The moat was dyed red with blood, and the screams of the living after losing their minds resounded through the night. The city was full of wandering zombies, eating fresh blood sausages and chewing brains. Mo Ran took Chu Wanning to hide in a dilapidated house. The owner had died long ago, and the furniture and utensils were covered with a thick layer of dust. Mo Ran closed the door and sealed the room, leaving only a small window in the kitchen open to explore the situation outside. From time to time, there were sharp screams and ominous chewing sounds outside. Mo Ran carried Chu Wanning to a small pile of firewood in the corner and touched his head. According to Miss Shizun, we can leave after defeating the Ghost King. So you stay here and don't move. Chu Wanning heard this and suddenly raised his head. Are you going out? Not now. I will go out when the Ghost King shows up. But it's very dangerous outside. The emptiness realm has already materialized. With your strength alone, how can you resist it? But I can't bring a child to a fight. Chu Wanning shook his head. I'll go with you. Ha ha ha, junior brother is so cute, but you're still young. You'll drag me down if you go out with me. When you're a little older, I won't stop you from taking action when you encounter such things. But this time, you have to listen to your senior brother. I won't hold you back. That's what people usually say when they're dragging you down, Mo Ran said. Be good and stop messing around, okay? Seeing that Chu Wanning finally stopped talking, Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief. His eyes looked out through the ridges of the wooden window, and his expression gradually turned solemn. Why did the emptiness realm, which was supposed to be used for training, suddenly materialize? Junior brother was right. Someone wanted to harm him. In his previous life, countless people wanted to kill him, but in this life, he had not offended anyone powerful. After thinking about it, the only person who could possibly want his life was the fake Gauchen he encountered at Jincheng Lake. But who exactly was the original body of the fake Gauchen? If he could skillfully use the exquisite Go game to such an extent, why didn't he stand out in his previous life? Could it be that he was not the only one who was reborn in this world? This thought made him shudder, and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. After his rebirth, he only wanted to bury his past. If there was a second person who was reborn, then things would be very troublesome. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Suddenly, he heard Chu Wanning say, Mo Ran, what's wrong? Chu Wanning gritted her teeth. After weighing the pros and cons, she steeled her heart and decided to tell him the truth. Listen to me. Actually, I can help you. But when Mo Ran heard, I can help you, he felt that his junior brother wanted to struggle with him again, so he interrupted him and said, Okay, I said I won't let you go, so I won't let you go. Don't force yourself. Listen to me. No, listen to me. Mo Ran was annoyed, so he said, I won't listen, you bastard. Seeing Chu Wanning's ugly expression, Mo Ran probably felt that his tone was a little too harsh, so he poked between his eyebrows with his finger and said with a smile, You're so young. Why are you so bitter and resentful, and you don't like to listen to the words of your elders? Then, let me tell you, since you call me senior brother, we're from the same sect. In this kind of dangerous situation, I have to protect you. Do you understand? Chu Wanning closed his eyes and said in a low voice. I understand. That's good. Then but I'm worried about you. Mo Ran was stunned. The finger that was hanging in front of his forehead seemed to tremble slightly. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. He had lived 2 lives, but he had never heard anyone say the words, I'm worried about you. Even though Shemi was gentle to him, he had never expressed his concern for him in such a straightforward manner. He stared at the little child on the pile of firewood in front of him, his heart filled with mixed feelings. After a long time, his eyes gradually became very gentle. Then the finger that was poking Chu Wanning gently moved up and fell on the other's soft hair, rubbing it. Don't worry. I promise you, I will come back alive. Mo Ran, can you listen to me first? Mo Ran smiled, Okay, what do you want to say? Actually, bang. The door was knocked open. A man with disheveled hair screamed and rushed in. He was covered in blood. One of his legs had been torn to pieces. Behind him was a group of zombies that were attracted by the smell of blood. The man dragged his broken leg and staggered into the room. He grabbed everything he could grab and threw it at the zombies. He threw it while shouting, Go away. Don't come here. Go away. Go away. Mo Ran cursed inwardly and shielded Chu Wanning behind him. A red light shone in his hand and he summoned Ghost Bearer to protect him. He turned his head and said, "Junior brother, you hide well. Don't come here." After saying that, he went forward and fought with the zombies that broke into the room. Although the ghost was similar to Heaven's Inquisition, Chu Wanning did not completely teach Mo Ran the moves. Mo Ran's weapon in his previous life was a knife. He was not used to soft weapons. Therefore, although he was not at a disadvantage in the beginning, he gradually became a little weak. While the ghost dance was in chaos, he suddenly heard the voice of a child behind him. It was clear and cold. Hit the left wrist 3 times, then jump up and throw it out from the back. Mo Ran did not have time to think, so he followed the instructions. The willow vine whipped a zombie on the left. The zombie's arm was broken by Shen Wu. Ordinary people would not be bored enough to whip it twice. But since Junior Martial Brother had said so, there was no harm in giving it a try. Immediately, he hit the zombie twice. Then, he leaped up and his back went limp. He flipped over and swung the vine whip behind him. Shua. It was neither too early nor too late, just in time for the next wave of zombies to arrive. After accumulating strength 3 times, the ghost hunter ignited a blazing scarlet flame, and with a loud rumble, it pounced towards the zombies. The zombies were immediately chopped in half by the violent spirit marshal, and those zombies were all beheaded. The heads that fell to the ground were still emitting wisps of black smoke. Mo Ran was stunned. He glanced at his junior brother who was sitting on the pile of firewood with a slightly surprised expression. This guy is good. How are we going to fight next? Mo Ran was excited and asked excitedly. Chu Wanning was expressionless. Next, use your left hand and pat the right side of your clothes. Oh, this move is profound and unfathomable. What is it? Chu Wanning said lightly, there is nothing profound and unfathomable. You were too proud of yourself just now. Your sleeves were burned by the weapon. Ah! Mo Ran exclaimed. He looked down and saw that it was indeed the case. He hurriedly extinguished the fire that had been ignited by the ghost. This person's face was really thick. He was not embarrassed at all. He raised his head with a smile and said to the other side, "My little brother is very strong. I like it." Chu Wanning coughed softly and silently turned her face away. Facing the grey and bare wall, the tips of her ears were a little red. At this time, there were only 6 zombies left in the room. Chu Wanning did not want to look at Mo Ran anymore. He still turned his head and commanded the wall, "Relax your wrists. Swing the vine towards the ceiling. After accumulating strength 6 times, perform 1 slash." Mo Ran did as he was told. But after the 5th round, he suddenly remembered, how do I perform 1 slash? Just do it the way you normally use your sword. Ah, so that's how it is. Mo Ran suddenly understood. He swung down and a raging fire burned. The soft vine seemed to have been instantly tempered into an indestructible long blade. With a skewer, it cut the 6 zombies in half. What? This time, Mo Ran's eyes were wide open. Where did you learn this? Why do I feel that you are almost as skilled as my Shizun in using the vine whip? No, maybe you are even better than him. He never told me what you taught me. Mo Ran beamed with joy. Good, good, good. Excellent. I won't have to look at Shizun's face in the future. If I learn from you, won't I be happy? Chu Wanning glared at him. Do you dislike Elder Yuheng for giving you a hard time? Why don't you dislike me looking at you? Mo Ran put away the vine whip and blocked the door again. He dragged a table to block the entrance and laughed. You look at me because you are good to me. The 2 of us can be considered to have gone through thick and thin together. You've treated me well, and I'll remember it all. In the future, I'll treat you as my younger brother and dote on you. Not to mention you looking at me, even if you are unhappy and hit me twice, I won't be angry. Chu Waning's face darkened. Who wants to be your younger brother? He jumped down from the pile of firewood and ignored Mo Ran. Instead, he went to check the injuries of the man who broke in. Unexpectedly, Chu Waning opened his eyes slightly. Why is it him? Who is it? Mo Ran poked his head over and was also stunned. That young man. The one lying in a pool of blood and moaning intermittently was young man. He was seriously injured. After Chu Waning checked, he shook his head and said, human and ghost can never coexist. It must be that the Ghost King used him and didn't care about him. This person is really... Mo Ran said, he deserves it. Chu Waning glanced at him. Mo Ran chuckled and suddenly felt a little guilty. Shouldn't he be the one who deserved retribution the most? Mo Ran changed the topic and asked, right, what did you want to tell me? What are you actually? Chu Waning lowered his eyelashes, paused, and said in a low voice, actually, I am. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a wind behind him. Chu Waning was shocked and turned around to face the attack. However, he was a child after all and his strength was far less than that of an adult. He couldn't escape and was tightly locked by the other side. Young man struggled and crawled up from the pool of blood with one breath. One of his hands with bulging blue veins held Chu Waning's neck tightly, while the other hand held Chu Waning's arms behind his back. His dirty face was burning with crazy flames, and his desire to survive twisted his whole body, like a wax statue that was deformed under the heat. His eyes were bloodshot, and he said to Mo Ran in a hoarse voice, take me out of here, let him go. Take me out of here. Young man shouted angrily, and his eyes were about to crack, or I will kill him. Go. You want me to save you, so I will save you. Why are you making life difficult for a child? Let him go first. If you say one more word, I will kill him now. Anyway, I have done all kinds of bad things, and I don't need this one more. Are you going or not? Chu Waning was choked so hard that he couldn't make a sound, and his delicate little face was red. Seeing this, Mo Ran became anxious. Although he could kill young man with a single blow, this was the place where the virtual realm had materialized. If young man really got angry, she would probably seriously injure his junior brother before he could kill her. Mo Ran said, okay, I will listen to you. Don't get angry. Let go of me first, I will. Before he finished, blood splattered everywhere. 70. How could Chu Waning be a pushover? With a flash of golden light, Mo Ran vaguely saw some kind of weapon in his hand, but the weapon was withdrawn and released very quickly. In an instant, young man's hands were strangled, and even his wrists were cut off. Young man screamed and stepped back. This time, except for one foot, even his hands were disabled. The hand that was strangling Chu Waning fell to the ground. Chu Waning stood up. He seemed to be extremely angry, and his face was unprecedentedly ugly. He seemed to want to say something, but his lips moved. In the end, he seemed to be so angry that he was speechless. He just turned around angrily with a livid face. Mo Ran hurriedly went to him and hugged him. Junior brother, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Chu Waning shook his head in his arms and didn't say anything. He was so disgusted that he couldn't speak. But no matter what, this young man was a person who lived more than 200 years ago. The one in front of him was just a puppet that was derived. Chu Waning wiped the blood on his face and whispered to Mo Ran, you saw it too. I may not be safe if I stay here. It's better to go out with you to fight. With my skills, I won't be a burden to you. Mo Ran had only heard of his junior brother's ability from Shui Meng before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. However, the unforeseen event just now had truly opened his eyes. You're powerful, but, Chu Wanning said, I'm familiar with the use of all kinds of weapons, and I can guide you. But, Chu Wanning raised his eyes, just trust me this time. Senior brother. Chu Waning's original intention was to deepen the sincerity in his tone. Unexpectedly, the child's crisp voice was soft and cute, as if he was acting like a spoiled child. Chu Wanning was a little surprised when he heard it. Mo Ran was also stunned when he heard it. Then he scratched his head and buried his face in his palms for a long time before he said, the main thing I'm afraid of is, after living for 2 lifetimes, it was the first time that he was called so softly by a little guy. Mo Ran really felt that this person was like a brother to him. If Mo Xianjun wanted to hate someone, he would hate them to the bone, but he was especially soft-hearted to those who cherished. Therefore, after scratching his head for a long time, he squatted and looked up at Chu Wanning. His ears silently turned red. If only he had a younger brother, he wouldn't be so lonely. When Chu Wanning saw Mo Ran's reaction, she hesitated for a moment before whispering, Senior brother. Mo Ran held his forehead and felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Chu Wanning looked at him meaningfully and understood this person's weakness. Anyway, he was now in the form of a child, and Mo Ran didn't know who his real body was, so he didn't feel embarrassed. Therefore, he opened his mouth and called out softly, Brother. Brother. Brother Mo Ran. Ah. Okay. Bring you. Stop calling. Mo Ran jumped up and rubbed his goosebumps. His face was red and he said, Go, come with me. You're good, you're the best. Oh my God. Chu Wanning put his hands behind his back and turned his head slightly. He smiled faintly and said, Let's go. Then, he walked slowly to the door. Behind him, Mo Ran whispered, Where did you learn this trick? It's so corny. Ouch. Originally, after seeing what happened to Shizun, Chu Wanning was in a bad mood. But now, he felt that the haze in his heart was gradually fading away. Suddenly, he heard Mo Ran ask, Hey, by the way, what did you want to say to me just now? Chu Wanning turned around and said very calmly, That. I forgot. I'll tell Brother Mo Ran when I remember in the future. Don't call me that. Just call me brother. Brother is enough. Mo Ran waved his hand. Chu Wanning's eyes were like deep pools. With a slight smile on his lips, he said lightly, That's good. Brother, it's almost time. This illusion is based on the memories of the survivors. Now that those people have left Lin, I think this illusion won't last long. The Ghost King should be coming out soon. That's true. If we defeat him, we can go out, right? When I return, I will definitely investigate and find out who made the illusion real and wants to take our lives. Chu Wanning nodded. Fortunately, when the Ghost King fought with Shizun before, I can see that this Ghost King is not a very powerful character. He may be the weakest among the 9 great Ghost Kings. Although this place has been made real, I think that the opponent may have really treated me as an ordinary 6-year-old child. He didn't expect that I could help to deal with this illusion. Mo Ran nodded repeatedly and said, That's right. Chu Wanning said, So instead of saying that the person behind the scenes wants to harm us, it's better to say that he didn't include me in his plan from the beginning. The only person he wants to harm is actually you, brother. Mo Ran nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. What you said makes a lot of sense. After we go out, brother must explain this matter clearly to Xue Meng. This peach blossom spring is probably dangerous, so we have to be careful about everything. All right, let's not talk about this first. Let's go. I won't be a burden to brother. Please lead me out of this place. Chu Wanning's prediction was right. At 3 o'clock, the massacre in the city came to an end. A blood-colored crack suddenly appeared at the edge of the sky. Green smoke scattered into the ruins and condensed into a hunchbacked man. The man's eyes were scarlet red, and his skin was pale. Half of his body was still covered in flesh and blood, but the other half was all white bones. He dragged his black umbrella and walked alone in the ancient city of Linhen, which was full of corpses. Along the way, he absorbed the resentment and pain of the newly dead. Mo Ran hid in the dark and saw his appearance clearly. "It's him." There was a hint of relief in his voice. Chu Wanning understood why he was relieved, but since he didn't intend to reveal his identity at this moment, as a 6-year-old child, he couldn't know too much. So he pretended not to know and raised his head to ask, "What?" "Your guess is very good. The strength of the ghost world's 9 kings is very different. The weakest among them should be this one." Mo Ran stood sideways by the window and looked at the figure approaching from afar. He whispered, "Our luck is not bad. What are brother's chances of winning?" 90%. As for words, you can't be too sure. Chu Wanning smiled. Of course, he knew that there were 9 ghost kings in the ghost world. The Skeleton Emperor was the weakest, but strength was relative. With Mo Ran's age and experience, even with the help of the god of martial arts, it was still difficult for him to deal with the Skeleton Emperor alone. However, the person who wanted to plot against Mo Ran didn't expect that the person who accompanied Mo Ran was not a random child at the peak of life and death, but Chu Wanning. "Save me." The two were about to break through the door and kill the other party when they heard a faint groan behind them. "Ah, he's still alive." Mo Ran opened his eyes wide and looked back at young man who was curled up into a ball. "I don't want to die. Father." "I don't want to." Chu Wanning looked at the young man who was like a ragged piece of cloth and shook his head. That year, this person should have died when he entered the house. But in this illusion, the reason why he is still alive is probably because we hid here and got rid of the zombies that were chasing him, which changed some things in the illusion. Alas. If he hadn't betrayed us, do you think Shizun wouldn't have died 200 years ago? Maybe Linhen wouldn't have become a ruin. Maybe. But both of them understood that no matter what was said, the past was the past. The most important thing at the moment was to defeat the Skeleton Emperor and get out of the illusion. There was no need to hesitate. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning rushed out of the hiding place and killed all the way without showing weakness. Getting out of the illusion was easier than they thought. Mo Ran had a clear goal and soon fought with the Skeleton Emperor. But looking at the two fighting with full strength, Chu Wanning felt a faint uneasiness. That uneasiness was not because Mo Ran was at a disadvantage. In fact, Mo Ran had been steadily gaining the upper hand under his guidance. But Chu Wanning was more and more aware that the person hiding in the dark controlled the situation too accurately. In other words, that person clearly calculated that if only Mo Ran and another person with average aptitude were trapped in this illusion, it would be extremely difficult to get out of danger. But the other party did not use more powerful means to kill Mo Ran. Obviously, they did not want people to know that this was a premeditated murder case. Instead, they wanted to create an illusion that Mo Ran died in the illusion because of an accident during the trial. Who was it that meticulously planned to take Mo Ran's life? Was it really Jin Chenghu's fake North Star? Chu Wanning watched the fierce battle between Mo Ran and the Ghost King. As time passed, Mo Ran was already at the top. The sky was gradually brightening, and the Ghost King's magical power was gradually weakening. Soon, it would not be able to hold on, and the outcome would be decided. But at this moment, Chu Wanning suddenly saw a living person's face among the ghosts and zombies that were sealed by Mo Ran's spell. Who? That person was very far away, mixed in the crowd of zombies. He was wearing a cloak, and half of his face was covered in shadow. Only a sharp chin, sweet lustrous lips, and a gentle curve of the bridge of his nose could be seen. With just a glance, Chu Wanning could tell that this person's behavior was not like the illusion from 200 years ago. This person did not make any offensive posture, but quietly hid under the hood, facing the direction of Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. Seeing that Chu Wanning had noticed him, he actually smiled slightly, then raised his hand and drew 2 lines around his neck, making a gesture that was similar to kill. Chu Wanning cursed inwardly, and suddenly rushed over, wanting to capture this person. But that person was still smiling. Under the hood, his lips were bright red, and his white teeth were eerily white. He mouthed at him, looking very much like, farewell. He dodged and did not go. Stop. It was useless. The sky was clear, and layers of white fish belly billowed up. The battle between Mo Ran and the Ghost King had ended with the last strangle. When the Ghost King's head was strangled by Mo Ran's ghost sword, the filthy blood gushed out, and the scene in front of them quickly swept away. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's bodies were suddenly thrown up, and the sunrise of Lin and the ruins of 200 years ago all turned into strange and variegated shadows. Bang! A loud sound was heard. When Chu Wanning fell to the ground again, he had already returned to the cave of trial. Mo Ran had also returned, and fell beside him. His body was mottled with the bloodstains from the battle. But his injuries were not serious. He was lying on the ground with his face on one side, obviously unable to get up. Only a pair of dark eyes looked sideways at Chu Wanning beside him. After a while, he raised his hand and gently touched his forehead with his fingertips. You're out. Chu Wanning nodded, but his face was very ugly. I just saw a person inside. What? Very suspicious. It should be the person who cast the spell. Mo Ran got up with a grunt, and widened his eyes. You saw it. You saw it. Then did you see who he was? What did he look like? Chu Wanning frowned and shook his head. He was wearing a hood, so I couldn't see clearly. But looking at his figure, he should be a man, not old, thin, and with a very sharp chin. There was still half a sentence that he did not say. He felt that this half of the face looked vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere a long time ago. But he also felt that it was just his illusion. After all, it was only the lower half of the face. There were many people with similar faces, so he could not tell at the moment. While he was thinking, he suddenly felt Mo Ran patting his shoulder. Junior brother. What's wrong? Look over there. Mo Ran's voice was a little low and slightly cold. Chu Wanning raised his head and looked in the direction he pointed. It was 18. At the entrance of the trial cave, 18's eyes were bulging. She was hanging on the ceiling of the cave, a pair of feet wearing silk-embroidered shoes swaying in the air. She was already dead. There was no wind here. Looking at the extent of her swaying, the person who killed her should have just left not long ago. But what made Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's expressions change the most was the weapon that was tightly strangling her neck. It was a willow vine. The leaves were like knives, flowing with a fierce red light. From time to time, tongues of fire would burst, and sparks and blood would splash together. Damn it. The person who strangled 18 to death and hung her on the ceiling of the cave was actually the ghost of a divine weapon. 71. Mo Ran's face was pale. He summoned the weapon that he had just put away in disbelief. He watched as a cluster of flames lit up in his palm. The ghost answered the summons and lay in his palm. Comparing the two weapons, the weapon that killed 18, except for the lack of a handle, was exactly the same as the ghost. It was as if a section of the ghost had been cut off. Could there be a second ghost in this world? Before he could think about it, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from afar at an extremely fast speed. Chu Wanning was calmer than Mo Ran. He pondered for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly turned cold. Mo Ran, put away the ghost first. What? It was too late. A group of people had already rushed to the entrance of the cave. There were feathermen and cultivators from various sects who were cultivating in the peach blossom spring. There were even figures of Shizun, Shizun, and Shamai in the crowd. It seemed that someone had noticed the abnormality in the cave and gathered almost everyone to come here. Therefore, when the crowd arrived one after another, they saw that 18 had died tragically outside the cave. Her neck was strangled by a willow vine that squeezed into her flesh. Mo Ran and a half-grown child were in a mess. Obviously, they had gone through a fierce battle. Mo Ran was covered in blood, and the weapon in his hand was the ghost that was leaping with dangerous flames. It was silent. Someone suddenly yelled, "A murderer!" The crowd slowly became noisy. Panic, anger, and whispers converged into a stream, buzzing and vibrating the bones. Murder, murderer, what's his intention? Crazy, lunatic, and broken words kept repeating. The crowd was like the corpse tied in the illusion just now, which gave Mo Ran an illusion that the illusion was not over and the nightmare was still going on. The blood from 200 years ago in Lin and City seemed to still be flowing. No. His throat was dry, and he took a step back. It's not me. His footsteps paused, and someone pulled on his clothes. Mo Ran lowered his head in the chaos and saw Chu Waning's pair of clear eyes. He muttered unconsciously, "It's not me." Chu Waning nodded and wanted to protect him behind him. But he was just a little child at the moment. What could he do? While he was anxious, he suddenly felt that Mo Ran took another step forward. More and more people shouted, "Catch him! And that child! Catch him! Murderer! Don't let them escape, it's too dangerous! Catch them!" Mo Ran pulled Chu Waning behind him, and then lowered his head for a while, gradually calming himself. "I didn't kill 18. Listen to my explanation." The faces in the crowd were so blurry that they overlapped with a certain time in his previous life that he couldn't bear to recall. He barely saw Shui Meng among those figures. Shui Meng's face was full of disbelief, and then he saw Shamai. Shamai's eyes were wide open, his face was frighteningly pale, and he kept shaking his head. Mo Ran closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "I didn't kill her, but I don't plan to escape. Before you catch me, you should at least listen to my explanation, right?" However, even if Mo Ran said so, no one would listen to him. Uneasiness and anger pervaded the crowd. A female Taoist priest screamed, You were caught red-handed. What's there to explain?" "Yes. No matter what, catch both of them. If they are really wronged, it's not too late to release them then. Catch them. Catch them." Shui Meng recovered from the initial shock. He walked out of the crowd, facing the angry and distorted faces, and with his back to Mo Ran, he said loudly, "Please be quiet and listen to me. Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? Wait, this seems to be Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix. God's favored one. That's Shui Meng. It's him." Shui Meng's face was very ugly, almost pale. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Please listen to me. These two are my disciples at the peak of life and death. I believe that they will not kill innocent people. Everyone, please calm down and listen to their explanation." After a moment of silence, someone suddenly shouted, "Why should we believe you? So what if they are the disciples at the peak of life and death? Do you know them like the back of your hand?" "That's right. It's hard to know what's in a person's heart. Even if they are from the same sect, how much can we know?" Shui Meng's face became worse and worse. His lips were tightly pursed, and his fingers unconsciously clenched into fists. Behind him, Mo Ran held Chu Waning's hand and stood there. In fact, he was a little surprised when Shui Meng came out. In his previous life, he did not have a deep friendship with this cousin of his, and they always looked down on each other. Later on, when he became the supreme emperor of the human realm, he burned, killed, and plundered everything. Naturally, he and Little Phoenix entered into a camp that was incompatible with each other. Therefore, he did not expect that in such a situation, Xue Meng would turn his back to him and face others. Mo Ran suddenly felt warm and said, "Xue Meng, you believe me?" "Bah! Dog, who would believe you?" Xue Meng half turned his face and said unhappily, "Look at what you've gotten yourself into. You are obviously 1 year older than me, but you want me to clean up your mess." After scolding, he turned his head and shouted at those people in an even fiercer voice, "What? Why don't I understand them? One of them is my junior brother, and the other is my cousin. Do you understand, or do I understand? Xue Meng, will you die if you listen to a few words of explanation? There are so many people watching. Do you think they can grow wings and fly away after a while?" At this time, Shamai also walked out, but he did not seem to have a lot of momentum. He said weakly, "Immortals, I can also vouch for the two of them. They are definitely not the ones who hurt Miss 18. Please listen to my explanation." "Thank you." Yi Wangxi also stepped forward. Although he did not vouch for the two of them, he was much calmer than those people who were in a foul mood. Yi Wangxi said, "Even if we have to detain them temporarily, we should give them a chance to explain. Otherwise, wouldn't we be letting the real culprit off easy? What if that person is hiding among us? What should we do?" When he said this, the others immediately looked at each other with a trace of vigilance in their eyes. "Okay. Then we will allow you to explain first. But we still have to catch them. It is better to be cautious. We would rather catch the wrong person than let them go." Mo Ran sighed and put his hand to his forehead. After a while, he actually laughed. "I didn't expect that there would be people who are willing to believe me when I am surrounded by enemies. Okay, even if I am caught, I won't be angry with the three of you." 71. Mo Ran's face was pale. He summoned the weapon that he had just put away in disbelief. He watched as a cluster of flames lit up in his palm. The ghost answered the summons and lay in his palm. Comparing the two weapons, the weapon that killed 18, except for the lack of a handle, was exactly the same as the ghost. It was as if a section of the ghost had been cut off. Could there be a second ghost in this world? Before he could think about it, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from afar at an extremely fast speed. Chu Wanning was calmer than Mo Ran. He pondered for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Mo Ran, put away the ghost first." "What?" It was too late. A group of people had already rushed to the entrance of the cave. There were feathermen and cultivators from various sects who were cultivating in the peach blossom spring. There were even figures of Xue Meng, Yi Shizun, and Shamai in the crowd. It seemed that someone had noticed the abnormality in the cave and gathered almost everyone to come here. Therefore, when the crowd arrived one after another, they saw that 18 had died tragically outside the cave. Her neck was strangled by a willow vine that squeezed into her flesh. Mo Ran and a half-grown child were in a mess. Obviously, they had gone through a fierce battle. Mo Ran was covered in blood, and the weapon in his hand was the ghost that was leaping with dangerous flames. It was silent. Someone suddenly yelled, "Murderer!" The crowd slowly became noisy. Panic, anger, and whispers converged into a stream, buzzing and vibrating the bones. "Murder, murderer, what's his intention? Crazy, lunatic," and broken words kept repeating. The crowd was like the corpse tied in the illusion just now, which gave Mo Ran an illusion that the illusion was not over and the nightmare was still going on. The blood from 200 years ago in Lin and City seemed to still be flowing. No. His throat was dry, and he took a step back. "It's not me." His footsteps paused, and someone pulled on his clothes. Mo Ran lowered his head in the chaos and saw Chu Waning's pair of clear eyes. He muttered unconsciously, "It's not me." Chu Wanning nodded and wanted to protect him behind him. But he was just a little child at the moment, what could he do? While he was anxious, he suddenly felt that Mo Ran took another step forward. More and more people shouted, "Catch him! And that child! Catch him! Murderer! Don't let them escape, it's too dangerous! Catch them!" Mo Ran pulled Chu Wanning behind him, and then lowered his head for a while, gradually calming himself. "I didn't kill 18. Listen to my explanation." The faces in the crowd were so blurry that they overlapped with a certain time in his previous life that he couldn't bear to recall. He barely saw Xue Meng among those figures. Xue Meng's face was full of disbelief, and then he saw Shamai. Shamai's eyes were wide open, his face was frighteningly pale, and he kept shaking his head. Mo Ran closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "I didn't kill her, but I don't plan to escape. Before you catch me, you should at least listen to my explanation, right?" However, even if Mo Ran said so, no one would listen to him. Uneasiness and anger pervaded the crowd. A female Taoist priest screamed, You were caught red-handed. What's there to explain? Yes. No matter what, catch both of them. If they are really wronged, it's not too late to release them then. Catch them. Catch them. Xue Meng recovered from the initial shock. He walked out of the crowd, facing the angry and distorted faces, and with his back to Mo Ran, he said loudly, "Please be quiet and listen to me. Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? Wait, this seems to be Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix. God's favored one. That Xue Meng. It's him." Xue Meng's face was very ugly, almost pale. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Please listen to me. These two are my disciples at the peak of life and death. I believe that they will not kill innocent people. Everyone, please calm down and listen to their explanation." After a moment of silence, someone suddenly shouted, "Why should we believe you? So what if they are the disciples at the peak of life and death? Do you know them like the back of your hand?" That's right. It's hard to know what's in a person's heart. Even if they are from the same sect, how much can we know? Xue Meng's face became worse and worse. His lips were tightly pursed, and his fingers unconsciously clenched into fists. Behind him, Mo Ran held Chu Waning's hand and stood there. In fact, he was a little surprised when Xue Meng came out. In his previous life, he did not have a deep friendship with this cousin of his, and they always looked down on each other. Later on, when he became the supreme emperor of the human realm, he burned, killed, and plundered everything. Naturally, he and Little Phoenix entered into a camp that was incompatible with each other. Therefore, he did not expect that in such a situation, Xue Meng would turn his back to him and face others. Mo Ran suddenly felt warm and said, "Xue Meng, you believe me?" "Bah! Dog, who would believe you?" Xue Meng half turned his face and said unhappily, "Look at what you've gotten yourself into. You are obviously 1 year older than me, but you want me to clean up your mess." After scolding, he turned his head and shouted at those people in an even fiercer voice, "What? Why don't I understand them? One of them is my junior brother, and the other is my cousin. Do you understand, or do I understand? Xue Meng, will you die if you listen to a few words of explanation? There are so many people watching. Do you think they can grow wings and fly away after a while?" At this time, Shamai also walked out, but he did not seem to have a lot of momentum. He said weakly, "Immortals, I can also vouch for the two of them. They are definitely not the ones who hurt Miss 18. Please listen to my explanation." "Thank you." Yi Wangxi also stepped forward. Although he did not vouch for the two of them, he was much calmer than those people who were in a foul mood. Yi Wangxi said, "Even if we have to detain them temporarily, we should give them a chance to explain." Otherwise, wouldn't we be letting the real culprit off easy? What if that person is hiding among us? What should we do? When he said this, the others immediately looked at each other with a trace of vigilance in their eyes. Okay. Then we will allow you to explain first. But we still have to catch them. It is better to be cautious. We would rather catch the wrong person than let them go. Mo Ran sighed and put his hand to his forehead. After a while, he actually laughed. I didn't expect that there would be people who are willing to believe me when I am surrounded by enemies. Okay, even if I am caught, I won't be angry with the three of you. These words were like the misunderstandings that had been entangled with them for decades in their previous lives. They drifted lightly in the silent night, and no one answered. Mo Ran waited for the noodles to cool down a bit. When they weren't too hot, he woke Chu Wanning up. Shidi, it's time to eat. Chu Wanning covered his mouth and yawned. His eyes were hazy as he stared blankly for a while. Oh, eat. Mo Ran brought the noodles over. He loved to cook, but he didn't like to wash dishes. In order to save one utensil from washing, he simply put all the noodles into the pot that had just fried the meat. Chu Wanning was a little surprised at such a bold and unrestrained way of eating. His eyes widened slightly, and he looked at the large pot of noodles in disbelief. How do we eat this? Eat together. Mo Ran passed a pair of chopsticks to him. He put his palms together and smiled. The competition to see who can eat faster is about to begin. Who can eat more noodles? Let's wait and see. After Mo Ran finished muttering, his eyes narrowed and his smile became even more joyful. Chu Wanning stared at him for a while and said, You seem to be special as long as you have food to eat. Very happy, right? Yes. Haha, food is the most important thing to people. As Mo Ran spoke, he didn't hold back. He first scooped up a large amount of noodles with his chopsticks and slurped them until his cheeks were bulging. It's a little ugly, but the vegetarian taste is good. Chu Wanning's expression didn't look good. Eat, don't slurp. Ha ha ha. Mo Ran slapped his thigh and laughed. This child, you're a little too similar to my Shizun. He also told me not to slurp, but guess what? Once when I was eating with him, I deliberately threw a bone into his bowl. He was so angry, ha 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 ha. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and said, You're really impudent. Yes. That's the reaction, how did you know? Ayo, you're quite similar. Ayo, Shidi, I think you two might be distant relatives. Seriously, when Shizun comes here, why don't you ask him properly? Ayo, don't fight with me for that half of the fried egg. 72. At night, the two of them were lying on the spacious stone bed. The time spent under house arrest was really hard to bear. They had practiced martial arts and eaten, but there was nothing else to do. They walked around in the small cave. Chu Wanning was still calm, but Mo Ran was different. He felt like every day was like a year. Sigh, it's so boring. What are we playing? Chu Wanning closed his eyes and said, Sleep. It's still early. Mo Ran looked at the hourglass and shook his head. It's still early. Chu Wanning ignored him. Mo Ran rolled around on the bed and suddenly pulled his face. Junior. Junior. Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes and said angrily, What are you doing? Mo Ran shamelessly pulled his hand and shook it back and forth. Play with me. Are you or am I the junior? Chu Wanning was unable to restrain his anger and shook off his hand. Who's playing with you? Mo Ran smiled sweetly. He was truly shameless as he said, Of course it's you who will accompany me in my nonsense. Who else could it be? Chu Wanning, the headband was removed from Mo Ran's head. It was a red and narrow string with both ends tied together. It was stretched between Mo Ran's fingers and formed a unique knot. In the end, Chu Wen sat up on the bed and asked in a bad temper, "What is this? How do you play with it?" "This is a flower rope. Girls usually play with it, but boys usually don't play with it." "But didn't I grow up in a music hall? There were many girls there, so I learned how to play. It's actually quite interesting. Look, you hook this string on your finger." "No, not this one, it's your pinky finger." "Yes, that's it. Then, use your thumb and index finger to hook the two threads over there," Mo Ran said slowly and quietly. He was very patient and calm. The candlelight crackled, and the warm yellow light shone on their silhouettes. One was big and one was small. They lowered their heads and circled around the red string made by the hair tie. Their expressions couldn't help but gradually become gentle. Under Mo Ran's guidance, Chu Waning's hand held the string tightly. She had tried to figure out a pattern under Mo Ran's guidance. Unexpectedly, she made a mistake. When the red string changed hands, she pulled it back. Instead of creating a new pattern, she pulled it back to its original pattern, two simple strings. He stared blankly, his hand still raised in the air, but he muttered with a puzzled expression, "Why did it scatter? How could this be?" "Ha ha, you got it wrong again." "Again?" "No, no, no." Mo Ran laughed. "It's no fun to always play one game. Let's change to something else." "No." This time, it was Chu Waning's turn to be unhappy. He said solemnly, "One more time." The two stayed in the cave for 3 days. On the night of the 4th day, Mo Ran prepared to make some delicious food for Chu Waning as usual. These few days, he had already figured out some tricks. This little martial brother of his was indeed from the same hometown as his master. Their likes and dislikes for food were exactly the same. Tonight, the Feathermen sent a hen and a few mushrooms. Mo Ran planned to make a pot of chicken soup with fresh mushrooms. Adding some noodles that he made himself, the taste should not be too bad. "Are we having chicken soup tonight?" "Yes," Mo Ran answered, and glanced sideways at Chu Waning. Although this child was exceptionally gifted in martial arts, he was completely unable to grasp the knack of the flipping flower rope. Furthermore, he was extremely stubborn. When he had nothing to do, he would pick up the flipping flower rope and ponder over it. His stubborn appearance made people unable to help but laugh. Mo Ran smiled and said, "You can sit at the side and play slowly. However, I'm afraid that by the time I'm done with the soup, you still haven't figured out the rope." Chu Waning snorted coldly, paused, and said indifferently, "Among the remaining ingredients, are there any slices of ginger?" "Let me see." "Oh, there are. There are a lot of them. Yesterday, I gave you a bunch of ginger." Chu Waning said satisfactorily, "Put more in to get rid of the smell." Mo Ran rubbed his chin, "Oh. Don't tell me you want to put in some wolfberries." Chu Waning's eyes lit up, "Do I? Pfft. Of course not. I just feel that you and Master have similar tastes. He also likes to put ginger and wolfberries in his soup. Do you remember what he likes to eat?" "Ha ha, yes, yes. I'm very obedient." Mo Ran was too lazy to explain further. He could not possibly talk about past and present lives to his little martial brother, right? So he went along with the flow and said, "I'm a good disciple of the 24 filial piety. It's a pity that Master can't see that I have a pure and innocent heart. I admire him with every punch." As Mo Ran spoke casually, he began to process the meat. Thus, he perfectly missed Chu Waning's expression. He quickly plucked the feathers and removed the organs. Just as he was preparing to boil water to get rid of the bloodstains, he suddenly heard his little martial brother say softly, "He might not necessarily not know." "What?" When Chu Waning saw Mo Ran look up, The tips of his ears suddenly turned red. He turned his head and coughed dryly a few times, saying, "I said that you treat Elder Yuheng well. He might not necessarily not know." "Oh, that. Actually, it doesn't matter. In any case, I'm used to it. Although there are times when I fantasize that he can be like other masters and tell me some intimate things, or that he occasionally knows what I like to eat like I know what he likes to eat. But that's all in the past. When I first entered the sect, I was blinded by his beautiful appearance and thought that he was a gentle person. Now that I think about it, it's really he's too high to reach and has to deal with a myriad of affairs every day. How would I dare to enter his eyes? Ha ha, ha ha ha. When Chu Wanning heard this, he was a little angry. However, when he thought about it carefully, although he was usually concerned about Mo Ran, he did indeed always put on a distant attitude. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and silently lowered his head. After a while, he jumped off the bed and silently walked to Mo Ran's side. "What are you doing? You've been cooking for several days. Today's meal is simple. It's my turn to cook for you." Mo Ran was stunned and then smiled, saying, "Why do you suddenly have this idea? You're so small, how can you cook? You can't even reach the stove. What's more, I'm your martial brother. Since you call me that, a few meals is nothing." Chu Wanning moved a stool over and stood on it without making a sound. He stubbornly looked at him. "Mo Ran. Why are you staring at me? You want to see if I can get the stove? Elder Yuheng doesn't know what you like to eat, but I'm not as heartless as him." Chu Wanning expressionlessly said, "Go rest, I'll cook for you." After busying for half a day, Chu Wanning didn't let Mo Ran interfere. Instead, he fiercely held the kitchen knife and cut up the hen's carcass with a fierce look in his eyes. His expression was focused and his movements were stiff. The scene was unbearable to look at. Mo Ran originally wanted to help, but his martial brother's bad temper was very similar to his master's. When he was focused on doing something, he hated to be disturbed. Thus, after asking for a few snubs, Mo Ran could only scratch his head and lie on the bed in a daze to rest. The chicken was finally in the pot. Chu Wanning covered the pot with mud. Just as he was about to turn around and say something to Mo Ran, he suddenly heard a soft voice coming from the entrance of the prison. "Mo Ran, martial brother Xia, are you here?" When Mo Ran heard this voice, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He immediately jumped off the bed and rushed to the entrance. Through the gap, he first saw a feather man coldly standing outside. However, when he turned his gaze, he saw Shamai standing behind her. He was dressed in plain white and had a worried expression on his face. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Shamai. You? Why are you here?" "I have something to tell you." Shamai said, "The Lord has already received the report and rushed over to the Peach Blossom Spring. He is currently negotiating with the Feathermen. How are you? Have you suffered these past few days?" "I'm very good. I can eat, drink, and jump." Mo Ran paused for a moment, then asked, "Where's Master? Where is he?" "He said that he is still in closed-door cultivation and has not come." "Oh?" Mo Ran's eyes flickered. He sighed and muttered to himself, "It's good that he doesn't come. It's good that he doesn't come. However, Elder Xuanji is here. He said that he is here to vouch for Martial Brother Xia." Shamai asked, "Is Martial Brother Xia sleeping?" Mo Ran said, "No, he is making soup." "Martial Brother, come here quickly." Chu Wanning put down the small bamboo fan that he used to fan the fire. He walked to the door and looked at the two people outside. He did not have a surprised expression. He asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Before Shamai could say anything, the Featherman snorted and asked, "Isn't it because the people from your life and death summit have come?" Your master said that he wants to protect you and is currently negotiating with our immortal sovereign. My master? Elder Xuanji. Oh. Chu Wanning paused for a moment. He said expressionlessly, very good. The Featherman curled his lips and said, you two can come out. All the Supremes have already gathered at the Dew Pavilion and are waiting to hear your explanations. Chu Wanning turned around and looked at the chicken soup that was currently being cooked. He said, I'm not going. The soup is halfway done. I can't leave. Mo Ran, you go on my behalf. When the Featherman heard this, he thought to himself that he was indeed a child who was still wet behind the ears. His words were actually so unreliable. Thus, he laughed coldly and threatened him, if you don't go, you will miss the chance to explain yourself. If the verdict is that you killed Miss 18, you will have to pay with your life and lose your head. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning was not afraid at all. Instead, his expression was indifferent. He looked at him coldly, turned around and left. Shamai wanted to stop him, but Mo Ran smiled and shook his head, let him be. I'll go. But Elder Xuanji came from afar. If he doesn't go and greet him, it would be impolite. Before Mo Ran could say anything, Chu Wanning said from afar, Martial Brother Mo, please send my regards to Master. He had said it so softly, but he was still heard. Shamai couldn't help but feel awkward. He cleared his throat and waited for the Featherman to open the brambles outside the prison. He then pulled Mo Ran and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chu Wanning turned around and called him, Martial Brother. Martial Brother, have you changed your mind and want to go with me? Mo Ran smiled and asked. Chu Wanning waved his sleeves and said, I won't go. I'm here to remind you to come back early. If you're late, the soup will be cold. It won't taste good. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment and laughed, all right, wait for me. Okay. Chu Wanning didn't say anything else. He waited until Mo Ran had walked far away and disappeared around the corner. Only then did he turn around and focus on boiling the soup. The Dew Pavilion wasn't far from the prison. On the way there, Shamai asked, Mo Ran, you seem to have gotten closer to Martial Brother Xia these days. Mo Ran smiled and said, yes, we've gone through thick and thin together. Why, Shamai, are you jealous of a child? You're spouting nonsense. Ha ha ha, Shamai, don't worry. The one I like the most is still Shamai. It won't change. Don't talk nonsense. I just feel that Martial Brother Xia is a little strange. Oh? Mo Ran thought for a moment and nodded, he is quite strange. You feel it too? Yes. Mo Ran smiled and said, he speaks like an adult at such a young age. His mana shouldn't be underestimated. In addition, I haven't had the time to tell you about the bizarre things that happened in the illusion. Do you know? I suspect that he's a distant relative of our master. Shamai's eyes moved slightly and asked, what do you mean? We saw a person in the illusion. He was the son of the governor of Lin, and 200 years ago. His surname was also Chu and he looked very much like our master. He had a son, and his appearance was also, just as he was about to get to the crux of the matter, he suddenly heard a burst of curses in front of him. He looked up and saw Xue Meng striding over with an angry look on his face. He kept on cursing, bastard. Beast. You shameless dog. Elder Yuheng doesn't know what you like to eat, but I'm not as heartless as him. Chu Wanning expressionlessly said, go rest, I'll cook for you. After busying for half a day, Chu Wanning didn't let Mo Ran interfere. Instead, he fiercely held the kitchen knife and cut up the hen's carcass with a fierce look in his eyes. His expression was focused and his movements were stiff. The scene was unbearable to look at. Mo Ran originally wanted to help, but his martial brother's bad temper was very similar to his master's. When he was focused on doing something, he hated to be disturbed. Thus, after asking for a few snubs, Mo Ran could only scratch his head and lie on the bed in a daze to rest. The chicken was finally in the pot. Chu Wanning covered the pot with mud. Just as he was about to turn around and say something to Mo Ran, he suddenly heard a soft voice coming from the entrance of the prison. Mo Ran, Marshal Brother Xia, are you here? When Mo Ran heard this voice, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He immediately jumped off the bed and rushed to the entrance. Through the gap, he first saw a featherman coldly standing outside. However, when he turned his gaze, he saw Shamai standing behind her. He was dressed in plain white and had a worried expression on his face. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Shamai. You? Why are you here? I have something to tell you. Shamai said, the Lord has already received the report and rushed over to the Peach Blossom Spring. He is currently negotiating with the Feathermen. How are you? Have you suffered these past few days? I'm very good. I can eat, drink, and jump. Mo Ran paused for a moment, then asked, where's Master? Where is he? He said that he is still in closed-door cultivation and has not come. Oh? Mo Ran's eyes flickered. He sighed and muttered to himself, it's good that he doesn't come. It's good that he doesn't come. However, Elder Xuanji is here. He said that he is here to vouch for Marshal Brother Xia. Shamai asked, is Marshal Brother Xia sleeping? Mo Ran said, no, he is making soup. Marshal Brother, come here quickly. Chu Wanning put down the small bamboo fan that he used to fan the fire. He walked to the door and looked at the two people outside. He did not have a surprised expression. He asked calmly, what's wrong? Before Shamai could say anything, the Featherman snorted and asked, isn't it because the people from your life and death summit have come? Your master said that he wants to protect you and is currently negotiating with our immortal sovereign. My master? Elder Xuanji. Oh. Chu Wanning paused for a moment. He said expressionlessly, very good. The Featherman curled his lips and said, you two can come out. All the Supremes have already gathered at the Dew Pavilion and are waiting to hear your explanations. Chu Wanning turned around and looked at the chicken soup that was currently being cooked. He said, I'm not going. The soup is halfway done. I can't leave. Mo Ran, you go on my behalf. When the Featherman heard this, he thought to himself that he was indeed a child who was still wet behind the ears. His words were actually so unreliable. Thus, he laughed coldly and threatened him, if you don't go, you will miss the chance to explain yourself. If the verdict is that you killed Miss 18, you will have to pay with your life and lose your head. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning was not afraid at all. Instead, his expression was indifferent. He looked at him coldly, turned around and left. Shamai wanted to stop him, but Mo Ran smiled and shook his head, let him be. I'll go. But Elder Xuanji came from afar. If he doesn't go and greet him, it would be impolite. Before Mo Ran could say anything, Chu Wanning said from afar, Marshal Brother Mo, please send my regards to Master. He had said it so softly, but he was still heard. Shamai couldn't help but feel awkward. He cleared his throat and waited for the Featherman to open the brambles outside the prison. He then pulled Mo Ran and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chu Wanning turned around and called him, Marshal Brother. Marshal Brother, have you changed your mind and want to go with me? Mo Ran smiled and asked. Chu Wanning waved his sleeves and said, I won't go. I'm here to remind you to come back early. If you're late, the soup will be cold. It won't taste good. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment and laughed, all right, wait for me. Okay. Chu Wanning didn't say anything else. He waited until Mo Ran had walked far away and disappeared around the corner. Only then did he turn around and focus on boiling the soup. The Dew Pavilion wasn't far from the prison. On the way there, Shamai asked, Mo Ran, you seem to have gotten closer to Marshal Brother Shia these days. Mo Ran smiled and said, yes, we've gone through thick and thin together. Why, Shamai, are you jealous of a child? You're spouting nonsense. Ha ha ha, Shamai, don't worry. The one I like the most is still Shamai. It won't change. Don't talk nonsense. I just feel that Marshal Brother Shia is a little strange. Oh? Mo Ran thought for a moment and nodded, he is quite strange. You feel it too? Yes. Mo Ran smiled and said, he speaks like an adult at such a young age. His mana shouldn't be underestimated. In addition, I haven't had the time to tell you about the bizarre things that happened in the illusion. Do you know? I suspect that he's a distant relative of our master. Shamai's eyes moved slightly and asked, what do you mean? We saw a person in the illusion. He was the son of the governor of Lin, and 200 years ago. His surname was also Chu and he looked very much like our master. He had a son, and his appearance was also, just as he was about to get to the crux of the matter, he suddenly heard a burst of curses in front of him. He looked up and saw Xue Meng striding over with an angry look on his face. He kept on cursing, bastard! Beast! You shameless dog! 73. Seeing Mo Ran out of the blue, Xue Meng was stunned for a moment. This was the first time they met after Mo Ran was imprisoned. Thinking of how Xue Meng protected him in front of everyone, Mo Ran couldn't help but smile at him. However, Xue Meng was shocked by this smile and showed a disgusted expression. He gritted his teeth and said, what are you doing? What are you looking at? What's there to look at? What are you laughing at? What's so funny? I'm just greeting you. Disgusting. Mo Ran, his arrival interrupted Mo Ran's words. Shamai pondered for a while but didn't ask further. Instead, he smiled at Xue Meng and said, young master, who provoked you again? Who else could it be? Who else could it be? Shameless. Shameless. Wretched, despicable, obscene, shameless. Mo Ran sighed and said, it doesn't rhyme well enough. None of your business. Come if you're so capable. If you're not capable, then you're not a cultured person. Mo Ran smiled and said, tell me, who provoked you? Shamai smiled and said, I'm guessing it's eldest senior brother again. What bullshit t eldest senior brother? Beast. Lecher. He's so casual, why didn't he get STDs? I'm willing to King spend 10 years of my life wishing that he'll have ulcers on his head, pus on his feet, and a rotten nose and rotten eyes. Let's see who would fancy him. This despicable, shameless, wretched, obscene. Mo Ran, seeing that Xue Meng was about to fall into an endless loop, Shamai hurriedly stopped him and pointed behind him and shouted, look, the female cultivators who like eldest senior brother are here, are. Xue Meng was startled, and a trace of panic actually appeared on his usually proud and extravagant face. He cursed in a low voice, lewd and filthy, and unexpectedly ran away with his tail between his legs without looking back. He was really as anxious as a stray dog. In the end, he still shouted, I remember that I have other important things to do, so I'll leave first. Mo Ran watched him disappear like a wisp of smoke and said in a daze, wow, not bad. This eldest martial brother can actually make him so scared. Shamai held back his laughter and said, ever since he accidentally bumped into someone in a restaurant the day before yesterday and got into a conflict, he's been like this ever since he came back. He's met his nemesis. Admirable, admirable. If I have the chance, I must see it for myself. Although Mo Ran said this, he had a rough idea in his heart. If this eldest martial brother could make Xue Meng hide like this, it must be the person he guessed. However, this was not the time to see Xue Meng's excitement. In the Dew Pavilion, Xue Zhenyong and Xuanji had already arrived. They were slowly discussing the case of 18's murder with the owner of the Peach Blossom Spring, the mighty immortal of the Feathermen. The mighty immortal of the Feathermen had an almost pharaoh-like body, and her body was surrounded by sparkling spiritual light. Although she looked like a budding young girl, only God knew how old she was. She was slowly explaining the whole story to Shizun when a servant came in and said in a low voice, "Mighty immortal, he's here. Let him in." Mo Ran followed Shamai into the warm room. He looked around and saw Shizun waving the famous scholar's fan and talking with someone. He immediately shouted, "Uncle! Child, child!" Shizun heard him and turned his head. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly called him over. He patted his shoulder and said, "Come, sit next to me. I didn't kill her. Of course it wasn't you. Of course it wasn't you." Shizun sighed. "I don't know how this misunderstanding came about, but the mighty immortal told me just now. I'm here this time to find a way to prove your innocence. Sigh, the heavens are pitiful. Look at how dejected you are." He pulled Mo Ran, and the mighty immortal of the Feathermen did not stop them. She just looked at the two of them indifferently. Mo Ran greeted Elder Xuanji and then sat next to Shizun. However, what made Mo Ran feel strange was that Xuanji did not immediately notice that his disciple Xia Sai was not around. He just nodded at Mo Ran naturally. Instead, the mighty immortal of the Feathermen asked, "Eh? Where's the other child? The one with the surname Xia?" "Ah, yes." Xuanji regained his senses. "Where's my disciple?" Mo Ran saw that he did not care about Xia Sai and was slightly dissatisfied. He said, "My junior brother is still in the heavenly prison. He asked me to send his regards to you." "I see." Xuanji nodded. "Why didn't he come?" Mo Ran said unhappily, "To cook." Shizun was stunned. He laughed. "Is cooking more important than clearing your name?" Xuanji also smiled. "He's really willful and willful. After the meeting, I'll go and see him." "There's no need. We still have to eat after the meeting." Mo Ran said, "How do you want to interrogate him?" "Hurry up and interrogate him." Shizun said, "Mighty immortal, let's continue from where we left off. Look, there's another elder in our sect who's good at refining pills. Before we came here, I specially asked him to refine a few red baby pills." "Red baby pills?" The exalted immortal was slightly startled when he heard this. He tapped his lips lightly with his finger that was dyed with the rosy glow of cardamom. "Is it the pill that can make mortals speak the truth?" "That's right." The mighty immortal was slightly surprised. The ingredients required for this pill are complicated and extremely difficult to refine. Even in the Peach Blossom Spring, it takes at least half a month to refine this pill. I didn't expect you to have such a capable person in your sect. Why didn't you bring him along? He's a loner and doesn't like to travel with others. Shizun said. The pills are already being refined. They can be sent to the Peach Blossom Spring in 10 days. When the time comes, I'll ask you to test the effects of the pills and give them to my disciples. The truth will be revealed. The mighty immortal thought for a moment and nodded. This method is feasible. Shizun sighed in relief and smiled. If that's the case, I'll go to the heavenly prison and get another disciple. Wait. What's wrong? The mighty immortal said, before the matter is clarified, Mo Weiyu and Xia Sai and I are still suspicious. Even with your guarantee, I can't let the two of them go free. When Shizun heard this, he closed his fan. Although he had a smile on his face, his eyes were cold. Mighty immortal, it's not right to do this. The Featherman mighty immortal looked up and stared at him with his red eyes. Is Lord Shui dissatisfied with my decision? That's right. Since my two disciples have not been convicted, and Elder Xuanji and I are vouching for them, mighty immortal, What's the reason for insisting on imprisoning them? 74. Mo Ran was dumbstruck. After a long time, he scratched his ears and cheeks as he regained his senses. He repeatedly waved his hands. No, I don't know. This isn't my handkerchief. Then where did my handkerchief go? Sigh, I really can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. He stared at the silk handkerchief embroidered with faint begonia flower marks, but couldn't remember how he got such an item. He anxiously pondered for a long time, then suddenly slapped his head. Ah! What's wrong? I remember now. Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief and took the handkerchief back from Shimai's hands. He smiled. I'm sorry, this handkerchief really isn't mine, I can't give it to you. Shimai, I didn't say I wanted it. But this isn't Shizun's either. Don't think Haitang is Shizun's. Mo Ran folded the handkerchief and put it back into his pocket. He was obviously relieved that he didn't take his Shizun's handkerchief by mistake. This handkerchief is Junior Shia's. Shimai thought for a while. Junior Shia's? Yes, I've been living with him these days. Maybe I washed the handkerchief and took the wrong one in the morning. Haha, I'm really sorry. Ien, it's okay. Shimai still smiled gently. Then, he stood up and said, it's getting late. Let's go and bring Junior Shia over. The two left the house and went straight to the prison cell. However, they didn't go too far before Shimai's footsteps gradually slowed down. At first, it wasn't obvious, but he suddenly tripped over a piece of rock and almost fell. Fortunately, Mo Ran was walking beside him and caught him in time. Mo Ran saw that his face was pale and bloodless, and couldn't help but ask in surprise, what's wrong? It's okay, Shimai took a deep breath and said, I didn't eat much for lunch, so I don't have much energy. I'll be fine after some rest. The more vaguely he tried to muddle through, the more concerned Mo Ran became. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that Shimai's qigong was not good, so he had to exchange his peach blossom spring for his food and clothes. In the past, he had plucked feathers and given them to Shimai. Now that he had been locked up, Shui Meng was a brainless person who did not know how to take care of others. The more Mo Ran thought about it, the more worried he became. He said, when you were in the sect, you often didn't eat lunch, but I've never seen you so weak. How are you saying that you haven't eaten anything? Tell me the truth, how long have you been hungry? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Mo Ran's face became more and more gloomy. He pulled him in the opposite direction. Shimai hurriedly said, Mo Ran, where are you going? I'll take you to eat. Mo Ran said fiercely, but when he turned around, his eyes were full of heartache. Can't you take care of yourself when I'm not around? You always think about others, and you always think about others before you do anything. But what about you? Have you ever thought about yourself? Mo Ran, he dragged Shimai all the way to the tavern. Logically speaking, Shimai belonged to the healing element, so without a token, he could not come to the offensive element encampment where Mo Ran and the others were used to staying. However, ever since 18's accident, everyone was in a state of panic. In order to deal with unexpected situations, the Feathermen had already removed the restrictions between the different elements. What do you want to eat? Order yourself. Just something will do. Shimai seemed to feel a little guilty. I'm sorry. I wanted to come here to help, but in the end, I still dragged you down. What's there to be sorry about between you and me? Mo Ran stretched out his hand and flicked his forehead. He softened his tone and said, order. After you order, I'll pay for it. You can sit down and eat. Shimai was startled. What about you? I have to go and pick up junior brother Shia. The culprit has not been caught. Although there are guards around the prison, I'm still worried. Hearing that Mo Ran was about to leave, Shimai's eyes seemed to dim for a moment. However, he quickly said, just buy 2 steamed buns. I'll go with you. We can eat as we walk. Mo Ran was about to stop him when he suddenly heard the sound of chirping outside the tavern. More than 10 beautifully dressed young female cultivators entered the tavern, giggling. Manager, I want to ask you something. The leading girl smiled and asked, eldest senior brother. Did you book a banquet at this tavern tonight? That's right, that's right. The shopkeeper beamed with joy. These days, these feathermen had found out that their eldest senior brother loved to drink and listen to music. Every night, he would find a tavern to hold a banquet. Wherever their eldest senior brother was, there would be a group of chattering female cultivators swarming in. As expected, those female cultivators immediately became more and more excited. They hurriedly wanted to book a table. From time to time, a few sentences would float into Mo Ran's ears. They were talking about things like, Xiao Fang, look at my eyebrows today. Do you think they look good? Will eldest senior brother like them? They look good, they look good. Then look at my eye makeup. It's a bit too bright. Will he think I'm frivolous? There were also things like, you're so beautiful, eldest senior brother will definitely like you. I saw him looking at you a few times yesterday. Aya, you're so annoying. How is that possible? Big sister's temperament is still the best. Eldest senior brother will definitely like a talented girl like big sister. At such a critical time, these people could still be so infatuated with a man. Mo Ran's mouth twitched. He turned to his junior sister and said, steamed buns it is. We'll leave after we buy them. I'm also worried about leaving you alone in this tiger's den. Shamai looked at his expression and couldn't help but gently smile and shake his head. The most delicious food in this building was the unstoppable big steamed pork bun. Mo Ran bought 10 of them in one go and gave them all to Shamai. Walking on the road, Mo Ran glanced at Shamai from time to time and finally relaxed a bit. However, no one would have thought that it was these steamed buns that would cause Shamai to be injured. His stomach was already weak to begin with. He hadn't eaten a single grain of rice for a long time, so when he suddenly ate these greasy steamed buns, his stomach couldn't bear the bursts of cramping pain. This time, Mo Ran was completely unable to pick up Chu Warning. He hurriedly carried the pale and sweaty Shamai back to High Heaven Pavilion and placed him on the bed that had just been cleaned. Then he went outside to call for a doctor. After prescribing medicine and feeding him warm water, Mo Ran sat on the bed and looked at Shamai's haggard appearance. He blamed himself. Does it still hurt? I'll help you rub it. Shamai's voice was very soft and weak. No need, it's fine. However, Mo Ran's slender hand had already reached over and was gently rubbing his stomach. Perhaps because the pressure was just right, it was very comfortable. In the end, Shamai didn't say anything and gradually relaxed his breathing and fell into a deep sleep. Mo Ran stayed until he fell asleep and then prepared to leave. However, before he could get up, his hand was caught. Mo Ran's eyes suddenly widened. His black eyes flashed with a faint purple light. Shamai. It hurts, don't go. The beauty on the bed still had his eyes closed, as if he was sleep-talking. Mo Ran stood there in a daze. Shamai had never asked anyone to do anything for him. He had always been the one helping others without asking for anything in return. Only when he was in deep sleep would he ask Mo Ran to stay. Thus, she sat back down on the edge of the bed. While looking at the face that she yearned for day and night, she continued to rub his stomach. Outside the open window, peach blossoms drifted down, and the sky was finally dark. When Mo Ran suddenly remembered that he had promised his junior brother for dinner, it was already midnight. It's over. Mo Ran suddenly jumped up and patted his head. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. At this time, Shamai was also in deep sleep. Mo Ran took a big stride and wanted to run to the prison cell. However, a blue light suddenly lit up the sky. Elder Xuanji was carrying a child in his arms. and the child was carrying a small jar. The two people descended from the sky. Elder. Xuanji glanced at Mo Ran with slight reproach. What happened? Didn't you say that you were going to pick him up? If I wasn't worried and went to take a look, my disciple would have to wait in the prison until tomorrow morning. It's my fault. Mo Ran lowered his head. After a while, he couldn't help but look up at Chu Wanning, junior brother. Xuanji put Chu Wanning down. Chu Wanning held the jar and quietly looked at Mo Ran. Have you eaten dinner? He didn't expect that the first thing he said would be this. Mo Ran stared blankly. No, not yet. Chu Wanning walked over and gave him the jar. He said calmly, it's still warm, drink some. Mo Ran stood in place and didn't move for a long time. When he reacted, he had already picked up the little fellow and the jar and held them in his arms. Okay, I'll drink. The silly child was afraid that the soup would be cold, so he took off his outer robe and wrapped it around the jar. Therefore, his small body was slightly cold when he held it. Mo Ran touched his forehead and gently rubbed it. He blurted out the words that he had never said in his 2 lives, I'm sorry, it's my fault. After saying goodbye to Xuanji, the two returned to the room. The outer robe was already wrinkled and couldn't be worn anymore. Mo Ran was afraid that the child would be cold, so he went to the room and found a small blanket for Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning yawned and climbed onto the stool with the jar in his arms. He was about to get 2 small bowls of soup. Suddenly, he blinked twice and his gaze fell on the meat bun that Shamai left behind. Jumping off the stool, Chu Wanning walked to the bedroom and looked at the beauty lying on the bed with no expression on his face. He didn't get angry and didn't say anything. He only felt that there were traces of coldness coming from his bones. His heart, which was still warm just a moment ago, was frozen to ice. When Mo Ran returned to the kitchen, Chu Wanning was still sitting by the window at the table. One foot was on the stool and the other was hanging down. His arm was casually resting on the window frame. Hearing the movement, he turned around and glanced at Mo Ran. Here, I found a firefox blanket. Put it on first, it's cold at night. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. Mo Ran walked over and handed the blanket to him. Chu Wanning didn't take it. He just shook his head and slowly closed his eyes, as if he was resting. What's wrong? You don't like it? Then I'll find another one for you to see if there's anything else. Mo Ran smiled and rubbed Chu Wanning's hair. He turned around and was about to find another one when he suddenly found that the pot on the table was gone. He couldn't help but be stunned. Where's my soup? Who said it's yours? Chu Wanning finally spoke. His voice was cold. It's mine. Mo Ran's mouth twitched. He thought that he was throwing a tantrum. Okay, it's yours. Then where's your soup? Chu Wanning said indifferently, throw it away. Throw it away. Chu Wanning ignored him and lightly jumped off the stool. He turned around and pushed the door open. Hey? Shidi, where are you going? Mo Ran didn't have time to take the blanket. The murderer was still unknown and it wasn't safe outside. He quickly followed him out. He saw that under the peach blossom tree, the small pot that contained the soup was still clumsily placed there. It hadn't been thrown away. Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief. He thought that he was in the wrong. Little Shidi didn't get angry just now because he was suppressing it. After suppressing it for a while, he realized that he couldn't take it anymore. There was nothing wrong with throwing a tantrum. So he walked over and sat beside Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning was under the peach blossom tree. He picked up his small pot and ignored Mo Ran. He opened the lid alone and took a spoon that was bigger than his face. He wanted to reach in to scoop the soup but found that he couldn't reach in at all. He couldn't help but become angrier. With a bang, he smashed the spoon and sat there holding the pot in a daze. Mo Ran supported his cheek and turned his head to the side to give him an idea. You can just drink it. There's only the two of us here anyway. It's not embarrassing. You don't want to drink? If you don't want to drink, then I'll drink it. This is the first time my Shidi has made soup for me. I can't waste it. He wanted to tease him. As he spoke, he smiled and was about to snatch the pot. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning slapped his hand away. Get lost. Mo Ran blinked. He felt that this conversation was somewhat familiar. But then he put on a thick-skinned smile and leaned over. Shidi, it's my fault. Don't be angry. I wanted to come and pick you up a long time ago, but your Shidi Mingjing suddenly felt unwell, so I delayed it. I didn't mean to make you wait. Chu Wanning still kept his head down and didn't say anything. Then you see, I've been busy until now and haven't eaten dinner. I'm really hungry. Mo Ran pulled on his sleeve pitifully. Shidi, kind Shidi, my good Shidi, I beg you. Just give your Shidi a mouthful of soup. Chu Wanning moved a little and finally put the pot of soup on the ground. He blamed himself. Does it still hurt? I'll help you rub it. Shamai's voice was very soft and weak. No need, it's fine. However, Mo Ran's slender hand had already reached over and was gently rubbing his stomach. Perhaps because the pressure was just right, it was very comfortable. In the end, Shamai didn't say anything and gradually relaxed his breathing and fell into a deep sleep. Mo Ran stayed until he fell asleep and then prepared to leave. However, before he could get up, his hand was caught. Mo Ran's eyes suddenly widened. His black eyes flashed with a faint purple light. Shamai. It hurts, don't go. The beauty on the bed still had his eyes closed, as if he was sleep-talking. Mo Ran stood there in a daze. Shamai had never asked anyone to do anything for him. He had always been the one helping others without asking for anything in return. Only when he was in deep sleep would he ask Mo Ran to stay. Thus, she sat back down on the edge of the bed. While looking at the face that she yearned for day and night, she continued to rub his stomach. Outside the open window, peach blossoms drifted down, and the sky was finally dark. When Mo Ran suddenly remembered that he had promised his junior brother for dinner, it was already midnight. It's over. Mo Ran suddenly jumped up and patted his head. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. At this time, Shamai was also in deep sleep. Mo Ran took a big stride and wanted to run to the prison cell. However, a blue light suddenly lit up the sky. Elder Xuanji was carrying a child in his arms, and the child was carrying a small jar. The two people descended from the sky. Elder. Xuanji glanced at Mo Ran with slight reproach. What happened? Didn't you say that you were going to pick him up? If I wasn't worried and went to take a look, my disciple would have to wait in the prison until tomorrow morning. It's my fault. Mo Ran lowered his head. After a while, he couldn't help but look up at Chu Wanning. Junior brother. Xuanji put Chu Wanning down. Chu Wanning held the jar and quietly looked at Mo Ran. Have you eaten dinner? He didn't expect that the first thing he said would be this. Mo Ran stared blankly. No, not yet. Chu Wanning walked over and gave him the jar. He said calmly, it's still warm, drink some. Mo Ran stood in place and didn't move for a long time. When he reacted, he had already picked up the little fellow and the jar and held them in his arms. Okay, I'll drink. The silly child was afraid that the soup would be cold, so he took off his outer robe and wrapped it around the jar. Therefore, his small body was slightly cold when he held it. Mo Ran touched his forehead and gently rubbed it. He blurted out the words that he had never said in his 2 lives. I'm sorry, it's my fault. After saying goodbye to Xuanji, the two returned to the room. The outer robe was already wrinkled and couldn't be worn anymore. Mo Ran was afraid that the child would be cold, so he went to the room and found a small blanket for Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning yawned and climbed onto the stool with the jar in his arms. He was about to get 2 small bowls of soup. Suddenly, he blinked twice and his gaze fell on the meat bun that Shamai left behind. Jumping off the stool, Chu Wanning walked to the bedroom and looked at the beauty lying on the bed with no expression on his face. He didn't get angry and didn't say anything. He only felt that there were traces of coldness coming from his bones. His heart, which was still warm just a moment ago, was frozen to ice. When Mo Ran returned to the kitchen, Chu Wanning was still sitting by the window at the table. One foot was on the stool and the other was hanging down. His arm was casually resting on the window frame. Hearing the movement, he turned around and glanced at Mo Ran. "Here, I found a firefox blanket. Put it on first, it's cold at night." Chu Wanning didn't say anything. Mo Ran walked over and handed the blanket to him. Chu Wanning didn't take it. He just shook his head and slowly closed his eyes, as if he was resting. "What's wrong? You don't like it? Then I'll find another one for you to see if there's anything else." Mo Ran smiled and rubbed Chu Wanning's hair. He turned around and was about to find another one when he suddenly found that the pot on the table was gone. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Where's my soup? Who said it's yours?" Chu Wanning finally spoke. His voice was cold. "It's mine." Mo Ran's mouth twitched. He thought that he was throwing a tantrum. Okay, it's yours. Then where's your soup?" Chu Wanning said indifferently, "Throw it away." Throw it away." Chu Wanning ignored him and lightly jumped off the stool. He turned around and pushed the door open. "Hey? Shidi? Shidi, where are you going?" Mo Ran didn't have time to take the blanket. The murderer was still unknown and it wasn't safe outside. He quickly followed him out. He saw that under the peach blossom tree, the small pot that contained the soup was still clumsily placed there. It hadn't been thrown away. Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief. He thought that he was in the wrong. Little Shidi didn't get angry just now because he was suppressing it. After suppressing it for a while, he realized that he couldn't take it anymore. There was nothing wrong with throwing a tantrum. So he walked over and sat beside Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning was under the peach blossom tree. He picked up his small pot and ignored Mo Ran. He opened the lid alone and took a spoon that was bigger than his face. He wanted to reach in to scoop the soup but found that he couldn't reach in at all. He couldn't help but become angrier. With a bang, he smashed the spoon and sat there holding the pot in a daze. Mo Ran supported his cheek and turned his head to the side to give him an idea. "You can just drink it. There's only the 2 of us here anyway. It's not embarrassing. You don't want to drink? If you don't want to drink, then I'll drink it. This is the first time my Shidi has made soup for me. I can't waste it." He wanted to tease him. As he spoke, he smiled and was about to snatch the pot. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning slapped his hand away. "Get lost." Mo Ran blinked. He felt that this conversation was somewhat familiar. But then he put on a thick-skinned smile and leaned over. "Shidi, it's my fault. Don't be angry. I wanted to come and pick you up a long time ago, but your Shidi Mingjing suddenly felt unwell, so I delayed it. I didn't mean to make you wait." Chu Wanning still kept his head down and didn't say anything. "Then you see, I've been busy until now and haven't eaten dinner. I'm really hungry." Mo Ran pulled on his sleeve pitifully. "Shidi, kind Shidi, my good Shidi, I beg you. Just give your Shidi a mouthful of soup." Chu Wanning moved a little and finally put the pot of soup on the ground. She slightly raised her head and tilted it a little, but still turned away. He meant to let Mo Ran take the soup himself. Mo Ran smiled. "Thank you, Shidi." The small pot was filled to the brim. With one look, he knew that his Shidi ate very little and left more than half of the meat for him. So there was a lot of meat and very little soup. Mo Ran stared at it for a while. His eyes curved and he said warmly, "How is this soup?" "It's obviously a pot of stewed meat." "Shidi is so kind." Mo Ran didn't say much. He took care of Shamai for half a day, so he was really hungry. Moreover, this was his Shidi's kind intention, so he couldn't waste it. He broke 2 thin branches of a peach tree and used his fingers to trim the rough branches. He used them as chopsticks and put a piece of chicken into his mouth. Wow, it smells so good. Mo Ran had the chicken in his mouth, and his eyes were misty. He smiled and said, "It's delicious. My Shidi is really capable." Actually, this pot of soup wasn't delicious. It was too salty, but in order to make his Shidi happy, Mo Ran ate it with all his might. Soon, he ate more than half of the chicken. Chu Wanning didn't look at him from beginning to end, and sat silently at the side. He drank a big mouthful of soup. The soup was saltier than the meat, and it was even a bit bitter, but it was still tolerable. Mo Ran picked up a chicken leg and was about to put it into his mouth when he suddenly froze. How many legs does a chicken have? Naturally, no one paid attention to him. Mo Ran answered himself, 2. Then he looked at the chicken leg between his chopsticks, and then looked at the remaining bone that he had just eaten. This slow person finally raised his head and asked Chu Wanning in a daze, "Shidi, did you?" He didn't have the courage to ask the second half of the sentence. "Did you wait for me all this time and didn't eat dinner? This pot of soup is full of meat. Did you wait for me until the soup was almost dry, and only the meat was left? After fighting, there was only a pitiful little bit left, and I thought you had eaten, and left some for me. I thought you didn't have good culinary skills, and made a good chicken soup into stewed chicken." Mo Ran silently put down the pot. But he discovered it too late. There were only a few pieces of meat left in the pot. Chu Wanning finally spoke. His voice was still calm and pleasant, with a bit of the tenderness and clarity of a child. "You said you would come back for dinner. That's why I waited." He said slowly, without joy or sorrow, "If you don't want to eat, at least ask someone to pass a message. Don't let me be a fool. Is that okay?" "Shidi," Chu Wanning still didn't look at him. He turned his face sideways, so Mo Ran couldn't see his expression. "Ask someone to pass a message to me. Tell me you went to accompany Shidi. Tell me you went to accompany Shidi Mingjing. Is it difficult? You took my pot. Before you drank the soup, you talked so much. Ask me if I've eaten. Is it difficult? Before you eat, look clearly at how many drumsticks there are in the pot. Is it difficult?" The last sentence was a little funny. It made people feel ashamed, but they still couldn't help but laugh. But Mo Ran's dimples froze before they melted. Little Shidi was crying. If he was in his adult form, he definitely wouldn't cry over such a small matter. But no one knew that the heart-picking willow had caused his body to shrink. Although his mind wouldn't be affected too much, it would still be affected to a certain extent. If his body was weak, it would be easier for him to approach the mentality of a child. This concealment was extremely difficult to detect. That was why Madame Wang and Elder Tanlang didn't notice it when they checked his pulse. "I also feel hungry, I also feel uncomfortable. I'm also human." Even though his child mentality took the upper hand, Chu Wanning still suppressed it. He silently choked with sobs, but his shoulders couldn't stop trembling. Tears rolled down his face, his eyes red and wet. For so many years, Elder Yuheng had endured. No one liked him, no one accompanied him. He always pretended not to care. He walked coldly among the people who respected him. But only when his mentality was affected by the thoughts of a child would he speak the truth. Only then would he break down. Only then would he speak the depression that had accumulated for so long. It wasn't that he didn't treat others well. It was just that he did many things in silence. But doing it in silence, no one saw, no one cared. After a long time, it was also torturous. Mo Ran saw his little Shidi's shoulders tremble slightly. He felt bad and reached out to touch. But before he could touch, he was mercilessly slapped away. Shidi, don't touch me. In the end, Chu Wanning was a strong-willed person, regardless of whether he was young or old. He fiercely wiped his tears and suddenly stood up. I'm going to sleep. You can go accompany your junior brother. Get the hell away from me. In his anger, he even forgot that Shamai was actually older than Mo Ran. Mo Ran opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Chu Wanning had already left. He quickly entered another bedroom and closed the door with a bang. But in High Heaven Pavilion, each courtyard only had 2 bedrooms. Mo Ran's original plan was to let Shiguan sleep in her own room while he squeezed in with his junior brother. However, his junior brother was so angry that he even locked the door. It seemed that they couldn't go to his room. He didn't want to sleep on Shamai's bed. What's more, after being scolded by Chu Wanning and making him cry, Mo Ran's mind was a mess. He simply didn't have the heart to think about other things. He just sat in the courtyard full of blooming peach blossoms, holding the jar that Chu Wanning brought for him. After a long time, he sighed and raised his hand to slap himself, cursing in a low voice, "You're a worthless thing." So that night, Mo Ran simply used the sky as a cover and the ground as a mat. He lay on the ground full of peach blossoms and blankly looked at the dome of the sky. Little Shidi. Shamai. Shizun. Shuemeng. The fake North Star under the Jinqing pool, the murderer who hasn't shown himself. Chuzun and his son in the illusion, many vague shadows flashed in front of his eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but that feeling was so weak that he didn't even notice it. The peach blossoms were bright and dazzling. Raising his hand to catch a falling peach blossom, Mo Ran carefully looked at the scarlet soul under the moonlight. In an instant, it was as if he returned to the end of his previous life. He laid in the coffin that was cast in advance. That day, the flowers on the mountain withered and fell silently. But the one who fell was a begonia. Begonia, why was it that he, in both his previous and current lives, loved Shamai, but before he died, he mysteriously buried himself under the begonia tree, in front of the Tower of Babel, in the place where he first met Chu Wanning? There were many things that he did in his previous life that made him shudder in fear when he thought about it. In his second life, the longer he lived, the more he couldn't understand why he did such a cruel thing in the past. Massacring the city, bullying, murdering his master, and forcing Chu Wanning to do such a thing with him, Mo Ran threw away the peach blossom, covered his forehead with his hand, and slowly closed his eyes. Little junior brother had just said, "I will be hungry, I will be sad, I am also human." This sentence had been lingering in his ears. The person who said it was little junior brother, but for a moment, another person's figure suddenly appeared in Mo Ran's mind. It was a man wearing a snow-white robe. In the blink of an eye, the white robe turned into a scarlet phoenix robe, which dragged on the ground. It was very similar to the Ghost Master's appearance in the illusion of a ghost wedding. "I am also a human, I will be sad, I will be in pain. Mo Ran, I will also be in pain." Mo Ran suddenly felt a strong sense of suffocation in his heart, as if something was about to burst out. Fine beads of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He closed his eyes, slowly gasping for breath. He muttered, "I'm sorry." He didn't know who he was apologizing to, little junior brother, or that old friend in the scarlet phoenix robe. In the bedroom, Shamai sat up. He didn't turn on the light, and quietly went to the window with his bare feet. Through the gap in the window, he looked at Mo Ran, who was lying in the middle of the flower petals, one hand still holding the pot. His eyes were dim, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The next morning, Mo Ran, who was lying in the middle of the flower petals, wrinkled his nose, took a big breath of fresh air, stretched his body and prepared to get up. But before he could stretch his body halfway, he suddenly heard a scream cut through the silence of Sky Tower. Ah! Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes and got up with a grunt. The scene in front of him made his bones and blood turn cold, and he was stunned. The 15 elite feathermen who were in charge of guarding Sky Tower were all strangled to death in one night. The way they died was exactly the same as 18, with a bright red willow vine tied around their necks. What the hell? Those 15 people were hung in the middle of Sky Tower's flourishing peach blossom forest, their red sleeves fluttering, their long skirts touching the ground, and their bodies slightly swaying with the wind blowing through the forest. They looked like 15 dried flowers, gloomy and beautiful. The one who screamed was a low-level featherman who came to deliver breakfast. She was so scared that she was trembling, and the bamboo basket in her hand had already fallen to the ground, spilling the porridge and pastries inside. Seeing Mo Ran standing in the courtyard, the featherman trembled even more. She trembled as she put her hands behind her back, and took out something behind her back. Mo Ran subconsciously went forward and said, "No, listen to me." It was too late. That featherman had touched the collapse spell tattoo on her back. The collapse spell was the most important communication method for feathermen. In almost an instant, all the feathermen in the peach blossom forest transformed into fiery red wings and descended from the sky. And the scene in front of them made everyone stunned. "Sister! Sister!" After a moment of silence, the feathermen burst out with heart-wrenching screams and cries. This huge commotion attracted the attention of the cultivators of peach blossom spring one after another. Cries of shock, suspicion, anger, and howls quickly surrounded the entire Sky Tower. "Mo Ran! What do you have to say now? Murderer! You're crazy!" Those feathermen were already seething with anger, as they screamed and cried, "A murderer must pay with his life. Kill him! Kill him!" Mo Ran really did not know how to defend himself. He said, "If I were the murderer, why would I stay in Sky Tower and not leave if I could kill them all? Why would I wait for you to catch me?" A red-haired featherman scolded with tears and snot, "Pay. It's already like this, and you still have the face." Another person said angrily, "If you aren't the murderer, why did the murderer kill all the guards but not you?" "That's right. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Even if the murderer isn't you, it's definitely someone related to you. Otherwise, why didn't he kill you? Tell me. A debt of blood must be paid with blood." Mo Ran was so angry that he wanted to laugh. In his previous life, he killed people like flies, and no one dared to mention, "A debt of blood must be paid with blood," to him. In this life, he was not the murderer, but he was wrongly accused. This world is really... He closed his eyes and was about to say something, when suddenly, a red ray of light flew over from the horizon. The featherman High Immortal floated down from the clouds, coldly looking around with an ugly expression. "Mo, were you? High Immortal." The featherman High Immortal stared at him for a while, then walked to one of the corpses and lifted the blood-stained willow vine on the corpse's neck. "Where's your weapon? Let me see it." "You don't want to?" Mo Ran sighed. His weapon was the ghost. During this period of cultivation, who knows how many people had seen it, and when 18 was in trouble, a large group of people had seen it. Taking it out now, comparing the ghost with the willow vine on the dead feathermen's necks, it would undoubtedly add another heavy blow to his crime. But if he did not take it out, then he would be guilty of a crime. With a whoosh, a blazing red radiance appeared in his palm. The ghost materialized from his flesh and blood, flowing with a hissing red splendor. If Exalted Immortal wants to see, then let's see. 75. Everyone stared at the ghost, then looked at the fiery red willow vine on the dead featherman's neck. They could not help but become even more agitated. It's you. You look exactly the same as when you killed 18. Why are you so ruthless? Kill him. The Featherman Immortal seemed to be having a headache from all the noise. She held her forehead and coldly said, Mo Weiyu, I will ask you one last time. Did you kill him? No. Good. The Featherman Immortal nodded. Mo Ran originally thought that she was going to let him go. He heaved a sigh of relief and was about to thank her for being so understanding. However, the next moment, the Featherman Immortal raised her hand and coldly said, This person committed all kinds of evil and still wants to quibble. Capture him. Shamai washed up and dressed neatly in the house. When he came out, he saw that Mo Ran was restrained by more than 10 high-level feathermen using incantations. Someone was wrapping the immortal binding rope around his wrist. What are you doing? Shamai's expression changed. He hurriedly ran in front of Mo Ran. What happened? No one answered him. However, the floating corpses in the peach forest had already given him the answer. Shamai gasped and took a step back. He bumped into Mo Ran's chest. Mo Ran, don't be anxious. Calm down. Mo Ran stared at the Featherman Immortal. He lowered his voice and said to Shamai, Go and invite Uncle and Elder Xuanji here. In this situation, these feathermen might not be able to maintain their rationality. If the feathermen did not care and wanted to tear him apart, with his current strength, he had no chance of winning. He had to quickly drag Xue Xinyong and Xuanji here to save the situation. After Shamai left, Mo Ran stood alone. His burning gaze swept past the angry and twisted faces one by one. Pay. Suddenly, a mouthful of spit flew out from the crowd. Mo Ran dodged to the side, but the featherman who spat at him was very close to him, so he couldn't avoid being splashed by the spit. He slowly turned around and met a pair of crimson eyes. You killed so many people and you still want to call for reinforcements? I'll take your life now. As he spoke, a cluster of blazing flames suddenly gathered in his palm, and he threw it straight at Mo Ran. Mo Ran took a step back. The hot flames burned past his temples and smashed into a peach tree behind him. In an instant, the thick tree trunk was burned to the waist. Boom! The peach tree fell, and the flowers scattered all over the ground like a snowstorm. Mo Ran looked at the fallen tree, then turned to look at the featherman. I'll say it again, I didn't kill him. 10 days later, the childbirth pill will be completed. If you want to seek revenge, it won't be too late then. 10 days later. If we wait another 10 days, I'm afraid everyone in the Peach Blossom Spring will be killed by you. That person roared angrily, You can trade for my elder sister's life. As he spoke, he pounced at Mo Ran again. Mo Ran dodged his attack again, but his gaze fell on the Featherman Exalted Immortal who was watching from the side. She didn't have any intention of helping. Mo Ran was even more flustered by the anger in his heart. He shouted at her, Hey! Old bird! Why don't you take care of your people? Damn it! Mo Ran saw that she still didn't move, and couldn't help but curse. You're pretending to be deaf and mute at this juncture. Do you want to see me burn alive? If I knew that you bunch of stinking birds don't have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, I wouldn't have come to this bullshit Peach Blossom Spring to cultivate. I still have to suffer such injustice for no reason. When the Exalted Immortal heard this, her expression changed slightly. She raised her sleeves, and with a wave of her sleeves, she swept out like a rainbow. With a slap, it was fierce and accurate, but it landed on Mo Ran's face. Although the feathermen looked similar to mortals, their thoughts were still different from mortals. In the cultivation world, not to mention the leader of a clan, even the leader of a small dojo wouldn't jump to conclusions without concrete evidence. However, the feathermen were half-beasts, and they still had a strong bestial nature in their bones. The exalted immortal's black hair turned crimson red, and each strand seemed to be emitting boiling hot air. Her beautiful eyes opened wide, and she said in a cold voice, "Who is your master? He actually taught such a filthy disciple. And you better clean your mouth." When she said this, the other feathermen all let out loud cries. Pairs of crimson eyes were filled with killing intent, and they closed in on Mo-Ran. With a whoosh, an orange arrowhead formed by flames broke through the air, and pierced towards Mo-Ran's heart. Mo-Ran didn't dare to be negligent. He shook out the flowing flames and used Ghost Flash to block. However, that arrowhead was actually just a smokescreen. When he leaned his body to block, a featherman who had lost a close relative crossed his sword. The sword light was like water, and it was aimed towards Mo-Ran's back. There was an arrowhead in front of him, and a long sword behind him. Originally, it was impossible for him to escape. Mo-Ran knew that these half-beasts finally had the intention to kill. He steeled his heart, and in his mind, he thought of Chu Waning's Heaven's Inquisition. He raised his hand and waved his wrist. The Ghost Flash was thrown into the air, and then suddenly tightened. The blood-red willow vines danced, forming a blurry shadow, and with lightning speed, they formed a strong air mass. The willow leaves on the vines instantly became sharp knives, absorbing the surrounding air and objects, and cutting them. One of Chu Waning's ultimate moves, wind. Using the vines as wind leaves, he used spiritual power to absorb everything around him. Everything that was sucked into the wind would be crushed into powder and buried in the wind, leaving no remains behind. Ah! The featherman let out a scream. The arrowhead that she had thrown earlier had already been crushed into pieces by the Ghost Flash. Her long sword was also suddenly swept in because it was too close to Mo-Ran. Clang! The sound of metal breaking was sharp and ear-piercing. Before she could react, she was also sucked to the scarlet edge of the wind. She hissed, "Let go of me! Madman! You're a madman!" Seeing that her people were suffering, the featherman immortal flew into a rage. Her red dress fluttered, and she floated up. She held an extremely pure crimson crystal in her palm. Her sleeves fluttered, and she channeled her spiritual power into it. The peach blossom springs suddenly became turbulent, and the grass and trees fell. An illusory fire phoenix faintly appeared behind her under her command. The immortal's eyes were so red that it seemed like they were going to drip blood. Her originally beautiful face was even a little distorted. "Beast!" she hissed, "why aren't you stopping? You've already summoned the illusion of the phoenix. If I stop now, would I be waiting for death?" Mo-Ran's face was illuminated by the enormous shadow of the fire phoenix. "I'll stop if you stop first." The featherman immortal slowly rose into the air. "No," she paused after every word, and her blood-red eyes stared straight at Mo-Ran. "Qualifications, with me, in terms of requirements." As her voice fell, a loud explosion sounded in the air. The illusion of the phoenix let out a clear cry, and spiraled down toward Mo-Ran. Bang! Another boom sounded, and this one was even more terrifying than the previous one. It was as if an azure dragon had ended its eternal slumber and emerged from the depths of the earth's core. A ray of golden light violently collided with the fire phoenix, setting off layers upon layers of terrifying shockwaves. The weaker feathermen screamed as they were thrown to the ground by this storm. Some of them directly vomited blood and were sent flying dozens of feet away. For a moment, sand and pebbles were sent flying in Sky Tower. The wind was chaotic, and the buildings and trees were instantly razed to the ground. When the dust settled, a familiar slender figure appeared in the air, blocking in front of Mo-Ran. "Mars, Master." That person was dressed in white, and his wide sleeves billowed in the wind. Hearing the voice, he slightly turned his cold and handsome face, and a pair of phoenix eyes swept past Mo-Ran, who was kneeling on the ground. Chu Waning's voice was cold, like the clear water in a well in the middle of summer. Are you injured? Mo Ran opened his eyes wide, and for a long time he could not react. He could only stare blankly with his mouth open. Chu Waning looked him up and down. Seeing that there were no obvious injuries on his body, he turned to the Featherman and said, "Just now, didn't you ask who his master was?" He released his terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy, and slowly descended from the air to the ground. He did not even bother to say a word, and only said coldly, "The pinnacle of life and death, Chu Waning. Please enlighten me." What? Chu Waning frowned, and his eyes were like heavy jade. It seemed that these birds did not listen to polite words. That was good, anyway, his patience was running out. I said, "His master is me." After a pause, he said, "You hurt my disciple, did you get my permission?" Although the Featherman immortals were respected as immortals, because of their noble bloodline, they were still far from being real immortals. Under this attack, not only was the phoenix illusion shattered by Chu Waning, but her arm was also cut by Heaven's Inquisition. She covered her wound, and sticky black blood oozed out from between her fingers. Her face was very ugly. You're just a mortal, how dare you be so presumptuous? Also, who allowed you to enter the Peach Blossom Spring? How did you get in? She was a little crazy. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, swoosh. Heaven's Inquisition came out, and directly slapped her face, breaking the corner of her mouth and causing blood to flow out. What do you mean by I don't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Chu Waning sneered, and smoothed out his slightly messy sleeves when he swung the willow vine. Then, he grabbed Mo Ran's collar with one hand, and lifted him up, but his eyes never left the Featherman immortal. Tell me, what do you mean by I don't know the immensity of heaven and earth? You dare to do this, why wouldn't I dare? Chu Waning looked at her indifferently. Why wouldn't I dare? After a pause, he picked up Mo Ran, who was beside him. Listen, this person is mine, I'm taking him away. Mo Ran had not yet recovered from the shock of Chu Waning's sudden arrival, and was crushed by the words, "This person is mine." Mars. Master, shut your dog mouth. Although Chu Waning was still expressionless, Mo Ran could clearly see the anger in his eyes. You can't do anything right, you only cause trouble for me. After saying that, he slapped the back of Mo Ran's head, and took him up into the air. In a flash, they were dozens of feet away. When Mo Ran came back to his senses, he and Chu Waning had already arrived at the desolate outskirts of the Peach Blossom Spring. Master. My junior brother is still over there. Chu Waning glanced at him, and seeing his anxious expression, he coldly snorted. Junior brother? The one surnamed Xia? Yes, he's still at Sky Tower, I have to save him. Chu Waning raised his hand, and interrupted him. I already cast a spell to send him to Xuanji, you don't have to worry. Hearing him say this, Mo Ran was relieved. He raised his black and white eyes and looked at Chu Waning. Master, why are you here? Chu Waning was originally awakened by the noise outside, and seeing that the situation was critical, he swallowed a pill given to him by Tan Lang, temporarily restoring his body. But at the moment, it was not convenient for him to explain to Mo Ran, so he coldly said, "Why can't I be here?" After saying this, he raised his fingertips and gathered a golden begonia. West Tower's curtain is full of reeds and thin flowers, a night of spring wind reaches Qiantang. Lowering his eyelashes, Chu Waning gently blew at the budding begonia, and in an instant, the flower bloomed, overflowing with colorful light. Chu Waning's slender white fingertips flicked, and whispered, "Go investigate." The begonia flower immediately drifted away with the wind, and soon disappeared into the mountain forest. Mo Ran curiously asked, "Master, what kind of magic is this?" Flower throwing technique. What? Flower throwing technique. Chu Waning's expression was solemn, and did not seem to be joking at all. It didn't have a name, but you asked me, so I gave it a name. Mo ran. No matter how lazy this person was, he didn't have to be like this, right? The Lord has already told me about your matter. Chu Waning looked in the direction where the begonia had drifted away, and his voice was as cold as a stream as usual. This should be the work of the same person as Jin Chenghu. In this peach blossom spring, I'm afraid that the exquisite chess game has already been set up. How is that possible? Mo Ran was shocked. The exquisite chess game was a magic that he had reached the peak of in his previous life. After 18's accident, Mo Ran himself had already tried to sense whether there were traces of this magic, because this forbidden magic was often accompanied by killing and bloodshed. Once it was activated, it would definitely kill, so as long as he carefully examined the inexplicable strong resentment, he would know whether or not someone had set up the exquisite chess game. 76. Chu Waning had never been the kind of master who was kind and seductive. Mo Ran was also not a 5 or 6-year-old child. When he asked such a ridiculous question, Chu Waning could not be bothered with him at all. He lowered his eyes and remained silent. He cast a gale spell on the begonia flower that he threw out, and quickly investigated the entire peach blossom spring. Not long after, a golden talisman fell from the sky and landed in his hand. Ancestral Abyss. Ancestral Abyss was the place where angry owls would rush out every day, and cultivators would rush to pluck their feathers. The feathermen had said before that the bottom of the abyss was endless scarlet true fire. Other than those angry owls that had lived in the abyss since ancient times, no matter who fell in, they would be melted into nothingness. Chu Waning cast a barrier on himself and Mo ran to hide their tracks and prevent the feathermen from discovering them. The two of them arrived at the ancestral abyss. It was so deep that they could not see the bottom. It was emitting a strange red light. Thousands of strange birds were densely packed on the cliffs. At this time, these birds were all in deep sleep with their heads buried in their wings. From afar, they looked like countless densely packed dots. According to Chu Waning, if the exquisite chess game was set in the abyss, then what the feathermen said about the raging fire and how they would be burned into nothingness after falling in, should all be made up. But how can we be sure that the fire below won't burn people to death? Mo Ran stared at the hibernating light below and muttered, no matter how I look at it, it seems to be real. Throw something down first. Then I'll go hunt a rabbit. No need. Chu Waning stood up and flew. As his white clothes fluttered, he was already far away in the peach forest. Not long after, he floated back to his original spot like a celestial being from the 9 heavens. There was an additional peach blossom in his hand. Mo Ran understood. The peach blossom was naturally more delicate than the rabbit. If this peach blossom could withstand the so-called raging fire, there would be no danger for living people to enter. Chu Waning stroked the peach branch with his fingertips and silently chanted an incantation. The luminous peach was instantly enveloped by a layer of gentle blue light. He pointed at the abyss and whispered, "Go." The peach blossoms slowly fell. 1 foot, 2 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet. Huaxi's shadow had long disappeared, but Chu Waning's spell allowed him to sense the situation of Huaxi. He closed his eyes, and after a while, his eyelashes fluttered as he opened his eyes again. The peach blossoms are unharmed. Since Chu Waning was so certain, there was nothing more to say. Mo Ran immediately flew with him to the ancestral abyss. Both of them had decent movement techniques, and they smoothly made their way to the bottom. When he saw the scene at the bottom of the abyss, even though he was mentally prepared, Mo Ran still felt a chill. He now knew what the red light in the abyss was. He saw that inside the abyss, there were several thousand wooden frames, and on each frame hung a featherman. Those feathermen were completely naked, and their beautiful bodies were dripping with blood. Each of them had a linkai fruit in their mouth that was emitting a dazzling red light. Several thousand red lights gathered together. Looking from above, it was easy to believe that this was the scarlet true fire at the bottom of the abyss. Chu Waning's expression was very ugly. He was knowledgeable, so he naturally knew that this red fruit was a forbidden fruit in the cultivation world. Putting it in the mouth of a person who was about to die could prolong their last breath for 365 days. In other words, a person who could be released in an instant would have to experience an extremely long death. What was originally a sudden heart stop in the blink of an eye would become an endless torture. It was called the death of 1,000 cuts. Mo Ran stared at the layers of living dead feathermen and muttered. Soul-locking array. Using living things as human pillars to trap resentment, even if there were thousands of dead souls trapped in the exquisite chess game, not a single bit of their aura would leak out. It was no wonder that he couldn't detect a single trace of resentment from the exquisite chess game's forbidden technique. Mo Ran couldn't help but shiver. He was thinking, was the fake Gaochen at Jin Chenkai the same person as the mastermind behind the Peach Blossom Spring? From Jin Chench's experience, the fake Gaochen was only able to use the exquisite chess game to control the spirits under the water, so he should have only learned a little. However, this time, the fake feathermen outside the Peach Blossom Spring were no different from the real body, other than being stupid and not having high emotional intelligence. They could even use featherman spells, and the level of this forbidden technique could be considered to be above average. Could it be that the fake Gaochen had improved so quickly? Chu Waning came to the center of the soul-locking array, where there was a stone pillar made of crystal. There was also a featherman tied to the stone pillar, but this featherman was already dead. The death-slicing fruit in her mouth had already withered, and her body had also started to rot. However, her previous identity could be seen from the bright yellow phoenix robe on her body and the star-shaped curse mark in between her eyebrows. This is, Mo Ran said in shock, this is a real featherman immortal. That's right. Chu Waning looked at the inexhaustible human pillar formation and opened her thin lips. There are at least 800, if not 1,000, feathermen captured here to be used in the soul-locking formation. If the featherman exalted immortals were still alive, how could they tolerate such a deep grudge? Moreover, when I fought with the immortal outside just now, I felt that she was weaker than the ghost master of colorful Butterfly Town. If I didn't guess wrongly. I'm afraid that the feathermen of the Peach Blossom Spring have already been exterminated, and the ones outside are all walking corpses controlled by the exquisite chess game. Exclamation point. As expected. Chu Waning had the same thoughts as him. Mo Ran was shocked and wanted to turn around and go back. Chu Waning waved his sleeves and stopped him. Where are you going? I'm going to tell Uncle and the rest about this. If that's the case, then it's too dangerous. Don't act rashly. Chu Waning shook his head. Now, they are in the dark, and I'm in the light. There are many cultivators in the Peach Blossom Spring, and we don't know who's behind this. Acting rashly will only make the situation worse. Hee. Long time no see, Grandmaster Chu is still so cautious. 76. Chu Waning had never been the kind of master who was kind and seductive. Mo Ran was also not a 5 or 6-year-old child. When he asked such a ridiculous question, Chu Waning could not be bothered with him at all. He lowered his eyes and remained silent. He cast a gale spell on the begonia flower that he threw out, and quickly investigated the entire Peach Blossom Spring. Not long after, a golden talisman fell from the sky and landed in his hand. Ancestral Abyss. Ancestral Abyss was the place where angry owls would rush out every day, and cultivators would rush to pluck their feathers. The feathermen had said before that the bottom of the abyss was endless scarlet true fire. Other than those angry owls that had lived in the abyss since ancient times, no matter who fell in, they would be melted into nothingness. Chu Waning cast a barrier on himself and Mo ran to hide their tracks and prevent the feathermen from discovering them. The two of them arrived at the ancestral abyss. It was so deep that they could not see the bottom. It was emitting a strange red light. Thousands of strange birds were densely packed on the cliffs. At this time, these birds were all in deep sleep with their heads buried in their wings. From afar, they looked like countless densely packed dots. According to Chu Wanning, if the exquisite chess game was set in the abyss, then what the feathermen said about the raging fire and how they would be burned into nothingness after falling in, should all be made up. But how can we be sure that the fire below won't burn people to death? Mo Ran stared at the hibernating light below and muttered, "No matter how I look at it, it seems to be real. Throw something down first. Then I'll go hunt a rabbit." "No need." Chu Wanning stood up and flew. As his white clothes fluttered, he was already far away in the peach forest. Not long after, he floated back to his original spot like a celestial being from the 9 heavens. There was an additional peach blossom in his hand. Mo Ran understood. The peach blossom was naturally more delicate than the rabbit. If this peach blossom could withstand the so-called raging fire, there would be no danger for living people to enter. Chu Wanning stroked the peach branch with his fingertips and silently chanted an incantation. The luminous peach was instantly enveloped by a layer of gentle blue light. He pointed at the abyss and whispered, "Go." The peach blossoms slowly fell. 1 foot, 2 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet. Huaxi's shadow had long disappeared, but Chu Wanning's spell allowed him to sense the situation of Huaxi. He closed his eyes, and after a while, his eyelashes fluttered as he opened his eyes again. The peach blossoms are unharmed. Since Chu Wanning was so certain, there was nothing more to say. Mo Ran immediately flew with him to the ancestral abyss. Both of them had decent movement techniques, and they smoothly made their way to the bottom. When he saw the scene at the bottom of the abyss, even though he was mentally prepared, Mo Ran still felt a chill. He now knew what the red light in the abyss was. He saw that inside the abyss, there were several thousand wooden frames, and on each frame hung a featherman. Those feathermen were completely naked, and their beautiful bodies were dripping with blood. Each of them had a linkai fruit in their mouth that was emitting a dazzling red light. Several thousand red lights gathered together. Looking from above, it was easy to believe that this was the scarlet true fire at the bottom of the abyss. Chu Wanning's expression was very ugly. He was knowledgeable, so he naturally knew that this red fruit was a forbidden fruit in the cultivation world. Putting it in the mouth of a person who was about to die could prolong their last breath for 365 days. In other words, a person who could be released in an instant would have to experience an extremely long death. What was originally a sudden heart stop in the blink of an eye would become an endless torture. It was called the death of 1,000 cuts. Mo Ran stared at the layers of living dead feathermen and muttered. Soul-locking array. Using living things as human pillars to trap resentment, even if there were thousands of dead souls trapped in the exquisite chess game, not a single bit of their aura would leak out. It was no wonder that he couldn't detect a single trace of resentment from the exquisite chess game's forbidden technique. Mo Ran couldn't help but shiver. He was thinking, was the fake Gaochen at Jin Chenkai the same person as the mastermind behind the Peach Blossom Spring? From Jin Chench's experience, the fake Gaochen was only able to use the exquisite chess game to control the spirits under the water, so he should have only learned a little. However, this time, the fake feathermen outside the Peach Blossom Spring were no different from the real body, other than being stupid and not having high emotional intelligence. They could even use featherman spells, and the level of this forbidden technique could be considered to be above average. Could it be that the fake Gaochen had improved so quickly? Chu Wanning came to the center of the soul-locking array, where there was a stone pillar made of crystal. There was also a featherman tied to the stone pillar, but this featherman was already dead. The death-slicing fruit in her mouth had already withered, and her body had also started to rot. However, her previous identity could be seen from the bright yellow phoenix robe on her body and the star-shaped curse mark in between her eyebrows. Mo Ran said in shock, this is a real Featherman immortal. That's right. Chu Wanning looked at the inexhaustible human pillar formation and opened her thin lips. There are at least 800, if not 1,000, Feathermen captured here to be used in the soul-locking formation. If the Featherman exalted immortals were still alive, how could they tolerate such a deep grudge? Moreover, when I fought with the immortal outside just now, I felt that she was weaker than the Ghost Master of Colorful Butterfly Town. If I didn't guess wrongly. I'm afraid that the Feathermen of the Peach Blossom Spring have already been exterminated, and the ones outside are all walking corpses controlled by the exquisite chess game. Exclamation point. As expected. Chu Wanning had the same thoughts as him. Mo Ran was shocked and wanted to turn around and go back. Chu Wanning waved his sleeves and stopped him. Where are you going? I'm going to tell Uncle and the rest about this. If that's the case, then it's too dangerous. Don't act rashly. Chu Wanning shook his head. Now, they are in the dark, and I'm in the light. There are many cultivators in the Peach Blossom Spring, and we don't know who's behind this. Acting rashly will only make the situation worse. Hee hee. Long time no see, Grandmaster Chu is still so cautious. If you don't listen, we'll meet again in the end. With a boom, the flames suddenly soared into the sky and exploded. The Featherman child who had been used as a puppet was completely burned away. A sparkling white chess piece fell from the sky and rolled on the ground twice before stopping. There was dead silence for a long time. Mo Ran knew that the mysterious person behind the scenes wasn't lying. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He asked, Master, are we really going to leave just like that? Do you have any other ideas? It's better to be safe than sorry. Let's leave the Peach Blossom Spring first. Chu Wanning's expression wasn't good either. He said gloomily, since that person spent so much effort to set up the soul-locking formation to prevent others from finding out that he was controlling the exquisite chess game, it means that he doesn't want to make this matter known to everyone for the time being. As for the High Lord, I'll send him a message and ask him to bring Xue Meng and Shamai away as soon as possible. Don't alert the enemy. As for you. Chu Wanning paused for a moment before continuing. The two incidents involving Jin Qinghu and the Peach Blossom Spring were all directed at you. This time, he planned to frame you in hopes of making you isolated and helpless. You don't have to worry about this matter. The High Lord is the leader of a sect. It's best for him to step in and mediate. Then what can I do? Mo Ran said, I can't push everything to others and do nothing. What are you trying to do now? That mysterious person's goal is very clear. After Jin Chengche's divine wood fell, he has been looking for an essence spiritual body to replace it. You're the wood essence spiritual body, so you're the most suitable. However, if he can't get you, he'll settle for the next best thing and look for other replacements. Chu Wanning paused for a moment before saying, if he finds you, I'm afraid there will be another bloody storm. We have to stop him. That's true. However, Master, it's not that easy to find an essence spiritual body. Even if he wants to find a replacement, he must. Mo Ran suddenly paused. He raised his head and stared at Chu Wanning with his soft, black eyes. After a while, he said, if that little bastard wants to find out who has an essence spiritual body, he has to go to every sect to investigate. However, cultivators won't release their spiritual roots for no reason. They'll only use their spiritual roots to sense when they're choosing weapons or refining stones. Therefore, the simplest way to test an essence spiritual body is to sell weapons and spirit stones. We only need to observe the weapon markets in front of the various mountains and we'll be able to find traces of that bastard. After saying this, he saw Chu Wanning staring at him thoughtfully. He couldn't help but feel guilty. I guessed. You guessed correctly. Chu Wanning said slowly. After a while, he suddenly felt that he knew more things. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Mo Ran, are you hiding something from me?" What could I hide from Master?" Although he said this, Mo Ran felt the hair on his back stand up. He felt that Chu Waning's glass-like eyes seemed to be looking the real soul inside his reborn body. Fortunately, Chu Waning was silent for a moment and didn't say anything else. He faintly lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "From today onwards, you and I will secretly investigate each sect. We won't return to the peak of life and death for the time being." 77. After Chu Waning and Mo Ran left the Peach Blossom Spring, they went around to find out when the big and small sex markets would open. After traveling for a few days, they settled down in an inn in a small town that night. After leaving the Peach Blossom Spring, they finally had a chance to rest. Mo Ran had already returned to his room. Chu Waning sat in front of the table and lit the candle. Under the warm yellow light, he carefully examined the porcelain bottle in his hand. Inside the white jade bottle, there were more than 30 dazzling golden pills. Fortunately, when Xuanji came, he gave this bottle of medicine to him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to interact with Mo Ran. This is Tanlang's new medicine. There are about 30 pills. At that time in the Peach Blossom Spring Cave, Xuanji said to Chu Waning, he looked through the ancient records and changed some of the ingredients. One pill can support your recovery for 7 days. This bottle of medicine should last you a long time. Take it. Thank Tanlang for me. No need to thank me. Xuanji waved his hand and smiled. I saw Tanlang's serious face. He must be very curious about your illness. Oh right, he told me to remind you that the medicinal properties of this pill are not stable. Don't be too happy or sad, or it will lose its effect. Remember this. Chu Waning was lost in thought about Xuanji's words. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door of the inn. He immediately put away the porcelain bottle and extinguished the incense burning in the celadon stove. Only then did he slowly say, "Come in." Mo Ran had just finished bathing. He put on a thin silk bathrobe and wiped his black jade-like hair as he walked into Chu Waning's room. Chu Waning coughed. Fortunately, his face was still indifferent. "What's wrong?" "My room is not good. I don't like it. Master, can I make do with sleeping on the floor here tonight?" Seeing that Mo Ran's words were vague, Chu Waning wasn't stupid and naturally felt that something was wrong. He asked, "What's there not to like?" In any case, it's just not good." As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Chu Waning and muttered, "The sound insulation is too bad." Chu Waning was used to having a noble temperament. He frowned and actually didn't understand what Mo Ran was referring to. He put on his outer robe and walked barefoot to Mo Ran's room. Mo Ran couldn't stop him and could only follow behind him. "Although it's a little shabby, it's not to the extent that I can't sleep peacefully." Chu Wanning stood in the room and looked around. She scolded, "Why are you so delicate?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a violent crash from the other side of the wall. It seemed that something had fallen heavily to the ground. Mo Ran really didn't have the face to listen. Taking advantage of the situation before it got worse, he stepped forward and grabbed Chu Waning's sleeve. "Shizun, let's go quickly." Chu Waning frowned. "What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong?" Mo Ran opened his mouth, but before he could organize his words, he heard a burst of laughter from the other side of the wall. "Young Master Chang is so annoying. You only know how to bully others. Ah, don't be like this, ah. Hee, darling, the peony on your chest is so beautiful. Let me smell it to see if it's fragrant." The wall was really thin. Even the rustling of clothes on the other side could be heard clearly. A man's rough breathing and a woman's sweet moans mixed together. It was simply unbearable to the ear. At first, Chu Wanning didn't understand. After a while, he reacted. A pair of beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Then his face quickly turned from white to red, from red to green. Finally, with an ashen face, he scolded, "Shameless." He angrily swung his sleeve and left. But Mo Ran couldn't hold back and laughed softly behind him. Fortunately, Chu Wanning was so embarrassed that he even walked with the same hand and foot. He didn't hear Mo Ran's ridicule. When he returned to his room, he silently drank a cup of tea. Only then could he force himself to be calm. He nodded to Mo Ran. Such filthy words are really bad for cultivation. Stay here with me tonight. Oh. In fact, when he suddenly saw Chu Wanning appear in the peach blossom spring, and that he didn't suspect him at all and even protected him in every possible way, Mo Ran was pleasantly surprised. Now that he had settled down, he couldn't help but be in a good mood. Under the candlelight, his master's usually cold face seemed much cuter. Mo Ran curved his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. He supported his chin and looked up at Chu Wanning. "What are you looking at?" "I haven't seen Master in a long time. I want to see more." The youth's voice carried a hint of a smile. His gaze was also warm and bright. Upon closer inspection, Chu Wanning really did look like junior martial brother Xia. Chu Wanning glared at him. "If you have time to look at me, why don't you go dry your hair? How are you going to sleep when it's so wet?" "I left my towel next door." Mo Ran smiled. "Can Master help me?" Xue Meng had been injured once before and couldn't lift his arm for many days. During that time, when he washed his hair, it was his master who helped him dry it. Master always dried his hair very quickly because he could control his spiritual power very well. He quickly dried the towel in his hand. Chu Wanning lowered his eyes and looked at Mo Ran, whose hands and feet were all right. He coldly snorted. "If you're not sick or in pain, why should I help you?" But he still waved his hand to let him come over. At night, the candlelight was warm, illuminating Mo Ran's handsome young face. Mo Ran sat on the bed. It had been nearly a year since his rebirth. It was the time when a youth was growing. In these past few months, he had unknowingly grown a lot taller. At this time, he was actually about the same height as Chu Wanning. At this height, it was not convenient for Chu Wanning to dry his hair, so Mo Ran put his hands behind him and lowered his body. Chu Wanning stood by the bed and rubbed his long hair impatiently. Mo Ran yawned contentedly and closed his eyes to enjoy this rare peace. Occasionally, there would be 2 or 3 frog croaks outside the window. "Master." "Yes." "Did you know that in the Featherman's illusion, I returned to Lin 200 years ago and saw a person called Shizun? His wiping did not stop at all." "How would I know?" Mo Ran rubbed his nose and laughed. "He looks a lot like you. There are many people who look alike in the world. What's so strange about that?" "No." Mo Ran said seriously. "He's more or less made from the same mold as you." "Master, do you think he's your ancestor?" Chu Wanning said lightly, "It's possible. However, this was 200 years ago. Who can say for sure?" "He has a son." Mo Ran said to himself. "He looks a lot like junior martial brother Xia. I think this is too much of a coincidence." "Master, do you think junior martial brother Xia is your long-lost relative?" "I don't have any relatives." "I already said you're long-lost." Mo Ran muttered. He was very close to Chu Wanning and could smell the faint fragrance of begonia flowers that made people feel at ease. It smelled really good. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, Chu Wanning's scent always seemed to have a calming effect on his mind. In his previous life, he returned from a bloody battle. Only by burying his face in his master's neck could he obtain that moment of respite. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, He was already addicted to Chu Waning's scent. He could not quit even if he wanted to. He closed his eyes. In this familiar silence, he gradually let go of his consciousness. He did not know what time it was. In his previous life, in the empty Shaman Mountain Hall, he killed someone and came back drenched in the rain. He was clearly a sinful person, but instead he was soaking wet like a homeless dog. At that time, he sat down and hugged Chu Waning's waist. He buried his face in the other's stomach and let Chu Waning stroke his hair over and over again. Only in this way could he barely suppress his crazy heart. Those old dreams were clearly separated from the past. The past was as vast as the sea. But when he closed his eyes, it seemed as if it was only yesterday. Chu Waning saw that the person who had been talking about him was not talking. He lowered his eyes and saw a calm face in the dim candlelight. Although there was still a bit of youthfulness between his eyebrows, and he had not shed his childishness, his facial features had already matured. He could see that kind of handsome face. It was like the bones of a flower vaguely visible amidst the clouds. It carried the freshness and vitality of a young person. Chu Waning's hand paused slightly, and his heart seemed to beat a little faster. For some reason, he called out softly, "Mo Ran." Millimeter, Mo Ran, who was in a daze, responded vaguely. He seemed to be a little tired. He moved his face closer and leaned on Chu Waning's waist like he did in his previous life. Chu Waning, thump. 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 The dense heartbeat was like a war drum on the battlefield. It shook him until he was a little dizzy. Chu Waning pursed his lips. He did not know what to do. He could only continue to wipe Mo Ran's hair, evaporating the last bit of water. After a long time, he threw away the towel and smoothed the strands of hair in front of Mo Ran's forehead. He said in a low voice, "All right. Go to sleep." Mo Ran opened his eyes. His dark purple eyes were dazed for a moment, and then gradually became clear. He finally came back to his senses. He remembered that he had leaned against Chu Wan Ning's waist out of habit, and Chu Wan Ning hadn't pushed him away. He couldn't help but be shocked. He stared blankly with his eyes wide open like a silly dog. Chu Waning was originally a little uncomfortable, but seeing him like this, he could not help but laugh. Mo Ran saw that he was actually laughing. Although it was a faint smile, it was definitely a smile. He could not help but open his eyes even wider. He sat up straight. With his slightly messy hair, he suddenly said very seriously, "Shizun, there's a fragrance on your body. It smells very good." After a pause, he suddenly frowned, as if he was trying hard to recall something. Then he remembered something. His expression was a little stunned. He muttered, "How strange. Xia Xianai, why does he also have this smell?" Chu Waning's expression suddenly changed. Before Mo Ran could react, he threw the towel on Mo Ran's head and directly threw him off the bed. He said coldly, "I'm tired. Get down and sleep." Mo Ran was unexpectedly thrown on his back. He lay on the floor in a daze for a long time. Then he sat up and rubbed his nose. He was not angry and obediently got up to sleep on the floor. 78. That night, Chu Waning and Mo Ran shared a room. Mo Ran was heartless and quickly fell asleep on the ground. Chu Waning, on the other hand, could not help but feel his mind drifting. After tossing and turning for a long time, he finally managed to fall asleep. Closing his eyes, he seemed to hear the whistling of wind blowing snow in his ears. Chu Waning opened his eyes and found himself kneeling in the snow. A dream? But why did it feel so real? It was as if he had experienced it himself at some point in time. It was the middle of winter. The sky was grey and the clouds were heavy. The cold wind flowed from the distant mountains all the way to the heart of the earth. The snow had accumulated about a foot, enough to reach his ankles. Even though he was wearing a coat, it still could not withstand the cold. Chu Wanning lowered his head to look at the sky blue fur coat. It was embroidered with intricate curly grass patterns using silver silk thread. He felt that this coat was somewhat familiar, but this familiarity disappeared in an instant. Very soon, he could not capture it. He did not understand why he had such a torturous dream. Chu Wanning prepared to stand up, but his body did not seem to belong to him. He continued to kneel on the ground without moving an inch. Even when the snow fell on his shoulders and ice beads condensed on his eyelashes, he still had no intention of getting up. Grandmaster Chu, the sun is dark. Her Majesty will not see you tonight. Let's go back. An old, trembling voice sounded from behind. In the dream, he did not turn around. Footsteps sounded behind him. Someone stepped on the snow with a crunching sound and held an umbrella on his left and right. Chu Wanning heard himself say, "Thank you, Liu Gong. You are old. Go back to the waterside pavilion and rest. I can still hold on." Grandmaster, the old voice still wanted to say something, but Chu Wanning said, "Let's go back." The weak voice sighed and dragged his heavy steps. He walked a few steps and turned back to hold the umbrella for Chu Wanning. This old servant will accompany the Grandmaster. Chu Wanning felt himself close his eyes in the dream and did not speak. He couldn't help but find it increasingly strange. This was truly an extremely preposterous dream. Both he and the old man were having a conversation that no one could understand. Your Majesty, and Mr. Liu, were not the world of cultivators that he was familiar with. Instead, they seemed to be in a palace. He tried to see through the body, to see the scene of the dream through his lowered eyelids. This place seemed to be the pinnacle of life and death, but there was something different about it. The houses were mostly the same as before, but many extravagant little items had been added. The cloistered corridors around the courtyard were draped with snow-green curtains embroidered with stars, and tied to them were octagonal incense bells containing auspicious beasts. When the wind blew, the bells jingled, as if they came from the primordial chaos. He knelt facing the main hall. In front of the hall stood a row of imperial bodyguards. He had never seen them before, so he didn't know which sect they were from. The sky gradually darkened. A line of palace maids walked out of the side door in a line. Their white hands were slender, and they lit 2 bronze lamps on the left and right side of the hall. The lampstand was as tall as a person and had 9 floors. Each floor had 49 thin copper begonia. The begonia's core was brightly lit, and the candlelight scattered one after another, like the stars in the Milky Way in the sky, shining brilliantly in front of the hall. After lighting the lamps, the head palace maid glanced at Chu Wanning and said with a strange sneer, "It's so cold at night. Who are you trying to show your bitterness to? His Majesty and the Empress are enjoying themselves. Even if you kneel until the end of time, no one will sympathize with you." How presumptuous! Chu Wanning had lived for so long, and no one dared to speak to him like this. He couldn't help but become angry. When he opened his mouth, his voice was his own, but he couldn't help but say something else. I didn't come here to disturb his mood. I actually have something important to discuss. Please pass the message. Who do you think you are? Why should I pass the message for you? The head palace maid said with disdain. His Majesty and the Empress are in a good mood. Who dares to disturb them? If you want to see His Majesty, then keep kneeling. When His Majesty gets up tomorrow, maybe he'll have the heart to look at you. Humph. The old servant behind Chu Wanning couldn't listen anymore. He said with a trembling voice, I know your Empress is favored, but don't you see who you're talking to? Don't you have some virtue in your mouth? Who am I talking to? At the peak of life and death, who doesn't know that His Majesty hates him the most? I'm talking to him. What respect do I need? You old thing, You have the guts to lecture me. The head palace maid glared at him and said angrily, "Someone come. What do you want to do?" The old servant couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and stand in front of Chu Wanning. The palace maid glared at him and said in a delicate voice, "Extinguish the 2 basins of charcoal outside." "Yes." Someone immediately came over and extinguished the charcoal basins in the courtyard. Chu Wanning thought that although this palace maid's mouth was stubborn, she wasn't stupid. The sky was cold and hard, so she didn't need to directly fight with the other party. As long as the 2 basins of charcoal were extinguished, the courtyard would become like an ice cave. No matter how strong the body was, it wouldn't be able to withstand half a night. The night grew deeper, but the palace was still warm. The sounds of music and dancing were endless. Chu Wanning was still kneeling. His legs and feet were numb. "Grandmaster, go back," the old servant's voice sounded like he was about to cry. "Go back. Your health is important. You know His Majesty. If you freeze, he won't send a doctor to take a look. You have to take care of yourself." Chu Wanning said softly, "I'm just a broken body. It's not worth mentioning. If I can stop him from attacking the Kunlun treading snow palace, I won't regret even if I die." "Grandmaster. Why do you have to?" Chu Wanning was extremely weak in the dream. He coughed a few times, but his eyes were still clear. "It's my fault that he ended up like this. Cough. Before he could finish, he started coughing violently. Chu Wanning covered his mouth with his sleeve. There was a metallic taste in his throat. When he put down his sleeve, he saw that his hand was covered in blood. It was a glaring sight. "Grandmaster Chu." Chu Wanning still wanted to say something, but his vision turned black. He couldn't hold on anymore and fell into the snow. 78. That night, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran shared a room. Mo Ran was heartless and quickly fell asleep on the ground. Chu Wanning, on the other hand, could not help but feel his mind drifting. After tossing and turning for a long time, he finally managed to fall asleep. Closing his eyes, he seemed to hear the whistling of wind blowing snow in his ears. Chu Wanning opened his eyes and found himself kneeling in the snow. A dream? But why did it feel so real? It was as if he had experienced it himself at some point in time. It was the middle of winter. The sky was grey and the clouds were heavy. The cold wind flowed from the distant mountains all the way to the heart of the earth. The snow had accumulated about a foot, enough to reach his ankles. Even though he was wearing a coat, it still could not withstand the cold. Chu Wanning lowered his head to look at the sky-blue fur coat. It was embroidered with intricate curly grass patterns using silver silk thread. He felt that this coat was somewhat familiar, but this familiarity disappeared in an instant. Very soon, he could not capture it. He did not understand why he had such a torturous dream. Chu Wanning prepared to stand up, but his body did not seem to belong to him. He continued to kneel on the ground without moving an inch. Even when the snow fell on his shoulders and ice beads condensed on his eyelashes, he still had no intention of getting up. "Grandmaster Chu, the sun is dark. Her Majesty will not see you tonight. Let's go back." An old, trembling voice sounded from behind. In the dream, he did not turn around. Footsteps sounded behind him. Someone stepped on the snow with a crunching sound and held an umbrella on his left and right. Chu Wanning heard himself say, "Thank you, Liu Gong. You are old. Go back to the waterside pavilion and rest. I can still hold on." "Grandmaster," the old voice still wanted to say something, but Chu Wanning said, "Let's go back." The weak voice sighed and dragged his heavy steps. He walked a few steps and turned back to hold the umbrella for Chu Wanning. "This old servant will accompany the Grandmaster." Chu Wanning felt himself close his eyes in the dream and did not speak. he couldn't help but find it increasingly strange. This was truly an extremely preposterous dream. Both he and the old man were having a conversation that no one could understand. Your Majesty and Mr. Liu were not the world of cultivators that he was familiar with. Instead, they seemed to be in a palace. He tried to see through the body, to see the scene of the dream through his lowered eyelids. This place seemed to be the pinnacle of life and death, but there was something different about it. The houses were mostly the same as before, but many extravagant little items had been added. The cloistered corridors around the courtyard were draped with snow-green curtains embroidered with stars, and tied to them were octagonal incense bells containing auspicious beasts. When the wind blew, the bells jingled, as if they came from the primordial chaos. He knelt facing the main hall. In front of the hall stood a row of imperial bodyguards. He had never seen them before, so he didn't know which sect they were from. The sky gradually darkened. A line of palace maids walked out of the side door in a line. Their white hands were slender, and they lit 2 bronze lamps on the left and right side of the hall. The lampstand was as tall as a person and had 9 floors. Each floor had 49 thin copper begonia. The begonia's core was brightly lit, and the candlelight scattered one after another, like the stars in the Milky Way in the sky, shining brilliantly in front of the hall. After lighting the lamps, the head palace maid glanced at Chu Wanning and said with a strange sneer, "It's so cold at night. Who are you trying to show your bitterness to? His Majesty and the Empress are enjoying themselves. Even if you kneel until the end of time, no one will sympathize with you." How presumptuous. Chu Wanning had lived for so long, and no one dared to speak to him like this. He couldn't help but become angry. When he opened his mouth, his voice was his own, but he couldn't help but say something else. I didn't come here to disturb his mood. I actually have something important to discuss. Please pass the message. Who do you think you are? Why should I pass the message for you? The head palace maid said with disdain. His Majesty and the Empress are in a good mood. Who dares to disturb them? If you want to see His Majesty, then keep kneeling. When His Majesty gets up tomorrow, maybe he'll have the heart to look at you. Humph. The old servant behind Chu Wanning couldn't listen anymore. He said with a trembling voice, I know your Empress is favored, but don't you see who you're talking to? Don't you have some virtue in your mouth? Who am I talking to? At the peak of life and death, who doesn't know that His Majesty hates him the most? I'm talking to him. What respect do I need? You old thing, you have the guts to lecture me. The head palace maid glared at him and said angrily, someone come. What do you want to do? The old servant couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and stand in front of Chu Wanning. The palace maid glared at him and said in a delicate voice, extinguish the 2 basins of charcoal outside. Yes. Someone immediately came over and extinguished the charcoal basins in the courtyard. Chu Wanning thought that although this palace maid's mouth was stubborn, she wasn't stupid. The sky was cold and hard, so she didn't need to directly fight with the other party. As long as the 2 basins of charcoal were extinguished, the courtyard would become like an ice cave. No matter how strong the body was, it wouldn't be able to withstand half a night. The night grew deeper, but the palace was still warm. The sounds of music and dancing were endless. Chu Wanning was still kneeling. His legs and feet were numb. Grandmaster, go back, the old servant's voice sounded like he was about to cry. Go back. Your health is important. You know His Majesty. If you freeze, he won't send a doctor to take a look. You have to take care of yourself. Chu Wanning said softly, I'm just a broken body. It's not worth mentioning. If I can stop him from attacking the Kunlun treading snow palace, I won't regret even if I die. Grandmaster. Why do you have to? Chu Wanning was extremely weak in the dream. He coughed a few times, but his eyes were still clear. It's my fault that he ended up like this. Cough, cough. Before he could finish, he started coughing violently. Chu Wanning covered his mouth with his sleeve. There was a metallic taste in his throat. When he put down his sleeve, he saw that his hand was covered in blood. It was a glaring sight. Grandmaster Chu. Chu Wanning still wanted to say something, but his vision turned black. He couldn't hold on anymore and fell into the snow. When he came back up, he saw Chu Wanning sleeping facing the wall. He did not know if he was asleep or not. He went forward and gently put down the gauze curtain. Suddenly, he heard Chu Wanning say, "It's cold at night. Don't sleep on the floor." Then, Chu Wanning's long eyes drooped. He really wanted him to stay with him, but he could not say, "Sleep next to me." After hesitating for a long time, the tips of his ears became hotter. He felt sorry for him and did not want him to sleep on the floor. He liked him and did not want him to leave. But he was so thin-skinned. He knew that even if he asked, the other party would definitely reject him. At that time, he would lose all his face. Just thinking about it made him feel sad. It was better to be Shizun. As a child, he could be more willful. But Mo Ran treated him well today. He even remembered that when he drank ginger tea, he liked to put black sugar. Could he think that in fact, Mo Ran also cared about him more or less? Such thoughts made Chu Wanning feel a little hot in his heart. He blurted out in a daze. "Come up and sleep. Then I'll go and see if it's quiet next door. If it's quiet, I'll go back to my room." They said this sentence almost at the same time. After Mo Ran finished speaking, he realized what Chu Wanning said and opened his eyes slightly. "That's great." Chu Wanning agreed almost without hesitation, as if she was in a hurry to cover up what she had said earlier. "Go back. Shizun, I'm tired. You can go." "Well, Shizun, rest early." The young man left. The door opened and closed with a creak. Chu Wanning opened his eyes in the dark night. His heart was beating fast and his palms were sweaty. He could not help but feel embarrassed for his loss of self-control just now. Sure enough, after being alone for a long time, a little care from others would make him think that it was rare warmth. Just like a fool. He turned over in annoyance and buried his face in the pillow, sinking into deep self-loathing. He knew that the person Mo Ran liked was Shimingjing. They were just a cold and polite master and disciple, but the person in his dream seemed to appear clearly in front of him. The same facial features, but compared to the current Mo Ran, he seemed to be older. When he looked at him, his expression was perverse and paranoid. His eyes were so deep that he could not see clearly. With a creak, the door opened again. Chu Wanning froze in an instant. His back was tense, like a bow that had been pulled to the extreme. A person walked to the bed and remained silent for about a foot. He felt that person sit down on the side of the bed. When he came back, there was a unique smell of clothes. "Shizun, are you asleep?" No one responded to him. Mo Ran continued to speak. His voice was very calm, as if he was talking about a family matter. "There's still a ruckus next door." He chuckled softly and leaned over to support the side of his face. He lay down beside Chu Wan Ning and glanced at the person's back that had clearly stiffened. "Shizun just told me to sleep. Does it still count?" Shizun always doesn't like to respond to people. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it that Shizun is willing again." Hearing that person's cold snort from the depths of the bed, Mo Ran curved his eyes. His dark purple eyes were full of laughter. If spoiling Shamai was a habit of his, then teasing his teacher was a game that he would never get tired of. Mo Ran had never had a clear definition of his feelings for Chu Wanning. However, whenever he saw this person, his heart would itch and he would want to bare his canine teeth and bite him, making him cry or laugh uncontrollably, although most of the time, this was just Mo Ran's wishful thinking. However, as long as there was even the slightest change in emotion on that icy face, it was because of him. Mo Ran would feel exceptionally excited. Master. Yes. Nothing, I was just calling you. Master. If you have something to say, say it. If not, scram. Ha ha ha. Mo Ran laughed. He suddenly thought of something and asked half-jokingly, half-seriously, I was just thinking about it. I feel that junior martial brother Xia and Shizun are too similar. Shizun, is he your son? Chu Waning's mood had probably fluctuated too much in one night. At this time, he was sulking. Suddenly hearing Mo Ran teasing him like this, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Pfft, I was just teasing Shizun. Shizun, you don't have to, that's right. Chu Waning coldly replied. He is my son. Mo Ran was still smiling. Oh, I knew it. So it's your son, wait. Son. As if struck by lightning, Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes wide and his mouth wide in disbelief. Son, 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 son? Yes. Chu Waning simply turned his body and looked at Mo Ran seriously. His face was serious and fierce, and didn't look fake at all. Tonight, he had done too many wrong things. He was afraid that it would be suspicious. Since Mo Ran wanted to make a joke, he might as well take advantage of the chaos to play a trick. Anyway, he couldn't let Mo Ran know that he liked him. Thinking of this, Chu Waning coldly picked up his lost dignity and said coldly, Xia Sai is my illegitimate son. Even he was kept in the dark about this matter. Now, heaven, earth, you, and I know. If a third person knows, see if I don't want your dog life. Mo Ran. 79. If he didn't know Chu Waning like the back of his hand, Mo Ran felt that he would really believe him when he saw how serious Chu Waning was when he spoke. Xia Sini was Chu Waning's son. What a joke, did he really think he was stupid? However, it was not easy to lose face with Shizun, so in the following days, Mo Ran had to cooperate with Chu Waning from time to time to show reactions like, oh my god, so it is like this, I didn't expect Shizun to be such a wanton man, and so on. It had to be said that although he didn't know what Chu Waning wanted to do, this experience was somewhat interesting. Mo Ran went to tease him every few days. In the morning, when they were eating in the tea house, Mo Ran held his chin and opened his eyes wide, calling, Shizun, Shizun. Chu Waning swallowed a mouthful of Yangxian tea, raised his eyes and looked at him faintly, yes. Why don't you recognize Shidixia? Chu Waning said, it's not that I don't recognize him, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Then, when will we be considered to be fated? It depends on his luck. Mo Ran looked at his unfathomable appearance and held back his laughter until his ribs hurt, but he still had to put on a sympathetic expression. Shidixia is really pitiful. Another example was when they were hurrying along, Mo Ran raised his hand and broke a willow tree. Along the way, he played with cats and dogs, and when he was bored, he called Chu Waning. Shizun, Shizun. What's the matter? I want to ask you something secretly. Mo Ran said with a smile, Shizun, what kind of person is she? Is she beautiful? Chu Waning choked, and then covered it with a light cough. Not bad. Oh. Is it only passable? Mo Ran said in surprise, I thought that the one who could catch Master's attention must be a beauty that could topple countries and cities. Mo Ran rubbed his brow and brought his black horse closer to Chu Waning's white horse. He sneakily leaned over and asked, does Shizun and Xinyang still keep in touch? What kind of relationship? Chu Waning glanced at him coldly. He touched his lips and said in a deep voice, your master's wife is already dead. He had killed his own wife with just a few words. Mo Ran almost choked on his saliva. Dead? How did he die? Chu Wanning was expressionless. Difficult labor. Ha 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 ha. If it wasn't for the circumstances, Mo Ran would have fallen off his horse and fallen to the ground laughing. Mo Ran naturally wouldn't let go of such an interesting topic so easily. The next day, she washed a bag of fresh and plump cherries and put them in a pouch for Chu Wanning to eat on the way. She tricked him into talking to her again. Shizun, may I know who Shenyang was? What was her name? Chu Wanning picked up a sweet cherry and ate it without batting an eyelid. He then said coldly, the dead are gone. What's the use of knowing her name? Mo Ran played along smoothly. Revered master follows the path of filial piety. Even if Shenyang was a beauty, as a disciple, I should still remember her name. When the winter solstice is bright and clear, I have to pay my respects. Chu Wanning continued to eat his cherries. He said indifferently, no need. Your master's wife is not such a vulgar person. She doesn't like the smell of incense. Mo Ran curled his lips and secretly rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, it's obviously you who can't come up with Shenyang's background. You actually have the face to say that Shenyang is otherworldly and doesn't eat the food of the common populace. But his face was still smiling. Shenyang is so otherworldly. She must be a cultivator, right? Chu Wanning paused. He picked up another cherry with his snow-white fingertips and slowly chewed it. He then said, that's right. Mo Ran blinked his eyes curiously. Which sect did Shenyang belong to? Chu Wanning estimated Xia Xianai's age. At that time, he was still in Lini. He then said calmly, Confucian Wind sect. Oh? Mo Ran slightly raised his eyebrows. This gave Chu Wanning an opening. The Confucian Wind sect had always respected the male disciples. Although the female disciples were not mistreated in teaching martial arts, they never had the opportunity to show their faces in public. When they went out, they never left their names behind. Therefore, although the female cultivators of the Confucian Wind sect were quite capable, people in Jianghu only knew the 4 words, Confucian Wind sect female cultivators. No one knew their names and lives. Therefore, Chu Wanning randomly made up stories. In any case, there was no way to verify them. However, Mo Ran was not a person who would give up easily. He immediately refocused and asked persistently, then when did Shenyang and Shenyang meet? How did they meet? This. Chu Wanning could not make up a story. He was hesitating when his eyes met Mo Ran's bright eyes. He suddenly realized that he did not need to answer his question. He immediately pursed his lips and waved his wide sleeves. He said coldly, why are you asking so many questions about my personal affairs? As he said this, he pulled the reins and spurred his horse. His white robe left behind, leaving Mo Ran far behind him. The two of them wandered outside for more than 10 days. They went to several small sects in Arao and searched around the weapons and spirit stone stalls in the market. However, they did not find any clues. On this day, Chu Wanning used the tang flower to send a message as usual. After exchanging news with Xue Zhenyong, he left the inn with Mo Ran and went to the market under Lone Moon Night sect to check on the situation. Lone Moon Night was the world's #1 sect of medicine. It was also the sect of Xue Meng's birth mother, Madame Wang. This sect was built on an island called Linling Island. However, in reality, Linling Island was not a real island. It was the back of a giant black tortoise. That black tortoise had a lifespan of millions of years. It had signed a blood contract with Lone Moon Knight's ancestor elder. It carried the entire sect and roamed the sea, using its unique immortal qi to nourish the thousands of trees and flowers on the island. Lone Moon Knight's disciples had always been mysterious and did not compete with the world. The sect itself did not have frequent communication with the outside world. Only on the 1st and 15th of every month, the Black Tortoise would carry the entire sect near the port of Yeongju. At this time, people from other sects would come to the island to buy medicine. There would also be merchants selling weapons and spirit stones to them, as well as some goods that could not be bought on the island. However, the most famous sect on Linling Island was not Lone Moon Night, but the Xian Yuan Pavilion. The Xian Yuan Pavilion belonged to Lone Moon Night sect. It was a famous trading company in the world of cultivation. This trading company opened twice a month and sold Lone Moon Night's best medicine as well as rare treasures sold by various sellers. Although the goods often touched the taboo of the world of cultivation, no one dared to make an enemy of Lone Moon Night. After all, more than half of the spiritual medicine in the world of cultivation came from this sect. From a certain point of view, Lone Moon Knight's strength was not inferior to that of the current number 1 sect, the Confucian Wind sect. There are too many people here. Put on your cloak. As more and more people came to Linling Island, Chu Wanning pulled down the hood of his cloak and reminded Mo Ran softly. Although the Xian Yuan Pavilion had set up private rooms for the major sects to show respect, because this was a trading place for selling stolen goods and grey transactions, in most cases, the cultivators would not show their true faces for fear of being found out or getting killed for no reason. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning entered the Xian Yuan Pavilion. The pavilion was divided into 3 floors. In the center of the first floor stood a white jade platform with a 9-petaled lotus. It was covered with 9 layers of indestructible protective enchantments. This was the place where the goods would be displayed. With the white jade platform as the core, hundreds of benches made of red rosewood extended to the 4 directions of north, south, east and west. These were the most common seats. The second floor was a private room. In front of each room was a large golden Nanmu window. In front of the window was a layer of gauze. The curtain was made of silver moon yarn. From the inside, one could see the outside clearly, but from the outside, one could not see the scene inside. It was very good to protect the privacy of the guests. However, the price was very expensive. It cost 9,000 gold per hour. Chu Wanning did not like to squeeze with others. He took the gold leaf sent by Xue Zhengyong and spent it without feeling any heartache. The servants who served the guests in the Xian Yuan Pavilion had signed a life and death contract with the pavilion master. They would not leak any of the guests' private matters. Even so, Chu Wanning was still not at ease. He asked for the best room and asked the servant to bring 2 pots of snow-ground cold fragrance, 8 fresh fruits, 8 candied fruits, 4 cakes and 4 candies. Then, he asked the servant to leave. Only he and Mo Ran were left in the room. Chu Wanning raised his hand and pulled down his cloak. He stood in front of the window and looked at the crowded heads below. I heard from the Lord that this time, the Xian Yuan festival will be selling a weapon called Return. Return? Mo Ran shook his head. I've never heard of it. It's a divine weapon. Mo Ran was shocked. Divine weapon? But didn't Jin Chenkai already? I know what you are getting at. However, it said that Return was discovered in a nameless tomb in Myriad God Ridge. It was likely that its previous owner did not have an heir when he died, so the divine weapon was buried with him. So that's how it is. However, the divine weapon only recognized its owner. When the owner died, the divine weapon would recognize his heir. Even if others obtained the divine weapon, they would not be able to use even a fraction of its strength. From Mo Ran's point of view, there was not much point in buying such a weapon. Chu Wanning read Mo Ran's mind and said, although the divine weapon cannot unleash its true strength without recognizing its owner, its strength is still several times stronger than ordinary weapons. People will still flock to it. Mo Ran was enlightened. I understand what Master is getting at. Ordinary people might not even see a divine weapon in their entire lives. Since it is said that Return was discovered in a nameless tomb and has been around for a long time, it is likely that people will use their own spiritual energy to test it. What if they are the original owner's descendants? There's no harm in trying. That's true. Mo Ran pondered and said, the divine weapon is rare, but now, there's an ownerless one up for auction. No matter how I look at it, it looks like the fake Gauchan's ploy. He would use a high-quality replica to trick everyone into releasing their spiritual energy, so as to let him know if anyone here has the essence he is looking for. Chu Wanning sat down on a soft chair and poured himself a cup of snow-ground cold incense before slowly drinking it. He looked at the sea of people below and whispered, that's true. Regardless of whether this divine weapon is real or not, or if it's a trap set by the fake Gauchan, it's never wrong to test it out. Just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion below. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran looked down and were slightly taken aback. They saw the golden door of Xianyuan Pavilion open. Among a sea of hooded cultivators, 2 rows of blue-robed youths with jade crowns on their heads walked out. The man leading them was slender and handsome. He did not hide his stroll in the black market at all. Mo Ran exclaimed, Yuanxi. This trading company opened twice a month and sold Lone Moon Knight's best medicine as well as rare treasures sold by various sellers. Although the goods often touched the taboo of the world of cultivation, no one dared to make an enemy of Lone Moon Knight. After all, more than half of the spiritual medicine in the world of cultivation came from this sect. From a certain point of view, Lone Moon Knight's strength was not inferior to that of the current number 1 sect, the Confucian Wind sect. There are too many people here. Put on your cloak. As more and more people came to Linling Island, Chu Wanning pulled down the hood of his cloak and reminded Mo Ran softly. Although the Xianyuan Pavilion had set up private rooms for the major sects to show respect, because this was a trading place for selling stolen goods and grey transactions, in most cases, the cultivators would not show their true faces for fear of being found out or getting killed for no reason. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning entered the Xianyuan Pavilion. The pavilion was divided into 3 floors. In the center of the first floor stood a white jade platform with a 9-petaled lotus. It was covered with 9 layers of indestructible protective enchantments. This was the place where the goods would be displayed. With the white jade platform as the core, hundreds of benches made of red rosewood extended to the 4 directions of north, south, east and west. These were the most common seats. The second floor was a private room. In front of each room was a large golden Nanmu window. In front of the window was a layer of gauze. The curtain was made of silver moon yarn. From the inside, one could see the outside clearly, but from the outside, one could not see the scene inside. It was very good to protect the privacy of the guests. However, the price was very expensive. It cost 9,000 gold per hour. Chu Wanning did not like to squeeze with others. He took the gold leaf sent by Shui Zhengyong and spent it without feeling any heartache. The servants who served the guests in the Xianyuan Pavilion had signed a life and death contract with the pavilion master. They would not leak any of the guests' private matters. Even so, Chu Wanning was still not at ease. He asked for the best room and asked the servant to bring 2 pots of snow-ground cold fragrance, 8 fresh fruits, 8 candied fruits, 4 cakes and 4 candies. Then, he asked the servant to leave. Only he and Mo Ran were left in the room. Chu Wanning raised his hand and pulled down his cloak. He stood in front of the window and looked at the crowded heads below. I heard from the Lord that this time, the Xianyuan festival will be selling a weapon called Return. Return? Mo Ran shook his head. I've never heard of it. It's a divine weapon. Mo Ran was shocked. Divine weapon? But didn't Jin Chenkai already? I know what you are getting at. However, it said that Return was discovered in a nameless tomb in Myriad Godridge. It was likely that its previous owner did not have an heir when he died, so the divine weapon was buried with him. So that's how it is. However, the divine weapon only recognized its owner. When the owner died, the divine weapon would recognize his heir. Even if others obtained the divine weapon, they would not be able to use even a fraction of its strength. From Mo Ran's point of view, there was not much point in buying such a weapon. Chu Wanning read Mo Ran's mind and said, although the divine weapon cannot unleash its true strength without recognizing its owner, its strength is still several times stronger than ordinary weapons. People will still flock to it. Mo Ran was enlightened. I understand what Master is getting at. Ordinary people might not even see a divine weapon in their entire lives. Since it is said that Return was discovered in a nameless tomb and has been around for a long time, it is likely that people will use their own spiritual energy to test it. What if they are the original owner's descendants? There's no harm in trying. That's true. Mo Ran pondered and said, the divine weapon is rare, but now, there's an ownerless one up for auction. No matter how I look at it, it looks like the fake Gauchan's ploy. He would use a high-quality replica to trick everyone into releasing their spiritual energy, so as to let him know if anyone here has the essence he is looking for. Chu Wanning sat down on a soft chair and poured himself a cup of snow-ground cold incense before slowly drinking it. He looked at the sea of people below and whispered, that's true. Regardless of whether this divine weapon is real or not, or if it's a trap set by the fake Gauchan, it's never wrong to test it out. Just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion below. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran looked down and were slightly taken aback. They saw the golden door of Xianyuan Pavilion open. Among a sea of hooded cultivators, 2 rows of blue-robed youths with jade crowns on their heads walked out. The man leading them was slender and handsome. He did not hide his stroll in the black market at all. Mo Ran exclaimed, Yi Wangxi. 80, the newcomer was none other than the modest gentleman, Yi Wangxi, who had shared a courtyard with Mo Ran in the Peach Blossom Spring. Today, he wore the Confucian Wind Sect's blue crane robe embroidered with silver threads, a sapphire blue hairband, and a silver sachet of auspicious beasts holding pearls at his waist. Perhaps because he had taken off his martial attire, his appearance was still handsome, but it also added a bit of elegance. The chief steward of the Xianyuan Pavilion came forward to greet him. He lowered his head and said, Immortal Master Yi. Yi Wangxi nodded and said, I have come to bid on something on the orders of my adoptive father. I'll have to trouble the chief steward to lead me upstairs. The pavilion master already knows that Immortal Master has arrived. The Confucian Wind Sect's private room has already been prepared. I'll take you upstairs. Yi Wangxi led the dozen or so disciples of the Confucian Wind Sect upstairs, leaving behind a crowd of people in the hall who covered their faces and whispered to each other. The people of the Confucian Wind Sect also came today. Who is that Immortal Master? How come I've never seen him before? Mo Ran thought to himself, you haven't seen him before, so there's naturally a reason why you haven't seen him before. On the other hand, he couldn't help but be curious. He watched as Yi Wangxi's figure disappeared around the corner, then said to Chu Wanning, Shizun, you also stayed in the Confucian Wind Sect before. Do you know this Immortal Master Yi? I don't know him. Chu Wanning frowned slightly. But I keep feeling that he looks familiar. He paused, closed his eyes, and thought for a while. In the end, he still shook his head. I can't remember. Mo Ran scratched his head and said, this Immortal Master Yi stayed in the same courtyard as me in the Peach Blossom Spring. His strength isn't bad. Now that he's here to bid on behalf of the Confucian Wind Sect, his status in the sect shouldn't be low. Shizun actually doesn't know him. The Confucian Wind Sect has a total of 72 cities, and its members are very scattered. I don't like to move around, and I don't feel like asking about the affairs of the sect, so it's not strange that I don't know him. As the two of them were talking, the Confucian Wind Sect box on the 3rd floor lit up with bright yellow candlelight. Presumably, Yu Wangxi and his group had already entered and taken their seats. The highest floor of the Xian Yuan Pavilion was specially reserved for the major sects, but it was rarely used, so everyone raised their heads to look at it and felt very strange. With the scholarly Wind sect's public participation, everyone's expectations for this auction immediately rose by several degrees. After about 10 minutes, the white jade lotus platform in the center suddenly glowed brightly. From the dome of the Xian Yuan Pavilion, a glowing red silk cloth was thrown down. A pretty girl, about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a snow-white silk cloth, descended from the sky with bare feet and gently landed on the cold white jade lotus platform. She was wearing a snow-white silk cloth, and was holding the silk cloth. She was barefooted. Sorry for the wait, immortal monarchs. I am the second pavilion master of the Xian Yuan Pavilion. That pretty little girl smiled and said, I am indebted to the immortal monarchs for thinking so highly of me, coming from all over the world to attend this meeting. Naturally, the Xian Yuan Pavilion will adhere to tradition and repay everyone with the best treasures. Mo Ran's hearing was good, so he heard the people below discussing. The second pavilion master of the Xian Yuan Pavilion is actually a little girl who is still wet behind the ears. Ayo, brother, you really don't know anything. Do you know how old this little girl is? 10. 15. She can't be 20, right? Hey, are you dumbfounded? She's over 100 years old. You should be calling her great-grandmother, not a little girl. What? Brother Liu, are you kidding me? How could this little thing be 100 years old? This is the Lone Moon Knight, the #1 medicine sect in the world. What is impossible? It's just a pill for eternal youth, that's all. Wow. The person who exclaimed in a low voice must have been here for the first time. After hearing these words, he excitedly craned his neck and couldn't help but play with the pouch he carried with him. Obviously, he couldn't wait to know what kind of spiritual medicine and treasures the Xian Yuan Pavilion would take out to sell. The second pavilion master did not disappoint them. With a snap of her fingers, the center of the stone lotus cracked open, and a small pedestal in the shape of a stamen slowly rose up. On the pedestal were 5 palm-sized velvet boxes. Each of the boxes was opened generously, revealing pills that glowed with a mother-of-pearl luster. Immediately, someone laughed and shouted, "Isn't this the infatuated pill? What's so strange about it?" That's right. Even if the first thing to be sold is not a rare treasure, you can't use the infatuated pill to make up the number. The second pavilion master heard the clamor below, but she was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said in a clear voice, "Everyone has good eyesight. This is indeed the infatuated pill." However, as everyone knows, although the infatuated pill is difficult to refine, it is not an extremely rare item. Naturally, my Xian Yuan Pavilion will not use ordinary items to entertain our guests. As she spoke, she picked up one of the boxes and held it in her palm. With a click, she closed the box. Although everyone was sitting far away from each other, there was a spirit mirror in front of them. They could clearly see the details of the treasures. At this time, everyone noticed the snake emblem on the lid of the box. Hanlin Divine Hands. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. The second pavilion master smiled and said, "That's right. Each of these 5 boxes of infatuated pills came from the pill furnace of our sex elder, Hanlin Divine Hands. Although ordinary infatuated pills can bewitch people and make them infatuated with them, the effect can only last for half a year. Moreover, it is very easy to concoct the corresponding antidote. However, these 5. She lifted the box with her delicate fingertips and said seriously, "Can last for a full 10 years, and there is no antidote for it." What? Heavens, how is this possible? Hanlin Divine Hands is really too scary. The second pavilion master waited for the noise below to die down before she smiled and said, "In order to distinguish these from ordinary infatuated pills, Han Lin Divine Hands named these 5 pills infatuated pills. You only need to buy one and mix it in water to persuade someone to drink it. Within 10 years, I guarantee that the other party will be infatuated with you and will not waver. A female cultivator asked in a loud voice, "Is there really no antidote for this pill after eating it? What if I don't like him after 10 years? Won't he continue to pester me?" Everyone chuckled. The second pavilion master also smiled politely and said, "Mrs. Right. Therefore, the Xianyuan Pavilion would like to remind everyone that there is no antidote for the infatuated pills in this world. Unless the 10 years are up, only death can cure it. If you are not infatuated with him, it is best not to drug him." After the introductions, they began to bid. Mo Ran looked at the people who were shouting one after another. Most of them were female cultivators. He couldn't help but be speechless. This is really too scary. That's right. The feelings that are earned like this are really boring. Hearing Chu Waning's response, Mo Ran turned his head and looked back and forth at him. He said with a smile, "Shizun, you have to be careful. You're so good-looking, I'm afraid that a female cultivator who has been at the peak of life and death here will buy you and secretly put it in your water to make you fall in love with her. But you're a married man, so you can't get close to other people." This person made fun of him. Chu Waning wanted to get angry, but this was the first time in his life that he heard Mo Ran say that he was good-looking, so he couldn't get angry. So he pursed his lips into a cold line and turned his face away, too lazy to pay attention to him. But if she really gave the other party this kind of medicine, she must like the other party very much. Mo Ran muttered. Seeing that the 5 boxes of medicinal pills were quickly bought, he sighed and shook his head. So pitiful. Chu Waning stared at the snow-white wall for a while, then said calmly, "If she really liked the other party, how could she bear to give him this kind of medicine? You're still young. There are some things that you don't understand." "I'm still young." Mo Ran turned his head and smiled with deep dimples. "I don't understand, but Shizun does. Then does Shizun want to talk to me about Shizun again? Get lost." Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, the second item was placed on the display table. Mantis Dew. The second pavilion master introduced crisply, "This is still from Han Lin's furnace. This is the latest medicinal dew that Han Lin has brewed. Lone Moon's generation of disciples have all tried it, and it's very effective." Cultivator A was rather cultured. Mantis Dew. Cultivator B was a little hungry. Mantis Dew. Cultivator C was perverted. Mantis Dew. Chu Waning pondered for a moment, then his eyelashes trembled slightly. He looked at the 5 porcelain bottles on the display table. Mantis Dew. Dream-eating taper. The second pavilion master didn't mean to spoil everyone's appetite. Seeing that everyone was confused, he immediately explained with a smile, "The reason why it's called Mantis Dew is because the medicinal ingredient used is the blood of the mutated beast, dream-eating taper. Just mixing a drop into tea and drinking it will last for 7 days, and you will have good dreams every day." This doesn't mean much to ordinary cultivators, but due to the influence of cultivation methods and cultivation, some immortal monarchs have endless nightmares and can't sleep peacefully. After a long time, it's very easy for them to go berserk, so this Mantis Dew is the best choice. Hearing this, Chu Waning suddenly thought of the realistic dream he had previously. Although it wasn't a nightmare, it did make him feel vaguely uneasy. The second pavilion master was still pushing her medicine with all her might. In addition, this Mantis Dew also has the effect of regulating spirit chi and helping with cultivation. Chu Waning was still deep in thought, unmoved. If there are children cultivating at home, this Mantis Dew is also very good for them. Han Lin thought that there would be a teacher buying it for Tom Shuo, so he specially made these 5 bottles of Mantis Dew into 5 different flavors. The red bottle is lychee flavor, The yellow one is orange flavor, the white one is lactose flavor, the purple one is grape flavor, and the black one is mulberry flavor. The sweetness is very pure, and the taste is 100 times better than ordinary candies. Once you drink it, the taste can stay in your mouth for a whole day. It's very wonderful. As soon as she finished speaking, a silver stick fell from the second floor. Because the second and third floors were far away, it was inconvenient to call out the price, so the price was written on the silver stick, and then the stick was thrown down. The silver stick was covered with a spell and would accurately float in front of the pavilion master. The second pavilion master pinched the stick that floated in front of her and looked at it. At the same time, in the private room, Chu Wanning casually put down the finished brush and leisurely drank his tea. Mo Ran looked at him from the side and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The second pavilion master's voice came from downstairs. The second floor's heaven room bids 500,000 gold. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? As soon as this was said, there was an uproar everywhere. This mantis stew was good, but it was obviously not as popular as the aphrodisiac pills. 5 boxes of aphrodisiac pills were sold for 300,000 gold, and these 5 bottles of mantis stew were sold for 500,000 gold. This price was already too high. It should be the parents of some young master who bought it. Someone muttered. It must be for the young master of a rich family to cultivate. Some of the cultivators in the crowd who had suffered from chi deviation hardened their hearts. I bid 550,000 gold for these 5 bottles. Mantis stew, the current price is 550,000 gold. Is there anyone? Before the second pavilion master could finish speaking, another silver stick slowly floated down from the air. It was also thrown down from the second floor's heaven room. She took a look and couldn't help but open her eyes wide. My apologies, everyone, I misunderstood earlier. I would like to correct it. Just now, the guest on the second floor said that he bid 500,000 gold for each bottle, so the total is 2.5 million gold. Only a fool would fight with Chu Wanning for this price. Seeing the attendant bring in the 5 bottles of mantis stew, Mo Ran felt that his entire body was not very good. 2.5 million gold, Chu Wanning bought him a dessert. Seeing Mo Ran's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Chu Wanning calmly asked, "What's wrong?" "Ahaha, it's nothing. I just didn't expect Master to like this kind of thing." "How could I like a child's toy?" Chu Wanning calmly said, "I bought it for Xia Sai and I." Pretending. Mo Ran's eyebrows twitched. The second pavilion master smiled sweetly. He stepped forward and untied one of the chains. Before the woman could resist, he grabbed her wrist and raised her in the air. The chastity sand that the cold-scaled divine hand put on is good for everyone to see clearly. She is a virgin. The woman's mouth was wrapped with a snow-white cloth. She made a pitiful sound, but couldn't say a word. Only big drops of tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. Those golden tears undoubtedly showed that she was an atavistic descendant of the butterfly bone clan. Some people were gasping, and some were swallowing their saliva. Such an atmosphere made the Xianyuan pavilion not seem to be full of cultivators for a moment, but more like a pack of hungry wolves, drooling at the corners of their mouths, greedily staring at their prey. "Pa!" Chu Wanning retracted his cold gaze and looked at Mo Ran. Mo Ran's face was pale, and his fingernails dug into the wooden lattice. He actually broke a corner of the windowsill. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Mo Ran took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He shook his head at Chu Wanning. "I feel that buying and selling living people like this is disgusting." He wasn't telling the truth. His eyes quietly glanced back at the butterfly bone beauty seat. This woman was the #1 beauty in the cultivation world that he married after he became an emperor in his previous life, Song Chiotong.